Feels like the first day of spring on this 1st of March. Live look, Oaklawn Park, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Temperature in the high 70s. Perfect day for one of the biggest days all season. Crowd still arriving, around 35,000 expected on this Rebel Stakes Sunday from the infield. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This meet began back in December. And make no mistake, this is the most significant day of racing this season so far at Oaklawn Park. A little bit later on, 66th running of the $1 million Rebel Stakes, Kentucky Derby qualifying race. The same event American Pharoah launched his 3-year-old campaign before eventually becoming the 12th Triple Crown winner. There's the field, the Rebel, $1 million purse, 105 Derby points on the line. Brevaro is out, ran yesterday, 4th in the Fountain of Youth. Number 4, Blackout Time, 8-5 morning line favorite. Despite the fact he's not raced since October, can't wait to see how the handicappers view this Rebel Stakes. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, don't look now, but 9 weeks until the Run for the Roses, the Kentucky Derby. We have 9 horses in today's Rebel Stakes. If you had your choice of any of the Rebel runners, who would you choose to ride?
It's been very clear to me, especially this week leading up to it. Silent Tactic, the winner of the Southwest. I feel like he's a horse that's improving. I like what I see from him in his training. I think he's getting stronger. He's filling out. And 9 weeks to the Derby. These horses change a great deal in 9 weeks, and I feel like Silent Tactic's the one on the upswing.
Yeah, you see a pumped up Christian Torres there. Silent Tactic. He came from far back. The pace was hot, setting things up for him. Will he have the same type of setup to work with this afternoon?
Well, I think he's going to get ample pace again today. Now, I thought the pace was actually honest. I didn't think it was fast. I didn't think it was slow in the Southwest. The pace was slow in the Smarty Jones, and he was the only horse to close into that slow pace. So he has the ability to close regardless of the pace. I think today a couple horses fresh off the bench. Obviously, a Soldier and Diplomat from the outside. He's going to have more speed. I think he gets ample pace.
Much, much more on the Rebel, we promise. We have live racing on tap coming up here in race number 3. Stakes caliber sprinters in an allowance event, $126,000 purse. We've reached post time. And say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, trackside with her eyes on these classy sprinters. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte and Richie, and yeah, we start things off with a multiple graded stakes winner in this high-level allowance as he's on the comeback trail. Yes, talking about number 1 in here, Booth, for trainer Steve Asmussen, and riding, of course, is Eric Asmussen, who does seem to have a great rapport with this 5-year-old son of Mitoli. Very well versed in the pedigree, the Asmussens with this one too. And Booth, he just reminds me of a pit bull. You know, he's fast, but he's smaller, but he's so well muscled, so solid, and he's tenacious. Sometimes his first jump isn't the quickest, like it was last time where he was defeated, a dirty nose, but he finds his stride very quickly, and he likes to fend off and fight all challengers that come to him. He looks incredibly fit to my eye coming back here today. So he is a horse that's typically well composed, very classy acting in the prelims, and it's much the same for this return now as a 5-year-old. His main danger, though, is the late running sprinter number 6, Tejano Twist, and he has made that $1.6 million. Well, I don't want to say the hard way, but he has in a way, because he doesn't often like to win, but he often makes a run. And he seems as though he's in good form right now, coming off of a 99 buyer in a runner-up effort behind the white-hot roll-on Big Joe in that King Cotton. This is one of the best times I have ever seen Tejano Twist look. Now, we'll see, is he compromised by a little bit of a lack of pace in here because it's a short field? We'll have to wait and see, Lafitte, but love what I'm seeing from the informed Tejano Twist.
Sprinting warrior Tejano Twist, but Booth the favorite, odds on. Matt Ditterman with the call, race 3 of 12 on this Rebel Sunday at Oaklawn Park.
With Eric Asmussen, we're ready to go. And we're off. Ola Joey broke a little bit slowly. He's the second pace presence in the race. Booth is getting into the two-path, and he's going to stride in front. And here comes Ola Joey, aggressive from the inside. Ola Joey grabs the lead away from Booth, who's now the presser on the outside in the two-path, running in second. Gold Sweep third. Then comes Durante back and forth, sent upon already. 4 from the lead. He's 7 or 8 lengths ahead of Tejano Twist, who is well out of it early, but that's to be expected from him. He'll try to come on later and will likely do so. Around the far turn, Booth, Ola Joey, they're side by side getting acquainted now. Gap of 2, Gold Sweep, he's all in third. Durante sent upon as well. And Tejano Twist, there he goes. He's making his move right now. 6 from the lead, now 5 as they hit the quarter pole. Booth is up top. Ola Joey struggling to keep up. Booth says hasta la vista to Ola Joey and kicks onto a 2-length lead. Now Tejano Twist is let loose on the outside. Here he comes with a powerful rally. Tejano Twist, and he ran right by Booth in the final furlong. Tejano Twist drawing away under Flavien Prat. Tejano Twist with that lethal kick from the back of the field we've seen from him in the past. He got it done. Ran his A-plus race today. Booth second, Gold Sweep third, then Durante and Ola Joey.
Looked the part, performs accordingly. Tejano Twist, 11th lifetime win, 5 of them here at Oaklawn Park, and that's right, ran right by Booth in the stretch.
Well, the table was set for Tejano Twist. He is such a good closing sprinter, and he got pace today. 21.46, essentially 21-2 the opening quarter, 44-3. There were no breathers, there was no easy ride, and Tejano Twist got the setup. But the old man still got a lot of punch in those legs. This was a nice effort, good effort by Booth. He took intense pressure from Ola Joey, who got left, rushed up on his inside, and came up second best, but I'm sure he'll be better for the race.
Eric Asmussen on Booth looks over his shoulder. Who's that coming? By the time he realizes who, he's already gone. Tejano Twist, a confident ride from Flavien Prat.
Yeah, this is what you expect from Flavien Prat. He was a good 12, 14 lengths off the lead at one point, and he was sitting stock still, waiting to make that one run, and he timed it to perfection.
Flavien Prat, perfect segue. He's riding Litmus Test. Ears up, Tejano Twist. Prat for Baffert, Litmus Test, a little bit later on in the Rebel Stakes. $1 million purse, the 105 Kentucky Derby points available, 50 to the winner. Take another look at the field here for the Rebel Stakes. The California Invader coming in with Litmus Test. First start this year, the Low South Futurity winner. 7-2 on the morning line as we say hello to Megan Burgess, hanging out with the California Invader.
Here in the barn of Rudy Brisset, who typically deputizes for the Bob Baffert barn, as they have invaded Oaklawn and pretty used to doing so, as Litmus Test standing right behind me, aptly named. That is exactly what he will embark on in today's Rebel Stakes. This is his first time out of California since, of course, that Breeders' Futurity last year at 2. Well, he will rematch with Blackout Time, who did get the better of him that day. But according to Bob Baffert, he was just doing so well, they decided to run him. That wasn't the initial plan, as the San Felipe was originally on deck for this horse. But a son of Nyquist, who has really taken a step forward from 2 to 3 for a trainer that certainly knows how to get one to the first Saturday in May.
Knows how to get one to the winner's circle in the Rebel Stakes as well. Bob Baffert, record holding 8 wins in the Rebel. This will take a minute. You go back to looking at Lucky, 2010, eventual Preakness winner. Those 8 Rebel wins over a 16-year period. The Factor, 2011, winning a Rebel, turned out to be a better sprinter. Secret Circle turned out to be a better sprinter. Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. Opportunity, racked up a lot of money, a long career, classy racehorse. American Pharaoh. This is where it started. The Rebel Stakes eventual 11th, 12th. Triple Crown winner, the Grey Cupid. Most recent, Nadal in 2020. Check that concert tour the following year. 8 wins in the Rebel. Gaudy numbers for Bob Baffert. Seeking a 9th this afternoon to pad his stats with Litmus Test. Richie, we just saw Flavien Prat win the 3rd race aboard Litmus Test. What does he have to do to give Litmus Test his best chance to win this Rebel?
Well, you know one thing about Bob Baffert trainees, he never runs a short horse. He puts a lot of foundation, a lot of work into them. I think he's got to protect his inside position, and I think he's going to, be forward and have some speed, particularly being fresh. This was a real nice effort in the Lost South Futurity, because usually, horses run in the Breeders' couple of feet, and they're all in that day, right? They're honed for that day. So for them to come back, and he came back in, a little over about 6 weeks' time to run this big a race, I think really speaks to his constitution, that he's a durable racehorse, and he should be a better 3-year-old than he was a 2-year-old. I think he winds up favored.
Litmus test.
I do.
Baffert horses typically get overbet here at Oaklawn Park. Litmus test, his Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Behind the champion, Ted Nafi, defeated less than 2 lengths, with trouble. A terrific effort on one of racing's biggest stages for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, no, he was very good, and he was beaten less than 2 lengths. I mean, so, maybe with a little different trip. I don't think anybody's beaten Ted Nafi. I thought, especially in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, he hit the front and kind of lost his way a little bit. Where's my company, so to speak. But Litmus test is good, should be better at 3. Flavien Prat, Bob Baffert here at Oaklawn, I think they're going to take a lot of money.
Litmus test. What will he do in his 3-year-old debut? We'll find out in the 66th running of the Rebel Stakes. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Aqueduct races 3 through 8. Featured event, The Correction. Race number 7, Oaklawn. Loaded program. 8 races remain. Honeybee the 9th. Rebel, race number 11. All coming your way on America's Day at the races. As we go to New York, Greg Wolf, Acacia Clement standing by. Make that Acacia and Andy Serling on set at Aqueduct with the pick 6 just around the corner. Hey, guys.
Thanks, Meg. Appreciate it.
Hey, Lafitte. Greg, you look really different today.
I know.
You did something different with your hair. You did
I
something
didn't put
with
the
your
gel
hair.
in. When I didn't put the stuff in my hair, I just look totally different. I appreciate you noticing that. Yeah.
How's Acacia and Andy here in New York, and we have the 3rd race coming up next at Aqueduct as we are on the Fox Sports app. Now, of course, college basketball going throughout the afternoon, so appreciate you all sticking with us again on the app and on YouTube as well. As we'll meet the field for the 3rd race at Aqueduct coming up. 6 furlongs, $10,000 claiming race for 4-year-olds and upward. Andy, Prince of Truth kicks things off. Was so game last time out.
Yeah, he is way too big a price in this race, and it's really only because of the low-profile connection. He was against the track, too.
Here's Divine Leader dropping class.
Yeah, he really should have won that race last time out, to be honest.
For the same barn, Can You Hear Me Running went by. There's the favorite, Emerald Forest.
We'll get back. I like Can You Hear Me Running in here, who I think had a big trip last time. Emerald Forest is certainly a big player in here.
The speedy My Man Matty is back.
They've got to catch him. He's a little tough to trust, but he's going to be in front.
Scaramanga, big price.
Yes, a James Bond villain. Big James Bond fan horse.
And Tis Market to the outside. Jimmy Ferraro had a good day yesterday.
Yeah, he did. 6 years to the day after winning 2 races. He had another 2-win day yesterday, and this horse was against the track as well last time.
That's the field for race 3. We're on a good main track. As always, you can play all the action with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. There is Emerald Forest, the favorite. Second last time out behind Dots Dollar, who wired the field. Second best that day, but a horse that's kind of been right there and runs consistently some decent efforts now at the age of 8.
Well, that's the race you have to use to analyze this race. And because of the extreme inside bias, you weren't here, so you weren't part of it. There are a lot of performances in there that may not be as true as they look. Now, Emerald Forest chased 2 to 3 wide that whole race and actually ran a credible race in finishing second. Tis Marcus was wide in there, but for my money, the horse that had the really bad trip was Can You Hear Me Running? He's kind of an interesting horse because his only prior dirt race, he had run a 70 buyer and finishing 4th at Fort Erie on a sloppy sealed track, a different scenario. But in this race, he stumbled to start, and he ended up being
at the break.
Yeah, badly. Yeah. He was 4 to 5 wide the whole way, and he frankly didn't do that badly, finishing 4th in that race. And with my man Ray Luan, I think he's a big-time player in this race.
7-1, generous price on Can You Hear Me Running. Had an outside post last time out. Emerald Forest continues to be the favorite. My man Matty off of a layoff since November and a disappointing effort at Finger Lakes, but a horse that is very quick and his speed is often dangerous. He's not a favorite, too.
I mean, I don't know what to make of him, and I certainly don't trust him, but I'm also not going to be surprised when he's effective in this race.
Just making start number 10 as an 8-year-old. Tough horse to keep on the track. We'll see how it plays out. Race 3 coming up at Aqueduct. Sprinting. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Tis Marcus.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Scaramanga hopped in the air at the start. My man Matty, forwardly placed with that early speed, now rushes to the front, and here's Can You Hear Me running towards the inside. Tiz Marcus wants to join that early leader. Plenty of pace on here early. My man Matty, Tiz Marcus 1-2. Emerald Forest takes back to third, is to the outside of Can You Hear Me running. Also moving forward is Divine Leader, who switched towards the far outside there, starts to make up some ground. Then behind them is Prince of Truth. Scaramanga is in that late pack too. 23.03, the opening quarter mile. My man Matty shows the way. My man Matty only ahead in front. Tiz Marcus is within range, and here comes Tiz Marcus to the outside. At the rail, Can You Hear Me running? Raylu Gutierrez looking for room here. Ground-saving journey and a backing up leader in My Man Matty. The leader is now Tiz Marcus with a quarter mile left to go. Tiz Marcus at the top of the stretch. Can You Hear Me running? Now with some clear running room. Emerald Forest down the center of the racetrack starts to roll too. But Tiz Marcus is opening up the margin with a furlong left to go. Tiz Marcus is now up by 3. 4 winding lengths and a 16th left, and it's going to be all Jose Lescano on Tiz Marcus. Jimmy Ferraro picks up another one. Emerald Forest finished second, then came Can You Hear Me running? And Divine Leader in 1 minute 11.63 seconds.
It's been a good weekend for the Jimmy Ferraro barn. Tiz Marcus best here in race 3. Certainly figured, had a little bit of a wide trip last time too, and got the right kind of setup today.
Yeah, he got a decent trip, but he was just best too.
Yep.
I mean, he buried the field, and that's 3 wins in the last day plus for Jimmy. Nice to see that going on for him. His barn is running well, and he was a horse that was compromised last time. No excuse for my horse. He had a nice trip the inside. He was 3rd best in the year, and the horses that were wide ran 1, 2, 3 out of that race.
Tiz Marcus must have known we have Oaklawn on the show today. He's an Archie bred getting the win here in New York.
Well, he's an Archie bred that showed he can handle the big boys here in New York.
Absolutely. Look, he's still full of run, had to be picked up by the outrider past the wire, Tiz Marcus, and he has some back class too. He'd run against some nice horses this summer. 3-1 winner, 7-4-3-2, Tiz Marcus, much the best.
And such a good example of how much that bias really altered the past performances, because we saw it yesterday as well, and we've seen it since then. There were horses that just ran so badly being against the track that have come back and run significantly better, and Tiz Marcus yet another one.
And you felt, at least off of what we saw yesterday, the track seems pretty fair this weekend?
Yeah, I thought so. You know, I thought it was extremely speedy on Thursday, pretty speedy on Friday, but it's dried out a bit. It seemed very fair. I mean, listen, it's dirt racing. It's going to usually favor forwardly placed horses.
Absolutely. As a feature later on today is the correction. We did have some scratches, so a more compact field that we will get a chance to see in race 7 for the fillies and mares sprinting. And with the Angels, coming off of another win last time out, she was on a big streak towards the start of her career. She came back in the end of 2025 with a win, tasted defeat in the Garland of Roses 2-back. What do you make of her as she got back to the winner's circle in her most recent start?
She's like a Swiss watch. I mean, she just always shows up. She always runs pretty much the same figures. She's got speed, but she can rate. I mean, she's exactly the kind of horse that if you own horses, you wish you had, right? She's good enough to win these races, but she also puts herself in position to win. And every time she hits the racetrack, she runs a good race. Now, Lucille Ball, obviously helped by the fact there were scratches, and you have to think she'll break cleanly unlike last time, and she'll be in front. But With the Angels is not compromised by that. The only question is, who is Lucille Ball? She's probably not as good as that 103 buyer when she rode a big bias to victory 2-back, but she's a heck of a lot better than her last race when she got completely eliminated at the break. You just don't know who she is. We know who With the Angels is.
We'll get a chance to find out a little bit more later on in the correction, but Tiz Marcus making his way back to the winner's circle from the 3rd at Aqueduct.
Welcome back, Fox Sports 2 viewers. Live look, Oaklawn Park, Hot Springs, Arkansas. This is America's Day at the races. When you were last with us, a few moments ago, you watched Tejano Twist impressively run right by the Count Fleet winner from a season ago, Booth. The old guy, Richie, Tejano Twist, still has it.
When he gets pace in front of him, he's allowed to drop out, find his stride. He comes with an explosive late run. Booth was very game, but second best today, especially the way the race ran. Just so much speed signed on, but I love those closing sprinters. There's something exciting about a horse who makes up 10, 12, 14 lengths during the running of a race.
Turning it on late, big performance, Tejano Twist in the third here at Oaklawn Park. Later on this evening, 66 running of the Rebel. Another look at the field. $1 million purse, 105 Kentucky Derby points available. The favorite, number 4, Blackout Time with Kentucky Derby. Winning jockey Brian Hernandez, Blackout Time, 8-5 on the morning line. All set for his 3-year-old debut. First start since last October as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Here in the Oaklawn hotel lobby, and right next to me, the 2024 Kentucky Derby trophy that was won by Mystic Dan. Of course, he won the Rebel too, and it was donated to the lobby by Lance and Sherilyn Gassaway, and those same connections are back at it again, this time around with Blackout Time installed as this year's Rebels morning line favorite. And last time we saw him, he was about to run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, where he would be a late vet scratch that left trainer Kenny McPeak, quote, perplexed. Now, he was placed on a vet's list, and he has been working steadily back to this race down at the fairgrounds. He's looking to get back on track, as the last time we saw him, he was finishing second in that Breeders' Futurity in Kentucky to, of course, Ted Noffey, the 2-year-old champion of last year. But connections are looking to add another trophy, possibly, to this hotel lobby. Guys?
Blackout Time in that same race, that Breeders' Futurity, a litmus test finished behind him. A really solid effort behind the champ in Ted Noffey. Unraced, though, since October. What are you expecting this afternoon?
Well, what I loved about him as a 2-year-old is every single race he made a forward movement. His second race was better than his first. His third race was better than his second. And making that step from 2 to 3, you expect them to be better. So I'm looking for a good run from him. I think it's a stepping off point. I don't think they need to win to feel encouraged. It is a place to start. Even if you hit the board, you're going to garner some Derby points to get in and put you maybe where you need to be for the Arkansas Derby.
Like you said, a place to start. Yeah, it's a $1 million race, but still a $1 million prep race for the Kentucky Derby. Rebel Stakes later on this evening. Blackout Time, 8-5. Morning line at favorite. The live racing continues. More quality sprinters. Good allowance race. $125,000 purse, 6 furlong dash. Tre Italiani and make the rider Jose Ortiz took down yesterday's Razorback with magnitude.
Yeah, and Jose riding in great form at Fairgrounds, leading the standings there as well. And Tre Italiani turning back in distance. Never run a bad race.
Title contender, 5-year-old debut, off since July.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a surprise making his first start for new connections, adding blinkers.
Zero Sugar, disappointing in his latest.
Yeah, and this is the first time he's going to sprint since his debut, but that was a really good effort against Cornucopian.
Last year's Arkansas Derby favorite. Here's Prime Power, $500,000 colt, maiden facing winners.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm wondering what the thought process was. We know that Steve spots his horse as well. Is it a sign of confidence?
Drill Baby graduated in Maryland last June, unraced since.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a faster version of himself than what we've seen previous.
Him, John Velasquez, a date with class president in the Rebel.
I like this horse. He's got so much ability. Really hasn't fully put it together, but I think having some recency, he's who I like.
Baus, back sprinting today.
Closer. The other Asmussen has speed. He'll become running late.
And to the outside, the favorite, Senior Officer, long layoff, superstar jockey in the saddle. Arad Ortiz, already 1 win this afternoon.
Yeah, last seen October 30th of 2024. So this is an extended layoff, but he has shown high ability, and Brad Cox pretty good at getting horses ready off a layoff.
The heavy favorite, despite all the time off, 8-5 currently. Senior Officer, circling back to Prime Power, trained by Steve Asmussen, 4-time Rebel winning trainer, most notably Curlin back in 07, eventual Preakness winner, eventual everything winner 2-time. Horse of the Year. Asmussen seeking a 5th today. 2 runners. Time for Music long shot. Soldier and Diplomat posted outside again today. 11 hole in the Southwest Stakes. Big effort. Just gets ambushed late.
Yeah, I mean, he ran a winning race, rated, showing a different tact, and then here came Silent Tactic to pick everybody off. But you had to like the run from him. I actually spoke with Steve a little while ago, Asmussen, his conditioner, and I said, you're going to show more speed today. You know, that was off a layoff. You're trying to make sure. And he says, yeah, he goes, I think he's going to be a lot more forward today. Now we got to find out if he stays. So I think they're going to allow him to use his speed more.
Jose Ortiz, the win yesterday, as mentioned, in the $500,000 Razorback, rides Soldier and Diplomat in the Rebel Stakes. More on Soldier and Diplomat. We check in with Megan.
Well, Meg, that's the same sentiment he's kind of been sharing, Steve Asmussen, on the pace tactics of Soldier and Diplomat as he contends with yet another wide draw as he faced in last time in the Southwest Stakes. He's got early speed with litmus test on the rail. To me, likely controlling. I find he's going to be right up there on the pace. And as you put it, Meg, that's exactly what I've gleaned from Steve. They're going to use him in the same way they have, not really changing the old tricks that his accustomed running style in this Rebel Stakes. And Steve has told me this horse has really matured. He has a lot of... He's just very encouraged by his raw ability, and it might seem on paper this is his 3rd try trying to stay at this mile and a 16th distance, and you think to yourself, well, the Kentucky Derby trail only gets longer and longer. That might be one of his Achilles heels, but I think he's very competitive right back here in the Rebel at this mile and a 16th. He's matured and grown from 2 to 3, a son of Army Mule, who I do think has the ability. We'll see if he can pass the distance test and finally outlast him here in this Rebel Stakes.
Megan, that's the question with Soldier and Diplomat. What he's cut out for, what distance he will thrive at, what he'll be at his best doing in the end.
You know, he gives me the feeling, the impression of being a horse that's going to be more of a miler type, a one-turn type. But anybody with a good 3-year-old has to find out where they fit. You want to know if you've got a Derby kind of horse owned by St. Elias Stable. That's Vinny Viola. Not only owned a Derby winner in Always Dreamin', but the 2-time Stanley Cup winning Florida Panthers as well.
Much more on the Rebel coming up. Warming up for this 4th race, Oaklawn. You're looking at a long shot, Drill Baby, Maggie. But the favorite senior officer, 3-2, despite the fact he hasn't raced since October of 24. What are you seeing?
I can't believe that, Lafitte. That's the most shocking thing about this horse is the wild abandon that people are betting on a horse who has not been to the racetrack in a year and 4 months. Yes, he is, however, trained by the very capable Brad Cox and his team. And he is a horse that comes back as a gelding. So I've never seen him before. I would assume that he has lightened up a bit, especially behind. He's kind of a little bit more narrow through his hindquarters. So with that being said, though, he does look fit in here. And I was able to watch his workout 2 back on First TV there at Payson Park. He does typically work by himself. Often hints at a horse that might want to do a little too much in the morning, but he was going so easily to complete the 5/8 and 101 and 4, and just striding out really nicely, so covering the ground well. He's a horse that does come back here at a sprint. Wouldn't be surprised if things go well and he's able to stay on the racetrack if they toy with stretching him out a bit here. And he beat or finished in front of 2 horses, Attaché and Trust Issues, who weren't stakes types, but they were quality allowance types of horses. So I do think he's well spotted coming back in here. The thing I like least about him, obviously, is the 6-5 price on him. I'm going to jump to the rail, though, with number 1, Tre Italiani, as he'll turn back in distance where, yes, he does look physically a bit more like a horse who wants ground. You know, he's bigger, he's got scope, he's got length, especially through that midsection, through his barrel and his flank. But he is the best turned out horse in here, and I loved what I was seeing from him on the racetrack. Don't mind the pickup here by Jose Ortiz either. And 2, you look at his pedigree. He's a flatter, which he typically produces some decent sprint horses out of a competitive edge mare. So there is pedigree to sprint, and Larry Ravelli brings him in here off of a 46 flat, best of 52 at the fairgrounds in preparations. And I like how not over the top sharp he got, Lafitte, feet on the racetrack in the warm-up, but just bouncing and oozing confidence. So I'm going to go to him on the rail.
Maggie going with that angle again. Route to sprint in yesterday's nightcap, trying it with Tre Italiani. With Jose Ortiz in this fourth race, Oaklawn Park. Good crowd on hand. Again, around 35,000 expected for this Rebel Stakes Sunday. That's race number 11, this fourth race. And circling back to the favorite, Senior Officer, along with the rock climbing. Senior Officer, it was a question of rust. Everything else is there with the pedigree. He's by into mischief. He's expensive. The connections. His latest appearance back at Churchill Downs in 24 October. Senior Officer here when he gets clear, a bold late run and comes up just short.
Yeah, he was giving his rider, Florent Giroux, this day, a little bit of trouble. He wanted to draw him out and kept wanting to try to kind of lug in behind horses. And then finally, when he was able to get him all the way out in the clear, that's when he finished. He got interested. But he does look like a horse, at least the horse we saw many months ago, over a year ago, that he has that habit of wanting to lean in or hang to the left.
Megan, your thoughts on the odds on favorite Senior Officer?
Well, quickly, guys, I was just catching up with Brad Cox's assistant, Jorge Abrigo, who had just kind of given me some insight into him as an individual, as he was scratched out of that Malibu back in December 2024, now reappears here for the first time. And I will say, they really found the perfect spot for him, and they also... I'd agree with Mag. I think this horse has some size to him. He's fit. He's one that Jorge was telling me doesn't honestly do too much. He has a pretty cool, collected mind. And as far as the gelding angle was concerned, sometimes they can geld them off that disposition. But he was gelded because he just carried so much weight, and it kind of freed him up in his movement and kind of tucked him up a bit. So I think he's has some obvious talent. The barn thinks very highly of him, and they really are excited because they really seemed to find the absolute perfect spot for him, Lafitte.
Senior Officer, Ortiz brothers bookending the field. A rod on Senior Officer, Jose Ortiz, Tre Italiani. Your thoughts on him quickly with John Velasquez, number 6?
I like this horse a lot, him. He's shown a lot of ability, kind of, I thought, lost his way. They tried to stretch him out. Now he's had a steady diet of sprints. He's trained extremely well here. And Ron Moquette's barn is starting to really come to life. A lot of seconds and thirds.
At the gate, post time, race 4 from Oaklawn on this Rebel Stakes Sunday, live on FS2.
Sir, coming up. Going in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Blue and his crew caught him in a good line. From the inside, Tre Italiani, hard ridden here to be fairly close to the pace. Zero Sugar has early lick. Faust in a line of horses. Prime Power, the maiden's going to take back and stalk the pace down the back stretch. Tre Italiani is the leader here from Zero Sugar, who's hounding him hard from the outside. Length and a half for 2 to Faust. His stablemate Prime Power in the 4th spot on the rail. Senior Officer 5th. 6 behind as they go into the 4-turn run. Title contender, the gray, right behind that one. Him shoved upon in the second last position. Drill Baby at the rear as they round the 4-turn. Tre Italiani, narrow lead here. Zero Sugar right there. Faust is making a move. 3 wide, approaching the top of the lane. Zero Sugar asked to go, sticks a nose in front. Tre Italiani's right there. Faust 3 wide in the swing off the turn. Senior Officer behind them swings to the outside for the stretch drive. Zero Sugar down the lane trying to put away Tre Italiani. Faust is hanging on the outside farther out. Senior Officer's trying to run on here at Zero Sugar with the lead. Zero Sugar, Senior Officer up into second with Faust. Zero Sugar on the cutback and distance is going to do it. Zero Sugar at 5-1. Senior Officer was second, Faust third, him 4th.
Disappointed in his latest, makes amends this afternoon, does Zero Sugar, holding off the late charging favorite Senior Officer. Zero Sugar 5-1 in the 4th at Oaklawn Park.
Well, the other time he sprinted, he was second to Cornucopia, and then they stretched him out to get him back to maybe what he always wanted to do, and that sprint. He was always in good position under Manny Esquivel, riding for his uncle, Cipriano Contreras. Really nice effort here, and this was a good field.
Second win for them this afternoon, having struck in the opener. Here, Zero Sugar strikes the front, and Senior Officer starts, he gets going late, A solid effort, denied in the end, but something to build off of moving forward.
Well, particularly off of that long layoff, shake some of that ring rust off. He looks like a horse, a little bit of a bicycle horse where you know, if you're not riding, he's not running. And this race just ran faster than that good hard-hitting allowance race we just saw with Tejano Twist and Booth. They ran a full, almost 2/5 of a second faster.
Wow. Zero Sugar. Digging deep, Manny Esquivel. Cipriano Contreras holds on in this fourth race, Oaklawn Park. Senior officer, the favorite, having to settle for second. On this occasion, with so much coming your way on this Rebel Stakes Sunday. Just getting started, in fact, on this Rebel Sunday at Oaklawn Park. Still to come, you know all about the leading Rebel contenders. What about the rest? Who has the upside to pull off the upset? You'll meet the field. About an hour before the boys prep for the Kentucky Derby, it's the girls' turn. 105 Kentucky Oaks points available in the Honeybee. Explores the favorite. What could be a big afternoon for her two-time Triple Crown winning trainer. Be a big afternoon for two-time Oaklawn champion jockey Christian Torres. He's riding contenders in both the Rebel and Honeybee. This is about his journey. Young, talented rider. Waiting for his shot, exercising a lot of patience until his time arrived. Those stories and much more on this Rebel Stakes Sunday at Oaklawn Park.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Take a look at Lincoln Square. You live not too far from there.
Yeah, that's my hood.
But I used to live there.
Yeah, no, that's 60.
That's our hood.
That's 67th Street. It's right below the movie theater, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. I miss that area.
I hope Mitch wasn't in my neighborhood. Awful thought that.
There are some interesting people in that neighborhood. Heading out for race 4 at Aqueduct. Going a mile, maiden claiming. Projectability, currently the favorite, stretching back out in distance. Here's the rest of the field, though. Uncle Barry on his toes.
Uncle Barry looking to hit the board for the second time in his 21st start.
There is the 2 Thorsness stretching back out after a sprint.
He had some trouble in his race last time. I don't think he ran that well, but he ran a little better than it looks.
5-2 now on Noguchi.
I wonder if Noguchi wants less distance, not more distance. I wonder if Linda would like to cut him back a little.
He is tough to figure out, that horse. There's Solo Flight stretching back out.
He just doesn't, he's got no races in New York fast enough.
Lingers coming off Lucky Dragon.
Yeah, I didn't think Lucky Dragon was impossible. He was a little against it after a bad start last time.
There's Daytona Moonshine, third last time.
Actually, this horse ran incredibly well last time with a crazy trip.
Projectability for Antonio Arriaga.
If I was a best bet guy, this would be my best bet of the day. He overcame the bias and some trip last time.
More on him in a moment. There's Sports Hero stretching back out.
Yeah, he had a pretty good trip overall last time. Spent a lot of time towards the inside.
And in on it to the outside.
He broke a little slowly, maybe a length and a half last time, but the rider did a good job of saving ground in that race. I don't think he ran anywhere nearly as well as Projectability.
There is Noguchi for Linda Rice, second last time out behind Come to Papa, would come back to win again. He's currently the favorite. We're just a few minutes away from race 4 after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. There's a look at projectability. Is this where you landed? Yes, you said this would be your best bet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a best bet type of guy. I think 3 to 1's a very fair price on this horse. You watch his last race. He was bumped really badly by the 3 at the start and badly taken up and taken out of the race. Ended up way at the back of the pack, and he made a long, sustained 3-wide run, angled out 5 wide in the turn, and this was the peak time of the rail being extremely beneficial. Seekers Hoka won that race, and he came back with a couple of decent performances. He was a little against the track. Alias, who won 2 starts later, here the other day, it just seems like he was exactly the kind of horse you should be looking to bet on out of that last bias period. And also, the horse who's favored over him, Gucci, Well, he rode a gold rail last time out, so he's actually a little bit dressed up because of the trip that he got in that race. So it's not clear he's as good as he looks, and this horse, and they're the same price at 5 and 2, and I think that's perfectly fair. This horse is actually better than he looks. So, this is the kind of bet that I look to make in racing. They are, lower level horses, and sometimes they're a bit unreliable, but based on his last race, I think he's the horse to beat.
Graduation day for one of these. Race 4 up next at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Solo Flight has early speed from in between horses. Also, Noguchi is right there too. Projectability from the outside. Sports Hero in the early mix. And now moving through at the rail. Thorsness is a nose in front. It's Thorsness and Sports Hero. They're going to be 1-2 as they get set to come out of the chute. Taking off the pace is Noguchi back in third. Projectability to the outside of that rival in fourth. Then Lucky Dragon climbing a little bit. A little keen, wants to go. And do more there in fifth. Very strung out field. In sixth, it's going to be Uncle Barry, Orange Silks. Then further behind them is Solo Flight towards the back end with In On It. And the late runner, Daytona Moonshine, is far, far back. 23.56 for that opening quarter mile. Thorsness has the lead. Sports Hero to the outside is a close-up second. At the rail, Noguchi with In Tandem Projectability. They're third and fourth. Lucky Dragon continues to chase there from fifth. From the back, In On It. And Kochan, Kochakaya, they're on the move. Green Silks at the rail start to progress forward. The leader is Thorsness. Thorsness is still a neck in front. Sports Heroes all in. Projectability is ranging up on the outside, 3 wide. 47.46 was that half-mile time. Dropping back was Noguchi. Lucky Dragon making hard work of it, and In On It trying to run on 2. 3 of them here at the top of the stretch, and Projectability out in the center of the racetrack starts to pass rivals, and Projectability's taking the lead. Projectability down towards the inside, Noguchi. Sports Hero switches to the outside. This long, sustained rally from In On It at the rail is trying to move up. Projectability, Noguchi is battling back here inside the final 16th. In On It there too. Projectability needs a line. Here's Thorsness to the inside. Thorsness! Thorsness gets up and wins it over Projectability. Then came In On It to 1:41.10 seconds.
That was a long stretch there. Thorsness actually came back inside. He had some of the foundation in those longer races. Tough beat for Projectability, who looked like he had it won at one point.
Well, I made a big bet on him, and it's, you sort of feel kind of nauseous because obviously he was, home free, but he had no excuse. He couldn't have gotten a better trip. At the end of the day, I guess the misjudgment, if there was one on my part, is that he's not a mile horse. His race last time was 6 furlongs, and that's probably one of the reasons he ran so much better than he did in his prior races. And while Thorsness is not very good, he got a better trip, and he just lasted the mile better than Projectability. He just didn't finish. I mean, you can't not, you bet on horses, you make big bets on horses, and they get trips like Projectability. You have nobody to blame except yourself for making a bad pick when you lose, even if it's by a half a head like this one was. He never should have lost this race. It was nobody's fault. He just simply could not get the mile.
2-7-9-5, 5-1 winner Thorsness, who stretched back out in distance after a rough trip last time out. Manny Franco with the win for Todd Pletcher. Manny was a 3-win day yesterday, including the victory aboard Iron Honor in the Gotham. Still to come, though, the Rebel, as Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. will team up, looking to get another Kentucky Derby winner together this year. Could Blackout Time be just that?
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Rebel Stakes still to come. A little bit later on the card for the 3-year-old, 50 points on the line for the Kentucky Derby. And it is our America's Best Racing race of the week. Going a mile and a 16th, 2 turns. Grade 2 $1 million Rebel. Let's meet the field. Bravaro ran yesterday in the Fountain of Youth, finished 4th that day. There's Litmus Test, who will now start from the rail, though. Bob Baffert looking for his 9th Rebel win.
The likely favorite, the likely speed, and the likeliest winner.
Comes off of a win in the Los Alamitos Futurity last time out for Bob Baffert. See if he can take them every step of the way in the Rebel. There's Class President stretching out in distance for Todd Pletcher.
Should also be forwardly placed, probably get a nice trip behind Litmus Test. Don't dream you're going to get the 10-1 morning line. You're not. He's a player, and I'll tell you, he was flattered by Solitude Dude's good third-place finish in yesterday's very strong Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, he ran very well, though they did say they'll likely turn him back to 1 turn. There's Blackout Time. Was a regulatory vet scratch before the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Has been training solidly for the return and his 3-year-old debut.
There's no questioning that he's a very talented horse. Things that concerns me with him, Acacia, is along with that scratch in the Breeders' Cup, he didn't get back on the work tab until January 23rd, and he's running against horses like Litmus Test that Baffert will have ready, so I wonder if he's going to be up to the task today.
Fitness may be a question. There's another for the McPeak barn. Won his last 2, Honeys to Blame.
Has improved in the last couple of starts, but he's going to have to take another giant leap forward here to be competitive.
Definitely much deeper waters as far as the company's concerned. Their strategic risk took a lot of money in the Southwest last time out. Can he turn things around?
I don't particularly like him, but of the 2 Cassie horses, I'm with Jonathan. I would take this one. He's not as good as his Murray Jones makes him look sitting on a slow pace, nor is he as bad as his Southwest looks. So I think there's a case to be made for him getting at least a piece.
Speaking of his stablemate, there is Silent Tactic. He pulled the upset to win the Southwest last time out.
Talk about missed the wedding. If you're going for him today at a fraction of the price last time, I don't agree that it was a hot pace last time because the pace basically held together. I actually think he ran very well when you consider the overall dynamics. I just don't think he's as good as the new players today.
There's Rancho Santa Fe, who started his career strongly. Got a good trip last time, just not quite enough late.
I think that you nailed it. I mean, he hasn't run badly. I just think he's a cut below these horses. I don't blame Brad and the connections for taking the shot. I just don't think he's good enough.
Steve Asmussen has the outside 2. Here's a long shot. Time for Music, trying to show that he can fit with these.
Well, that's a good name for the Triple Crown Trail because a lot of times it's time to face the music for these horses of whether or not you belong on the trail. He's 30-1 morning line for a reason.
And Steve Asmussen's other runner, a much shorter price, Soldier and Diplomat, finished 2nd in the Southwest last time.
I kind of like this horse. I'm still not sure how good he really is. I don't believe he's a router. I think he's good enough to run okay in weaker races going long. And I think, you talked about Solitary Dude's connections very wisely, wanting to cut back. I believe he's a horse that will be effective. If after this race, I honestly think the best thing that could happen in here is a 6th place finish and cut him back and point towards words, the shorter races, the Woody Stevens, the Alan Jerkins, I don't know that he's ultimately good enough. But if he's going to be effective at the highest level, I think it's going to be in those races, and I think you agree.
I am totally with you on that. He's a horse that's kind of been knocking at the door. Well, we'll see what happens in the Southwest, or excuse me, in the Rebel later on today. There is the winner, though, Thorsness of race 4 at Aqueduct. Went to the front end and was able to come back, had that foundation late to be able to get the win.
And I'm not saying this in a criticism of any other riders, but I'll tell you one thing, a strong rider like Manny Franco, who never gives up, and he just kept persevering, and I'm sure, like all of us, top of the stretch, he said, well, I'm beat, because the 7 was cruising by, but Manny does not give up, a very strong rider, and he stayed in, and when projectability couldn't finish the distance, he stayed.
279 in the 4th at Aqueduct. It's stakes time, though, over at Oaklawn. The Pig Trail overnight stakes coming up. Lafitte, have you been able to travel the Pig Trail yet?
Not just yet. On the list of things to do, the road that leads to the University of Arkansas. It winds like a pig's tail, hence the name, the Pig Trail overnight stakes. You're looking at Otello.
This horse ran huge last time out and was just incredibly rank and unsettled. But boy, once he got on the front end that day last out, he was incredibly impressive. Let's see if he can back it up again.
Archie the Geese and Christian Torres.
Seems a cut below. I don't really find many of his last races to make me want to bet him here.
Quality chic, all Asmussen's all the time.
It's just, does he want to go this route of ground? We shall see. 1.5 miles, a bit of an equalizer for some of these horses.
Megan has a big crush on Catching Freedom.
I do. He's a very quirky sort. Hasn't won since the Louisiana Derby in 2024, but he's been doing well.
Systemic Change, runaway winner here 2 weeks ago.
Familiar with him from Saratoga. He's a leggy individual. He could get this distance, and it is a big step up in class, though, of what he's been facing.
Judd Muntz, Batten Down, 24, Ohio Derby winner.
Royally bred. Last time out, he was caught on the front end of a very fast pace going shorter. I think this horse wants the ground, and he's going to get it today.
1.5 miles, Pig Trail overnight stakes, $135,000 purse. We check it with Maggie.
Yeah, and we'll start things off here with Catching Freedom, guys. As Meg was saying, he can be a bit of a quirky horse, as in the article on DRF, Brad Cox quoted as saying that he is a bit funny and a bit tricky to ride, but feels as though that Flavian Pratt, who climbs back aboard him, probably suits him best and gets along with him best. And I was talking to Brad's assistant, Georgie, and he said, look, he's very consistent in the morning. He does everything right then, but in the afternoon, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. But as far as prelims are concerned, he looks sensational. I mean, he is warming up so well. He's framed up beautifully, accepting the bit, and just bouncing and light on his toes. There's a, an airiness, a cadence about his movement that I really like to see, and I think it'll translate well to this 1.5 mile distance. He does have speed. We'll see how fast he ultimately is, because there are horses in here that might be a little bit faster than him, and sometimes he can be a little bit funny about getting away from the gate. Moving on to his outside Systemic Changes, Lafitte pointed out he did just run 2 weeks ago, and I'm wondering if that might have an ill effect just based upon what I'm seeing here. When horses are coming back off relatively short layoffs, you want to check weight, energy, and he is not giving me the most positive feedback looking at him physically and in his disposition that he has bounced out of that race, well. Just looks a touch light across his top line, and it was fairly quiet in the paddock as well as out on the racetrack. He did get a very hot pace to close into. So is he ultimately going to prove to be a 1.5 mile sort? And I thought it was interesting. I looked at the trainer's stats on Formulator, because you think Mike Maker, you think of a lot of distance, but more so on the turf. Brad Cox, obviously very capable of getting a horse to run longer distances, but the trainer that had the best stats when you plug in dirt 1.25 miles plus is none other than the legendary Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He, for last 5 years, 10 furlongs plus on the dirt, 9 for 34 with a $2 ROI. And Batten Down was way too fresh last time out. He was on the rail. Now he is going to have to clear from the outside. I'm worried that he might be too fresh second time around too, because he's gotten pretty hot out there, though it looks as though a fellow Hall of Famer, John Velasquez, has gotten to settle and maybe expended some of that nervous energy that we were seeing when he first hit the racetrack. He does look incredibly fit here. We'll see if he can ration out some of that speed, make it this 1.25 miles, because he's definitely fine-tuned for his second race back of this year, Lafitte.
The Stars, Maggie, out at Oaklawn Park this afternoon. Johnny Velasquez, Batten Down. Mom, a rock star. Close hatches. What a race mare, Megan. What a broodmare.
What a broodmare indeed. A lot of times we see these incredible race mares not necessarily be the most zealous producers. That's certainly not the case with Scylla. These are not half siblings. These are full siblings by Tappet, out of close hatches. Why not break it? Why, don't break it if it's not, or excuse me, don't fix what's not broken. The phrase, but Scylla, of course, winning that Breeders' Cup Distaff, Tastus, a multiple graded stakes winner. Is we got to take a little tour of close hatches this morning. What a mare, and she certainly loved Oaklawn Park.
Some of her brightest moments and biggest victories right here at Oaklawn. I'd like to see more of that at different venues, different racetracks around the country, where names of superstars that have performed here in the past is seeing, instead of Barn 14, Barn 22, is seeing the names of horses, the barns that are named after horses.
The heritage runs deep, and I will say this, Bill Mott doesn't really ship in a whole lot to here at Oaklawn. He usually does so in stakes. The past 5 years, he has 1 for 19 at Oaklawn Park. He's just 5%. And I will agree with Maggie. He was so just kind of fresh and keen last time out as he breaks from the outside, and he does have that speed, but I just wonder, I have my same questions with him as she does. I think that he's just drawn better, but I'm just so interested in Catching Freedom. This horse, to me, feels like more of a now horse, especially at this new distance.
Catching Freedom, and this was his latest, early February, right here in a 1.16 mile affair. Catching Freedom does it differently than he used to do his best running from off the pace. Here he is, right up there in the fray, on the lead, battling throughout until run down late.
Really got to know him as an individual, just through the Derby, of course, through covering different races, and he was never a morning glory. He was always a grinder, and I really appreciated him showing a little bit more speed as we see here, but he has just really come into himself in the morning, and I think he hasn't been a morning glory because I think he wants to go this route of ground. They're trying something different per Brad Cox, and I think this is so perfect for him as an individual, striding out. He feels like one that doesn't really get going until much later in his races.
And while defeated, you saw the class, you saw the fight. It looked like he was going to finish off the board, 5th, up the battled, dug deep, and was able to finish 3rd.
Right, and I find that he doesn't have to be on the lead. Clearly, he's been able to come from off of things, and of course that Louisiana Derby win, but I find Batten Down to likely be the primary speed. Otello's going to be sent, I'm certain, more than likely, as they use those tactics in his last times he's run well from the inside. So I think Catching Freedom will be covered up behind horses. We'll see if he can manage that trip. And no better than Flavien Prat, as Maggie mentioned, who gets along so well with this horse. And I really have a feeling about him and seeing him in the morning, and was excited to see this longer form race come up for him.
Pratt already one win today, date with litmus test in the Rebel Stakes, and challenging for the handicappers in that none of these horses have tried this 12 furlongs, this 1.5 mile distance.
And Catching Freedom win is 1.25 miles in the Derby, but you're right, it's such an equalizer for horses. It kind of is one that it can really expose stamina questions, and you really have to me, just kind of figure out the identity of a horse. It's a huge question mark because you really don't know if they're going to stay that route of ground, and it's a very unique distance, especially here at Oaklawn Park of all places.
What are you looking for early on?
I am looking for Otello potentially as we see that finish line He's a long shot, but he really surprised me last out with how he was able to settle into himself. He's been so keen, so rank. I know he's a long shot, and I know he's a horse that kind of just shows up when he feels like it a little bit, but I do think he could get this route of ground. We'll see. You know, going back to seeing him in New York, it kind of was tricky because I wasn't so sure, just his substance and his entire frame. I thought maybe even shorter would have been better for him, but he could be at a price. Interesting, but I also think he's going to be caught on the front end with a horse like Batten Down, especially at this distance. We'll see if he can outlast him.
Good race. Terrific day of racing this Rebel Stakes Sunday. And time now for the Pig Trail Overnight Stakes, $135,000 purse, mile and a half, Batten Down, 6-5 at post time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
And then to the outside, Batten Down. Working with Quality Chic to load in for owner-trainer Steve Asmussen. And then the favorite for Juddmonte Farms, Batten Down, supplemented into this race by trainer Bill Mott. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, with the call here. They are going a mile and a half. And remember, this race is going to end at the 16th pole. So we will not end this race at the traditional finish line. Looks like the assistant starters are working with Batten Down to try to encourage him to get closer to the gate. Right now, he's a little bit reluctant. Now they're moving in the right direction here with Batten Down up to the gate. The son of Tappet goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Pig Trail Overnight Stakes. Otello, as expected, gets the first call of the race. He was away swiftly and goes to the lead. Batten Down taking the second position. Not a fast pace here in the early stages. There goes Batten Down to move up alongside of Otello. Otello comes right back at him. Batten Down, narrow lead. Otello to the inside, sticking to him. Gap of 4 to Quality Chic, alone in third with Systemic Change. And Archie the Giza to the inside. Catching Freedom bides his time at the back of the pack as they make their way into the stretch for the first time. Decent tempo now in this second quarter mile here, and Batten Down is going to clear off here coming down the stretch for the first time. Otello's going to get outside into the two-path to sit right behind him. Batten Down in a good gallop here, leads the parade here with 1 lap to go, shows the way 3 parts of a length, now a half length. Otello wants to get after him. He's on a hold running in second. Gap of 2. Archie the Giza, he's in third with Quality Chic, and Systemic Change to the outside, catching Freedom. Only 4 behind as they pack up, approaching the first turn run here. It is Batten Down, slowing the tempo down on the lead. A length and a half in front. Otello running in second. Archie the Giza third. Systemic Change outside of him. Quality Chic back in fifth. He's 6 lengths off the lead. A length to Catching Freedom as they string out a little bit more now. Batten Down's trying to steal it. He's increased the lead to 2. Otello tracking and clearly behind now. Second, Systemic Change on the outside of him. Archie the Giza alone in fourth. Catching Freedom. He's past Quality Chic. Catching Freedom into the 5th position now as they're midway down the backstretch. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Batten Down still clear, really with no excuses. Rafael Bejarano encouraging Otello to keep pace, but Batten Down extends stride, and there he goes. He's opened up 2.5 within a blink of an eye. Now it's 3. Batten Down going into the 4-turn run. He's saying, come and catch me if you want to win it. It's a 4-length lead now for Batten Down as he goes into the 4th turn. Otello, he's all in second. Catching Freedom has to go now. He's about to claim second from Otello, but he's got 5 lengths to make up on Batten Down, who approaches the top of the stretch clear. Catching Freedom, trying to get to him. He's now 2.5 behind. He's under the stick. Johnny V says, let's go. Let's see if we can finish this here. Batten Down off the turn with a 3-length lead. Catching Freedom in second chasing, but Batten Down's got too much class. Responds when he switches leads. Got a tap on the shoulder to stay busy, and he kicks away again. Batten Down in the Juddmonte Farm colors coming to the line. An open length winner of the first running of the Pig Trail Overnight Stakes. Catching Freedom has to settle for second. Otello third, and Archie the Giza was 4th.
He was aggressive early on. He was fighting Johnny Velasquez. Finally settled, did Batten Down and Johnny V. And in the end, a daylight score in the Pig Trail Overnight Stakes.
Hall of Fame hands. They make that magic happen, and that's really, you can see him still kind of fighting with Johnny. I kind of thought maybe he would get some of those figure 8s in, maybe even more of an aggressive warm-up, and very Johnny V fashion, and as you mentioned, Lafitte in the beginning stages, he was still keen, still didn't look all that comfortable. Right there with Otello, who also didn't, look all that comfortable. So the front end, I thought maybe could have been a little bit volatile, but man, Batten Down was able to settle. This was the distance he was craving to be able to have the time to do so.
Which you're wondering if he's going to be able to handle when he's wasting energy early on. Horse fighting rider, rider fighting horse. Usually the result is not of the positive variety, but he was able to settle through the middle stages of the race. It looked like we had a race for a few strides, catching freedom until we didn't.
Catching Freedom kind of roared his quirky head yet again. He was kind of throwing his head, tossing his head. You could see him there for a few strides, focus up, and it looked like he was gaining momentum. But then, unfortunately, he kind of got back to that gear of being a little bit distracted down the lane and was just never beating Batten Down, who is your victor. And I really am excited to see this horse. Maybe he'll continue on in these extended route races in a division that's pretty empty at this point.
Beautifully, beautifully bred. Juddmonte homebred, Batten Down in the Pig Trail Overnight Stakes. Results forthcoming occasion. All set for the late pick 4 at Aqueduct.
Looking forward to it, Lafitte. It was good to see Batten Down get back to the winner's circle. And Andy next just had his first work back on the tab. It will be interesting to see if he can make it back and maybe go head-to-head with Batten Down this year.
I agree. Batten Down may have a new career in those distance races, but it'd be fun to see next back. He's such a big fan favorite.
He definitely is. We'll meet the field for the 5th at the Big A, though. There's Houdini's Bride off the layoff.
Yeah, I didn't have this horse completely dismissed. You know me, I love a turn back and I love Michelle Nevin, but probably not good enough.
There's Pensima cutting back in distance as well.
This one looks every bit of the 67 the one.
Couldn't even make a case for that turn back. There's My Divine One knocking on the for Bill
Can
Mott.
Bill Mott win back-to-back races at Oaklawn in New York? Ooh, this one's really. Looks like Batten Down out there.
Yeah, she is feeling fresh. Sassy Sats there for Ray Handel.
Now our co-worker Ray Handel. This one's supposed to go to the lead, right? Couldn't this horse wire the field?
Definitely looks like should be the speed. Golden Miracle, big price.
Yeah, for a reason.
There is the number 6, My Daughter's Gift, blinkers on, another big price.
The only question is, why is this horse under 30 to 1?
Does have a little bit of speed, at least. First-time starter, Celestia from Paul Barrow.
Paul Barrow has won with a firster up here before, but this one doesn't have a lot of pedigree, but probably doesn't need a lot in this spot.
Fillied by Mr. Monomoy debuting in this spot. There's Treehouse for Mel Giddings.
This is my idiotic selection pick of the day. Why not in this race? We'll talk about it a little more after the parade.
Number 9, big price on Looking at Annie.
Well, only can go up from the -0 debut buyer.
Did no running first time out. And Will of a Woman to the outside. First off the claim for Linda Rice.
Always notice when Jimmy Riccio steps in to claim won this one with Linda. Probably a mile was too far for this one last time out, but did lose at 4 to 5 and has had some chances at short prices.
We'll take a look at her last race where she finished 3rd going a mile. That was behind Autumn's Turn, who would come back to win her next start and then finished 4th in the subsequent race after that. So she's had 2 starts since that January 4th effort. This one given a little bit of time and gets less distance today.
Yeah, I think the less distance is key. I think at the end of the day, this horse just didn't want to get the mile. Sort of sounds like the last race. She's the worst to beat. I don't need to bet this horse at even money, but you want to tell me who's the likeliest winner? It's absolutely her. I think that her good races are just better than the good races of the 3 and 4, who, as you can see from the betting, are the only other horses taking money. I'll give my little quick spiel on the 8 Treehouse. Sources in New York bred, debuted here in 24, did very little running. Switches to Mel Giddings. Mel Giddings, and I sometimes I say things and they get taken the wrong way. She knows how to put a horse over, and that's a compliment. A lot of people try to put him over. Put him over. When I say put him over, get a horse that doesn't look very good and set him up, sort of get him ready to win a race. Now, you're around the track. People try to win races. They think they've got the horse, and they're often wrong. It's not easy to have one you think is ready to win and get the money. She has gotten the money with a limited number of starters. Now, more of them, and I'm talking about the 8 Treehouse, were in Saratoga. So they shipped this horse down to Florida. And as you were saying to me, maybe they want to get in the grass, why they tried synthetic. But this is a New York bred. But even as a New York bred, this was running a $12,500 maiden claiming on the synthetic down at Gulfstream. Why not just send this horse over to Tampa? Why even go through the expense of shipping this horse back to New York? Because based on the races that she's run, she just doesn't seem like she can run at all. Yeah. So I saw this horse and thought, what is she even doing here? I know Mel, you know, I trust in her as a trainer. I know she's had some good winners. I look at the workouts. I don't believe in times of work and these different things. But on the other hand, we're talking about bottom-level maiden claimers here, New York breds. And the work seemed pretty good, especially for a horse that has PPs like this horse. So I thought, you know what? I don't need to pick the 10 as a heavy favorite. I'm going to take a slight shot with this goofy horse at a giant price. I bet a lot of horses that lose. I can lose at 25 to 1 on this one.
And you know what's interesting, too? She went up to New York right after that January Gulfstream race, because the next workout is January 17th at Belmont.
Right.
So it was clearly kind of either, if not planned before that Gulfstream race, like an immediate decision to come back up. I thought you made some really interesting points when you pointed this horse out to me.
It just seems like, what is she doing here? So, you know, at a huge price, I'll lose a few dollars on her, or maybe win.
4 to 5 to the outside. Will of a Woman first off the claim for Linda Rice. The 4, Sassy Sats, seeking some attention, I think in large part because her speed is dangerous.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree that, you know, that she's certainly possible in here as the speed. I will not argue with that.
Race 5 from the Big A coming up. We'll send it up. Chris Griffin with the call. Maiden claiming up next.
Well, you've been on the duty for like 6 months now. Rudy left me alone for like 6 months.
Golden Miracle. Will of a Woman to the outside. Will of a Woman. All set. And they're off. Good beginning, and now Celestia is asked for speed. Celestia towards the outside. Sassy Sats is going to join that leader. They're a clear 1-2, and joining them will be Treehouse from the outside in third. Just behind them, Lime Green Cat, that's Golden Miracle at the rail, tightly Pensima, nowhere to go in fifth, is going to have to steady and back off of that early heat. My Divine One starts to move forward. Same can be said there for Will of a Woman out in the center of the racetrack, 23.54 for that opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field, My Daughter's Gift is going to be very wide. Houdini's Bride is second to last, and the trailer Looking at Annie. The leader is Celestia. The debut speed has a neck advantage. Here comes Sassy Sats from second, is now ranging up, and Will of a Woman 3 wide. These three approach a quarter mile left to go. Sassy Sats and Christopher Elliott trying to shake loose. They've taken the lead. Will of a Woman, no excuses, down the center of the racetrack here to run this leader down, and Will of a Woman is now thrust to the front. Approaching a final furlong, Will of a Woman is now opening up this margin. Now 2-3 widening lengths with the 16th left to go. Kendrick Carmouche. Will of a Woman will win this one easily. Sassy Sats there for second, then came My Divine One late. Up for third, and Celestia, 1 minute 13.55 seconds.
Will of a Woman gets the job done as the favorite. She was just best in here on the cutback and distance.
Yep, question of distance in the right field, but she was obviously better going to 6 than she was going the mile, and no surprise she won. Whereas Treehouse was up closer early, but ended up finishing mid-pack.
Just give you a little cheap thrill.
I don't mind betting horses like this at all. So you don't bet horses at big prices because the PPs look good.
Sassy Sats did not get the lead. That actually went to the first-time starter, Celestia, who showed that early speed, and I think held on for third or fourth, tight down on the inside. No, she ended up fourth. But Sassy Sats checking in second. But yeah, first-time starter, at least she did show some speed.
Yeah, she actually ran fine. I mean, listen, the winner won easily, and the rest of them were battling out for a minor share. No surprise, and glad to see my friend Jimmy Riccio get the win.
10-4, 3-7, 4 to 5 shot gets the winner. Gets the win over in the 5th at Aqueduct. Back over to Oaklawn Park in the first stake of the card. The Pig Trail, Batten Down, uses that speed, stretching out effectively. Gets back to the winner's circle. Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the saddle, sitting by with Maggie.
We are not worthy. You are the master. When I saw you get clear with Batten Down, Johnny, in this Pig Trail, I knew it was over. Talk about getting this horse to settle and come back to you.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to get him settled. You know, I kept him off the rail, away from the other horse, which he had a little bit of speed. And Matt told me, it's like, if he wants to go to the lead, go ahead and let him. If somebody wants to go, try to settle him behind him. At that point, when we got to the quarter pole for the first time, I decided to go ahead and take the horse out of there. And once he got there, by the time we got to the wire, he kind of came back to me By the time he got to the first turn, he was nice and relaxed, and I said, okay, I think we're in a good shape. And from then on, it was just a gallop and basically all the way around.
And with that pedigree, being out of closed hatches, by Tappet, he was almost, in a way, bred to do this.
I think so, and Billy had it ready to come on half for one run. So, that was the only thing that I had back in my head. So, like, I don't want to do him too much the first part of the race and then not have anything to finish with. But he was more than willing to do it, and very easily.
How about Class President coming up later in the Rebel for Todd Pletcher? Only his third start today. I thought ran very well in the swale, though.
He did, and he took everything really well when he was inside, right behind the horse, the actual eventually winner. He did everything really well. I'm going to turn today, and I see I'm going to come out running, going to the first turn, and if he's in the first three, come to where he's get a good rhythm, we'll go from there.
Perfect. Looking forward to it, but congrats here.
Thank you.
All right. The two Hall of Famers teaming up to take down the Pig Trail with Batten Down.
Nice effort from Batten Down. Excited to see what the future might hold for him in these long-distance races. 480, and he was well clear of catching freedom.
Yeah, I mean, a nice thing to have, and listen, he's a talented horse coming into the race. It's not like this came out of nowhere, but his speed. And, you think of these routers and people, it's like that foolish, this is the Belmont horse. And as we get back to Belmont next year in a mile and a half, we can get back to people having their Belmont horse. And they're always some slow plotter. And you wonder if the people that say that have ever watched a Belmont Stakes in their life, because the Belmont Stakes is a race that's been dominated by forwardly placed horses throughout its running. And I think speed is particularly dangerous the farther they go.
Yeah, it is always a good weapon to have, particularly in dirt racing. I'm saying goodbye, at least for now. I'm heading downstairs right away to the paddock.
And I'll see you in about a month.
Yes.
You'll be back in early April. You'll be on next week
I'll be next
from
week
Tampa.
at Tampa Bay Derby.
Cool.
Looking forward
Great
to
to
it.
see you.
The Kentucky Derby trail continues. We'll recap what took place yesterday here in New York when we come back. Iron Honor remains undefeated in the Gotham. Picked up a 90 Buyer speed figure. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk after this.
Good to be with you on our Fox Sports coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from South Ozone Park at Aqueduct and Rebel Day in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling. Good to see you. We had our own Triple Crown prep yesterday here.
We did. A lot of talk, obviously, about Florida, and of course, the Rebel today. But I think we saw a very nice performance by both the first two finishers in there. And Iron Honor, just his second start. And I think sometimes people lose sight of how lightly raced these horses. And obviously, there's room to improve.
And here it is. 6 furlong debut. This was his 3-year-old return, stretching out to a 1-turn mile. And he looked very good. In terms of times we saw on the track yesterday, this held up pretty well, didn't it?
It did. It was faster than the Stymie. It got a 90 buyer. It was a little bit slower in the race before that, but those are very good, older, hard-hitting allowance horses. You know, I was talking to Chad Brown after the race, and I think he made a very valid point. He was dueling between horses throughout the running until the stretch. And that's some of the toughest trip for forwardly placed horses when you're taking pressure from the inside and the outside. And a lot of times horses will get uncomfortable in there and kind of give up and try to want to get out of that spot. He didn't. He persevered, and a strong rider like Manny Franco fits him well. Listen, it's a little bit slower than the top horses heading towards the Derby. Not so much slower that with improvement he can't get there. He's not a 10-to-1 shot for the Derby right now. I don't know who is a 10-to-1 shot for the Derby, but I think it's an encouraging effort and expect to see him back in the Wood Memorial. Chad said to me that's where he plans to go with him.
He'll stay here. Okay.
Yeah, he will stay here. And Chad thinks, you know, he's a horse that will get better with distance. And Manny, you know, echoed the sentiments. He felt there was more to give. He's got to get a little faster, but he's certainly a very promising lightly raced horse.
We know Chad Brown, usually a fan of that Triple Crown Series, the Bluegrass in Keeneland as well in Lexington. Is that Paladin's path?
Paladin is going to the Bluegrass.
Okay.
Canaletto, the horse who broke his maiden in the half to Sandman, who's a completely different horse to Sandman, he's pointing towards next week's Tampa Bay Derby. Same connections as Paladin. And Emerging Market, who probably isn't going to go to the Derby unless he does something explosive, he's heading towards the Louisiana Derby. And, you know, I think this is the first time I can remember Chad having this many top 3-year-old colts at this point pointing towards the biggest final preps. We'll see how it plays out, because right now I think what we saw in Florida yesterday in the Fountain of Youth, and that could change with the Rebel, I think the toughest race and best race we've seen so far was at Gulfstream yesterday.
With the main ones, though, still to come, let's take a look at that, though. Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream. Yesterday afternoon, what do you like so much about this performance?
I like fast figures, and this race got a 101 buyer, and it's, you know, it's tricky to make figures. It was the only 2-turn race of the day, but the mile time was a second slower than that monster right now, Nightbridge, which certainly bodes well for these horses. Commandment's first start since in a little while. I think he won the Mucho Macho Man. He was very professional. He got a very good trip. It was a race that was pretty much dominated by forward horses, but the best horses were sort of forward in this race. I mean, for a second-time starter, the runner-up in this race, he was terrific for Bill Mott, who has a huge chance to win back-to-back derbies and only his second start, another lightly raced horse, but you have to love the performance he put in. I don't think we saw a loser among the first two. Commandment got the most points, but I'd have to say if the second-place finisher, Chief Wallaby, who's got 25, he's going to have to get more points in his next start, but his next start will show whether he belongs in the Derby anyway. These are good horses, and I liked what Acacia said that was Solitude Dude. They're going to cut back, and I think he could be a huge player in a race like the Woody Stevens on Belmonte.
Quite a few names on that list you see right there as well. We're going to see later today in the Rebel, and we'll see if we get a serious contender out of that race. You know, you would expect to see whoever does come out of there and perform big go on to the Arkansas Derby. But Bob Baffert, litmus test, 3-year-old debut coming up, and he really moved forward out of the Breeders' Cup.
There's absolutely no reason that litmus test can't be another potential Baffert Derby winner. And I'm sure that would be incredibly satisfying for Bob. You know, obviously winning the Derby is always a big deal, but especially considering what's transpired over the last 5 years to get back there. And I'm a big fan of litmus test, and I believe he's going to wire the field in the Rebel later today.
Will of a Woman, Linda Rice off the claim, Kendrick Carmouche, Jimmy Riccio, and the maiden score career start number 8 for this 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, found the right field, and I think the mile was just a little too far for this horse last time out, and found the 6 furlongs and the field absolutely perfect.
Wins it a short price from that outside post. Is this
incredible start to 2026. She's always tremendous, but Linda Rice, this is, even for her, this is news, what she's doing.
You know, Linda loaded up for this winter, and I think in no way do I criticize Linda. In fact, I thank Linda for being as supportive of the New York racing program as she is. But she loaded up to dominate this winter. The reality is, I'm not telling people something they don't know. When you're struggling to run 8 race cards and you're filling your cards with 6 and 7 horse fields, we don't have enough of a population to support as many racing days as we have, except Linda can support them, and she is dominating, and she set herself up in a way that others are not set up. That's why she's dominating, nothing more than that.
Now, this 6th race, you saw the odds there quickly. 1 turn mile, 50,000 starter allowance, and Linda Rice with a chance to have Oil Capital. That man, a chance to win a 9th. Rebel Bob Baffert litmus test, his 3-year-old return off a big effort last out on the West Coast.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Lovely shot of beautiful Oaklawn Park on a beautiful day. Feels more like springtime than it does wintertime. I'm Richard Migliori, joined by Megan Burgess, and we got race 6 on the racetrack, Megan. And we'll start out with the number 1, Carbone, making his first start off the claim from Steve Asmussen.
Finally put it together last time out. He'll be speedy from the inside, but he's very unreliable, typically doing so with pressure that he will certainly face here.
It feels like he will have a little bit of company. The 2, Vale, a big price.
Again, another speedster, significant class test, entangled, as I mentioned, with other forwardly placed horses.
And there is El Prestigio, a lukewarm favorite at the moment.
It's interesting. His last race perplexed me. 2 back, he could very well win this.
Horse in really good form right now, but facing a bit tougher is Wild Atlantic Storm.
He's been banging up against those Iowa breds. We'll see if that form translates to open foes.
1 of 2 for David Jacobson in here. The 5, Thought That Counts.
Definitely find him more of a closing sprinter, getting back to going short.
6, Ninja Warrior, coming off a nice win.
He did, and it's kind of one of those efforts that popped up for me. We'll see if he can repeat that.
And the horse right outside him, the 7, Henro, narrowly defeated by him.
He did, and also closer. He does get the right kind of setup.
The other David Jacobson, the 8, Barksdale with speed.
Yet another that's going to be right there on the front end. Is he good enough off the bench?
And the 9 is Devil's Tower.
He's taking a pretty considerable step up in class, but his 2-back effort wasn't bad.
Is 8 for 17 at Oaklawn as well, so he does have a winning habit here. And the 10, Run Classic. This is who I like.
The X Factor horse coming off of a pretty long layoff for the Ray Ashford Jr. barn celebrated 1,000 career victories this week.
Well, this is a classy group, and I know someone's got some eyes on him. Maggie?
Thanks, Mig. And while your tepid favorite, I should say, El Prestigio, does look good in the flesh, we'll take a look at a horse who is going from the Asmussen barn to our friend Tom Amis. And first off the claim is the inside runner Carbone in here, who just honestly looked like a beast in the paddock. And he is coming off the back of a win, earning that fourth win of his career. And I thought he was pretty, determined and resolute in that performance because he was on the inside of a 4-horse Pastel. He put them all to bed. Jose Ortiz will climb aboard. Now, I have thought he looked sensational prior to other starts, so it's fairly consistent that he looks like this. We'll see how he does in a new barn. A horse that I really like here that's a big price is number 4, Wild Atlantic Storm. Now, I know he has been running against Iowa breds, but there's an Iowa bred named Glenn Gary who was 1-9 in that last race, was on the front end, and Wild Atlantic Storm was able to run up and get him. And I'm sorry, you cannot scoff at a horse who is 10 for 20 lifetime. This horse shows up nearly every single time he's led over to the racetrack. And I know he is coming off a little bit of a layoff. Maybe he'll need a tightener. He is a bit of a round, robust, kind of heavier horse, but I thought he looked great. He was on his toes. He was aggressive in the paddock. He looked very strong in his hindquarters. So at a decent price, this horse has the numbers that fits here. And I just respect a horse that is as determined to win as he is. And then the X Factor you guys were talking about, number 10, Run Classic. Boy, you couldn't find a better looking horse. This horse just is so appealing to the eye. But he has some trouble staying on the racetrack. He is an 8-year-old that's only making his 21st start of his career. But on the other hand, he looks ready. He is fit. He is high energy, as he typically is. So we'll see what he does getting back to the racetrack. No doubt about it, guys. When he shows up to the track, he generally runs very well.
Yeah, Maggie, I agree with you. That's where I landed, Megan. I'm going to try the 10 Run Classic off the layoff. You like the 5, thought that counts.
I do. He is taking favoritism, which is a bit shocking to me, but I just think he is a closing sprinter all day. He gets pace, and I just really am enjoying seeing him cut back in distance. We'll say the David Jacobson barn looking to hopefully get a little bit warmer as he's pretty slow this meet.
Okay, well, 1 out, and we'll send it up to Matt Dinneman. We're on the 5 and 10, the old Woolworth Exacta 5 and dime. Here's Matt Dinneman with the call, race 6.
Here's Run Classic. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Thought that counts, had to steady right as they came out of the gate. Carbone from the inside, offensive-minded. He strides in front. Vale second. Wild Atlantic Storm in the 3rd position. Devil's Tower to the outside 4th. Ninja Warrior between horses now. El Prestigio, he's 3 off the lead, attempting to get closer on the fence. Gap of 4 lengths back to Barksdale. Then comes Run Classic. Henro is second to last. Thought that counts, well behind. As they go into the far turn, Carbone went off as the favorite. He's clear on the lead going into the turn. The margin's about 2 as he enters that turn. Ninja Warrior comes out of the crowd to take second with Vale as they round the far turn run. Then comes El Prestigio. He's down on the inside. Devil's Tower trying to mount a rally. 4 wide as they hit the quarter pole. Then comes Barksdale. Wild Atlantic Storm is given way. Run Classic has not been asked for his best yet. Now he's going to get outside and try to floor it. They're off the turn. Carbone still clear. El Prestigio tipping outside to try to run him down here. Carbone with a furlong to go keeps going and opens up 3.5 now approaching the 16th pole. El Prestigio can't keep up. A big effort here from Carbone under Jose Ortiz. First off the claim for Tom Amis. El Prestigio's second, Run Classic third. Henro down the center of the track completes the superfecta.
And there was no doubt about it. Carbone, he burst out of the stalls from post 1 and took them gate to wire, and a very fast final time of 108.79.
This horse has never really been able to put 2 really, really good races together, as of late, I should say. And this was incredibly impressive. I thought the speed horses were so vulnerable, particularly him from the inside, but Jose was aggressive. He got a comfortable lead and just pulled away home. He looked fantastic first off the claim for Tom Amoss.
Yeah, when Carbone had about 2.5 length lead at one point and was as comfortable as he was, you knew he was going to be tough. This is one of those ratings handicaps, so Tom was able to put him right back in after claiming him for 50 in this race where he could not be claimed, and he delivers a powerhouse performance. El Prestigio, second best, and a decent effort off the bench from the 10 Run Classic. But Carbone, on his day when he's good, he's very good. I guess this was his good day.
It was his good day, and it's kind of quirky because, you know, Steve Asmussen, who this horse was formerly with for a really long time, put him in a lot of different spots to succeed, and he just never really put it together. So this horse looked fantastic, as he always does, and got the right kind of trip with Jose Ortiz, who managed him beautifully.
Oh, really nice job by our friend and colleague Tom Amoss as we head back to the Big A, race 6 next.
Man who led just about every step of the way for him in the Kentucky Oaks on Serengeti Empress does it on Carbone here. They've been a good combo together.
He improves his record to an astounding 2 for 19 off the claim in dirt sprints at Oaklawn, because they only have a dirt course. So
good for Tom. As we're back to New York, race 6, approaching the 5-minute mark to post, and a look at turn and count. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Tom Morley's barn here, and Blinker's gone.
I picked this horse, but I wouldn't bet a nickel on him at 8 to 5. You know, and one of the problems with him is he is as bad a lug-in horse as there is in maybe horse racing, period. And you look at him here, he lost some ground, but the winner of this race was wide the whole way. Here's another race. I mean, he's home, and he lugs in, and he leans in, and he hangs, and he gets beaten ahead, Bob. The race before that, I need him for a big score the race before it. It was a totally justified DQ because he came in and fouled other horses. Now Ricardo Santana has to handle him.
But he also gets blinkers on. Could that help put him over the edge?
I'm sure Tom is hoping they do, and I think it's just one of these things where you're just trying to figure out what to do with him because these are tough horses. He's a very talented horse, but he is also his own worst enemy.
Well, public has not been scared away. 3-2 favorite on turn and count as we send it downstairs to Acacia.
And picking up there, because as Andy mentioned, his antics are well known the way a turn and count runs. So he's getting an equipment change today. Blinkers going on. It's just a short cheater cup. I looked for any changes in bit. It's just a regular ring bit as he has worn, but he is wearing a burr on the left side of his mouth. And so what that is it's a piece that attaches to the outside of the bit, and it applies extra pressure on the outside of their mouth. So when the reins are pulled and the bit slides through the horse's mouth, that's going to apply a little bit more pressure on the outside. And for a horse that has the tendency to lug in like he does, it can be incredibly effective, kind of pinpointing right there where the pressure needs to be to give the jockey some more control and some improved steering. So curious to see how that equipment with the addition of the short cut blinkers will help to see if he can run a straight course, because the ability is in there, Greg.
All right, thank you. So a couple of things changing today. Thank you for that, Acacia. Post parade coming up as we hear the call to post in the background. 4 minutes away from race 6 starts this final late pick 3 on the card. We'll start with Carvelian Quest Cantermachi barn with Manny Franco, who's having a big day.
Yes, and he is in raging form. He's part of the pace. He's a very generous 6-1. He's a little cheaper than these, but he is a big price for a horse who can win.
Whiskey and Soda just claimed.
Yeah, I hate horses claimed away from Michelle Nevin, and this horse is stepping way up.
It's 1/2 his starts. Here's the favorite, turn and count.
Yeah, I think he is the horse to beat. He should get some pace to run at. I just worry about his antics, and at that price, he's a little dicey.
Ambition coming off a win, but is this too ambitious a spot?
And he's a better turf horse anyway. I just don't think he's good enough to beat these. Last time was the time.
Next door, here's House United, Cantermachi barn as well.
He's another bit of a hanger who doesn't like to win, but he's a very generous price for a horse who can win.
Yeah, 2 for 21 lifetime. Yeah. Oil Capital, here's Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche.
The numbers for Linda Rice off of maiden wins are very good, especially second off the claim. Generous price.
Yeah, Kentucky claim and 1 first off the claim. Blown cover, Ruben Silvera.
I don't like this horse. I know this horse looks good enough the race 2 back. I don't think this horse is good enough.
Rock the Weekend, the biggest price on the board.
I think that the leadership Mongol saying, why couldn't we run this race when there was moisture in the track or more moisture in the track? Loves a wet track.
And then Sergeant Caps to the outside at 10-1.
Whether or not you think this horse is good enough to win, couldn't he be a real factor in this race because of his speed? And he's a horse that could really affect the running because he could really inject some speed into the race, which would obviously help the favorite. I also don't think he's impossible.
Yeah, 11-1 right now from that outside post. All three of his wins have come on this racetrack. As we go back to Carvelian Quest, and we'll take a look at this 7-year-old back on February 5th, his most recent start. Had the lead just about the entire way until mid-stretch and got caught.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he got a good trip overall in this race on the racetrack, but I also think he ran extremely well. And, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if he's effective. He also wasn't right on the rail, and the rail was the place to be. I don't think he was way against the track, but he was a little against the track and ran very, very well. You just have to ask yourself, you know, what do you do with this horse, right? He got claimed out of a $20,000 conditional claiming race where he ran a huge figure, but it was a muddy, sealed track. Now, he came back with an effort from a speed figure standpoint that was very comparable to that effort. Has he just completely turned his career around, Greg? And if you don't really believe the 9's going to put a ton of pressure on him, couldn't he wire the field?
It looks that way. I mean, he might anyway.
Isn't Kendrick going to go with Oil Capital, though?
Yeah.
He's got to at least go, and I think if you're Kendrick, you go. If the 9 is super aggressive, you sit back in third. If he doesn't, you end up stalking this horse. Now, I don't think that necessarily means the 6 is going to win, though. I think he can win, and I wouldn't talk anybody off him at 7-1. I don't see the 1 getting an easy lead here.
6 might be quicker.
It's, you know, a lot of it depends on intention, I think. And you know Manny has to go from the rail with Carvelian Quest. He's got to go.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, a slight delay, as you mentioned, with the number 9, Sergeant Caps being down in the paddock as jockey Jimmy Rodriguez went to get a leg up, thought that they needed to resaddle, adjust the saddle, put it back into position. So they adjusted that back down in the paddock, got a leg up and headed back. So no issues with the horse or any of the equipment, just an adjustment there as he did then just go right off for a big warm-up out on the racetrack. And we'll see if he can use that speed to his benefit from the outside post. The number 1, Carvelian Quest, though, as he makes his second start in the Cantor Massey barn, he had an outside post last time where he was really hustled to the front end, dueled with the winner, and it was a long way back to the others. Yes, they just kind of went, the two of them, around and there, but I like him stretching out to the mile. I like his speed, and he's definitely drawn better now to the inside, not having to use himself so much early on like he did last time from post 12. He moved well out there on the track. He's got this long kind of scopy frame to him. And I think that this is just the right kind of spot for this horse who does look like he is strong and coming in good form in this race. We'll see if he can run back to that big Beyer speed figure that he posted 2 starts back. But again, I like the mile for him, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We'll load up shortly. Still 6-5 favoritism. Turn and count. And we'll see if this equipment change and that work with the bit makes anything different here with him when it's money time down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of these races, Greg, and I don't know. Do you have an opinion in this race? And not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious.
Not a strong one.
Where I picked the 3, I don't see how you can take 6-5 on this horse, especially given his quirky habits. You know, it's one thing to have a horse that you just think, well, he's just the best horse in the race, and I'm hoping, I expect there to be some pace, et cetera, et cetera. It's another thing when you've got the added variable of a horse that puts himself in the position to win races and then finds ways to lose them because of his antics. So I feel as though you're supposed to look at other horses here. I'm not going to take the 1 at this price. I think the alternative, the best alternative, is House United. I think this is just too big a price. Too big a price for this horse. For this horse
chased and loved that horse for a long time.
I'm not trying to defend him. He is, he's a little bit, I'm not sure he's necessarily good enough, but I think at that price, he's very playable.
There he is, 5 in those green silks.
I picked him second.
Okay, Cantramachi, 9-1 right now. As they get set to load up for this final pick 3 on the card.
So Carvelian Quest steps in, 4-1. Manny Franco for the Cantor Machi Barn as well. Whiskey and Soda next door comes off a win, but tackling tougher company here, no question. 12-1 right now. Now down to even money on this one right here.
It's crazy, right?
Getting hammered by the betting public. Turn and count. Big favorite here in the 6th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Rock the Weekend. Sergeant Caps to the outside. Sergeant Caps, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Rock the Weekend broke sharply, but will take back. And here's Oil Capital from in between horses right to the front. Oil Capital now gets a challenge towards the inside from Carvelian Quest. Wants to be forwardly placed and now puts those red blinkers on the lead. It's Carvelian Quest who's in front. Comes out of the chute, hooks up with the backstretch. Stalking in second now is going to be Oil Capital. Sergeant Caps is following Oil Capital towards the outside in third. Moving forward, blown cover from fourth. At the rail, that's Whiskey and Soda in fifth. In between horses, House United. Turn and count is towards the back end of the field there. Is starting to move from the far out of it. Rock the Weekend is going to be the trailer. They're moving up the backstretch, and they're chasing Carvelian Quest, who's up by an easy length and a half and just gliding right along with a half mile left to go. Oil Capital trying to keep up here from second. There's Sergeant Cap still 3 wide. House United trying to run on, blown cover. Towards the back end, Ambition starts to roll, is right there with Whiskey and Soda. Turn and count is shifted towards the outside. Ricardo Santana Jr. asking him to do more, and the trailer now Rock the Weekend. 46.54 for that half-mile time, and Carvelian Quest is now confronted by Oil Capital. Sergeant Caps to the outside. Down to the inside there is House United. Turn and count's going to take a rail skimming ride down on the inside. It is now Oil Capital who continues to challenge Carvelian Quest. A handful down to the inside. Turn and count is starting to rally on, but running out of time with a furlong left to go. House United's there. Sergeant Caps from far out of it. Whiskey and Soda. The battle continues. It's Oil Capital. Ambition from far out of it. Ambition grandstand side. Ambition from out of nowhere is going to win it at 20-1. Ambition won it over House United. Then a tight photo for third in 1 minute 38.42 seconds.
Ambition just rolling late, 20-1. Rachel Selsbarn, Christopher Elliott here in a shocker in the 6th.
Wow. Yeah, this horse is 20-1, a tip of the cap to you. This horse has never run a race in the dirt in his life that was even remotely competitive. He got the money against a significantly weaker field of conditional claimers last time out. I know this race collapsed in the late stages, but congrats to the connections. Christopher Elliott, Rachel Sells. If you had this horse, congrats. I bet the 5 a little bit, who ran fine to be second, but could never, ever have had this exacta. And the number 3 horse, the favorite, he never ran a step.
No, he was a no-show. And House United winds up second at 10-1.
I had some anxiety, a little 6-5. Thought I had a shot top of the stretch, but I don't. House United doesn't want to win. It's almost like he got motivated to start running when the 4 went by him. You know what I mean? Like he had every chance to make that run and get there. And it's like once the 4 went by, kind of dragged, right? It sort of right. It sort of dragged him by the other horses when he said, I don't have to win. Now I can start rallying. And man, this horse really improved, and another pricey winner for Christopher Elliott.
Second biggest price on the board with this huge upset here. 4-5-1-6. Christopher Elliott, Rachel Sells, and a 5-year-old son of Street Scent still to come. In the correction, with the Angels trying to pick up the first stakes win against Open Company of her career for Linda Rice. 6 for a lifetime with 2 runner-ups. Incredibly consistent. We'll have the outside post when we return.
Greg, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
All good.
Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm Power. Passion, performance, ambition comes rolling late down the stretch for the third win of this 5-year-old's career at 20-1.
Yeah, I have to imagine we will be looking at a pick-6 carryover despite some logical results earlier today with that horse winning. And congrats connections, this horse took a gigantic step forward, winning his second straight race. And I guess it's one of those things that sometimes you want horses in good form. And just another excellent ride by Christopher Elliott. Saved ground every step of the way, angled out in the stretch, and finished powerfully. Hard to find in the PPs, but this horse was much the best.
The maiden winner, Oil Capital, at this point for Linda Rice, looked pretty strong, but keep your eyes outside. Here comes Ambition under Christopher Elliott.
And the race was collapsing at the end. Something must have gone wrong with the favorite because he was last. He never showed up at all.
$43 winner in the Sixth House United. Carvelian Quest complete a trifecta for 50 cents that returns over $500. And here we go with our feature, The Correction, next. As we went to break, we told you about With the Angels. 9-5 right now with that 6-for-8 career record, coming off a victory in an allowance optional claiming field for Linda Rice.
Obviously, the odds are skewed. There's probably not much money in the pool right now. I mean, Sunday Girl's not going to be even money. She's not even money. She's 9-5, and With the Angels is actually 6-5. And With the Angels will be favored in this race, looking at multis.
All right, we'll have more on The Correction when we come back, and With the Angels do it again. When we return, we'll go back to Hot Springs as well and bring you more great improvements out in Hot Springs. Oaklawn president Louis Sella picking up the tab for the backstretch workers. Very popular program that Lafitte will tell you all about next.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start.
Dornock is coming back! Dornock in the Remsen!
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornock stubborn! Dornock wins the Haskell!
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Picture perfect Sunday afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas. On one of the biggest days every season here at Oaklawn Park. Rebel Stakes Day. Still have the Rebel coming up. Kentucky Derby prep race. The Honeybee, a Kentucky Oaks prep race. In this meet that started back in December. Here at Oaklawn Park, some changes, some innovations. Earlier this week, Richie McLeory sat down with Louis Sella, the president of Oaklawn Park.
So, Mr. Sella, this season, I should say, a little different. You broke up the meet a little bit where you had the holiday meet and then the break in January, and now we're into the classic meet. How do you feel like that initiative worked out?
Well, it worked out great. We're very fortunate with weather, and weather cooperated, so Mother Nature had a great hand in our holiday meet, but it really is an experiment for us. We work hand in hand with our horsemen. They're our partners in racing. It makes some sense to have a 3-day meet for a holiday meet, and then kick off the classic meet, which is really our bread and butter. The weather gets nicer. People want to get outside. The backside's full of horses. They're ready to go. They've been training. So we're very excited.
You have such a comprehensive series of stakes races leading to the ultimate goal, whether it be the Apple Blossom, the Arkansas Derby, and then obviously going on to Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks. You have 3 prep races for the Derby that are worth $1 million or more.
We want to deliberately create a good 2-year-old program to kick off the 3 and then 4 and older horse program. We have to have the purse money to get them here. And that's why we have full fields for our Rebel and our Preps and our Razorback and our Apple Blossom. We're very proud of that.
But something that you've initiated here at Oaklawn Park really spoke to my heart, and that's this subsidy for backstretch workers' meals. And as somebody who grew up on the racetrack, I know how infinitely important this is on many levels, but how did this come to pass?
Frankly, it's quite an emotional story for me. I was at the Kroger up the street in December when we kicked off the holiday meet, and there was a fellow with a grocery cart, and he had to give a loaf of bread back because he didn't have enough money. And I said, gosh, we need to do something. These guys are the backbone. And the reason I knew he was a groom, he was wearing an Oaklawn hat and a Keeneland jacket and a Saratoga shirt. And I said, this guy's a racetracker, and I know what they do. So I challenged our food and beverage program, and we came up with a $2, $3, and a $5 program, as simple as a bowl of soup, or as simple as a hot meal and a drink, or a cup of coffee.
People like to feel appreciated, and I think this makes, like you're saying, the backbone, the workers in this industry feel appreciated.
Yeah. We don't get to race if we don't have them. We don't get to put on the show.
Racing thriving here at Oaklawn Park, another terrific meet. Louis Sella, and the time that you spent with him in that conversation, as far as the support for the backstretch workers, for the uninitiated, can you expand on that a little bit and what the backstretch workers actually mean to the game?
Well, without the backstretch workers, it's going to be really hard to run a race meeting. You know, they're the backbone of this industry. They're up at 4 in the morning. They tend to the horses' every needs. The men and women work relentlessly, tirelessly, and most of it's a labor of love, a passion, right? It's a lifestyle, not just a job. But here is a racetrack executive, much like the old school racetrack executives, a Tommy Trotter or a Frank Kilroe, understanding and appreciating how hard they work and trying to make life just a little bit easier for them. But you know what? It goes such a long way when somebody feels appreciated. You know, a lot of times the backstretch workers are a little bit unseen, if you will, even though they're leading, or taken for granted. They're the unsung heroes. You know, there's a lot of times a horse will win a race. Now the owners paid the bills and, you know, invested a lot into this horse, but then the owner will lead the horse into the winner's circle, where that groom lives with that horse 24/7. So I just think being acknowledged goes a long way. The pride that these men and women take in their job, and I can tell one thing about Louis Sell, and that was a far-ranging conversation. That lasted probably 45 minutes. He cares. He really cares.
Terrific gesture made for the backstretch workers as this meet, some changes. This Rebel Stakes on a Sunday, spreading out the Derby preps a little bit with the Gotham Fountain yesterday. Main event still ahead. Live racing, 7th race, post-sprayed Arkansas bred maidens. You're looking at Arkansas Dave, 31-1 outsider.
Yeah, he's going to have to run faster than we've seen. This is a pretty competitive maiden Arkansas bred race.
Whitley favored, showed more speed in his second start, and was favored.
And he's going to have to show that speed again from the inside. It feels like Ron Moquette's barn is heating up. The wins aren't there yet. I mean, a couple, but more seconds and thirds.
Cattle Baron, 3-year-old debut, followed by Makeshift's Legacy. He's quick.
Yeah, adds speed also. Comes out of a restricted, the Texan Stallion Stakes, so by a Texas sire.
Amore, number 6, overmatched in his first pair.
Yeah, would have to really turn it around in a big way, but does get LASIKs and blinkers, so a bit of a makeover.
Boss of Me, 2nd at 2 for Randy Morse.
Yeah, he just ran down Whitley for 2nd the last time they met, but I thought he had a better trip where Whitley was battling it out early on.
Hello, Bourbon, Arco Thunder out, Wolf Tooth in. Solid debut here in December.
Going a mile, tough debut distance. Now he turns back. Major player.
Bemis, lots to like about his first effort.
A lot of speed there. Was just picked off a little bit late, but he battled early.
9-2. Contender. Then Roku Nana. Francisco Arrieta. 3 wins yesterday.
3 wins yesterday, and he'll be really earning his money if he wins on this 50-1 shot. Just is going to have to run a lot faster than we've seen so far.
Class 6 begins here. Oaklawn's pick 6. Arkansas bred maiden sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Whitley 6-5 with about a minute to post. We check in with Megan.
This is a very competitive group of Arkansas breds, catching that elusive maiden, attempting to, but the number 2, Whitley. I'd agree with Meg. He was doing the chasing on the front end that day, as on paper he was caught by the likes of Boss of Me, who he has to battle again for, but he...
Messing with her equipment again.
Yeah, it's like gremlins.
Sabotage, man. Technical difficulties. We'll reconnect with Megan as soon as possible. At post time here, again, the Class 6 pick 6 begins. Whitley 6-5. He was favored in his most recent, much quicker getting out of the gate from the inside. He had the 1 hole on that afternoon, the 2 post today, and star jockey Rod Ortiz taking over.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot to like there, and you know, but he does have a horse with speed. Cattle Baron right outside of him, a couple others with speed, Makeshift Legacy. So does he get caught in that kind of grind again?
We are actually going to be shifting over to the Fox Sports app. You'll see the 7th race from Oaklawn Park on the Fox Sports app. We'll see you over there momentarily. 7th race start of the Class 6 coming up next on this Rebel Stakes Day. Seconds. I'm told we'll be saying goodbye, Richie. For a moment. It'll be a brief switch over to the Fox Sports app. 20 seconds now.
Only 20 seconds.
Looking at Cattle Baron, Whitley the favorite. All right, so over to the Fox Sports app for the 7th race, Oaklawn Park, Arkansas bred maidens to kick off the Class 6. Hello to our viewers on the Fox Sports app here at Oaklawn Park. Horses marching behind the starting gate for the 7th race, Arkansas bred maidens. Let's try this again and check in with Megan trackside.
Well, quickly, my selection in here, the number 3, Cattle Baron, a son of Matoli for Randy Morris, 1 of 2 in here. Really like him on the cutback, finally getting away from the likes of Honey's to Blame in this spot. Lafitte, I think he's going to be incredibly competitive, and again, I think he's meant to be sprinting.
Sprinting at 7-1, Cattle Baron, right next door the favorite, Whitley. Any final thoughts, Richie?
Well, Whitley, who I like very much, even a big favorite. I wonder his name for the jockey, Kevin Whitley. Really good rider from New York and leading rider of Finger Lakes for many years. So a guy I admired.
Whitley, even money at post time. Race 7 from Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinneman with the call.
Wolf Tooth it. Then Bemis. And to the outside post, Roku Nana. Roku Nana goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning from Bemis. Makeshift's Legacy on the lead as well. Whitley not far away. He's running in the 3rd position. Wolf Tooth is alongside, and Boss of Me is between horses. Gap of 3 to Arkansas Dave. Cattle Baron to the outside. Second to last is Amore, and Roku Nana at the back of the pack as they make their way past the half-mile pole. Dueling leaders, Makeshift's Legacy, Bemis. They're stride for stride as they go towards the far turn. They lead by 2 from Boss of Me in 3rd. Whitley next, and Cattle Baron's allowed to stride out on the outside. He joins Whitley. They're 5 from the lead, rounding the far turn run. Gap of 6 to Amore. Then comes Wolf Tooth. He's lost significant ground. Calls it an afternoon. Arkansas Dave is second to last. Roku Nana at the back as they round the far turn and approach the top of the lane. Bemis, narrow lead. Makeshift's Legacy right there. Boss of Me pumped upon 3 wide in the run off the turn, and Whitley is right behind them. He's getting outside for a run in the 4-path. Final furlong for Boss of Me, who's got the lead. Whitley's trying to run him down. Boss of Me approaching the 16th pole on top by 2. Whitley trying under the left-handed encouragement, but Boss of Me keeps going strong under Abel Cedillo. Boss of Me, your winner over Whitley. Cattle Baron was 3rd. It's a 1st and 3rd place finish for Randy Morris. Amore, the 69-1 long shot, rounds out the superfecta.
Just kept finding. Boss of Me holds off Whitley. Boss of Me graduating in his 4th career start, closing 3-1.
Well,
so you got the Class 6.
When they last met Lafitte January 2nd, Whitley was 3rd, Boss of Me was 2nd. Now Boss of Me gets the win, Whitley 2nd. Although the race was run a little bit different. This time Whitley trying to run down Boss of Me, who got first run on him. I thought Whitley had his chance, though. He was a little bit bottled up before they turned for home, but all in all, I thought he worked out a good trip. Just came up 2nd best, and that race from January 2nd sure kind of upholding that form.
Randy Morse, winning trainer, 1-3 finish in the 7th at Oaklawn Park. Back to Aqueduct Horses in the paddock, Greg, for the featured event, the correction.
Yes, and this is our current favorite right now, Lucille Ball, Chris Engelhardt barn, just a 4-runner field with the Angels, though we expect to be favored by post time. Let's take a look at Lucille Ball, though. Started out the career 2 for 2 with more than a year between those 2 starts and 2 wins.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're asking yourself who is the real Lucille Ball, because she got a 103 buyer in this race. Obviously, if she ran this race, she'd win this race by city block, and you'd think 6-5 was the overlay of the century. But this was a very strong inside bias, and I think it enhanced her performance. But still, it was pretty darn good. Then she's 14 cents the dollar last time. Now, the fact is she was overbet, but regardless of that, she was completely and totally eliminated at the start of the race. So that race is meaningless. So we still try to figure out who she is. She's probably better than that 83 she got in her debut, or 82 so long ago, but probably not a 103. but I'm going to take my chances. She's better than the consistent mid to high 80 buyers the 7 runs, and as much as I like With the Angels, I'm hoping she can wire her at eventually a better price.
A good battle between two exciting fillies, no question. Here is My Little Punky, who is the biggest price on the board here, double-digit odds for Cherie DeVoe.
Obviously, on paper, she looks badly overmatched, but she has not really been on the dirt since she was a 2-year-old. So maybe Cherie wants to find out if maybe this is the surface she should be running her on.
The aforementioned Lucille Ball put a line through that last race.
Breaks cleanly, she'll be in front. We'll see how long.
Sunday Girl, David Duggan barn, off since December.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a time that she would maybe even be the favorite in this race, but she's just not that horse anymore. But never count out David Duggan.
Yeah, won this race last year as an even money favorite. This is obviously a much tougher proposition. And here's With the Angels, 6-time winner from 8 starts.
What a cool horse. 6 wins in 8 starts, 2 seconds, shows up with an A effort every time. She is reliable as they come.
She's at 7-5, as is Lucille Ball, slight favorite with the 4. This race kicks off the cross-country pick 5, races 7 and 8 from New York, and then the Honeybee, the 10th from Oaklawn, and the Rebel from Hot Springs to close it out.
Single litmus test. That's my call.
Okay.
If you're going to back up with Class President. My horse I like to scratch that.
No Blackout Time, huh?
I'm going to beat him today. Newtown Pike scratched the Honeybee. It ruined my day.
That seems...
I cried.
Wide open, doesn't it, that race?
I agree. Explorer's the horse to beat, but I think you and I are on the same page. She's probably going to be an underlay.
4 minutes to post here in the correction. Let's go down to Acacia.
We'll start with the current favorite in Lucille Ball. I was reading quotes from trainer Chris Englehart, who said that in her last start, she'd missed some training because of the cancellations and interruptions because of the weather, and he felt like it just really didn't do her any favors. Then, of course, as we know, she had a significant issue at the start last time out where she was off slow. She did get pretty soundly bumped, and Chris had also mentioned that he felt that she got pretty wound up prior to that race, getting nervous out on the track. She's been kind of jig-jogging today, too. But that being said, she is a sharp individual. And I will say, she looks more refined today than she did last time out. She looked fit last time, but just kind of one of those blocky, sprinter, powerful type of builds. And having been able to have some, I guess, more consistent training, he felt a good, strong last work coming into this. It shows in her physique, and they've opted to keep her with the pony out there on the track, which I think is the right call. She has very fast early gate speed, and I think that her talent in those figures probably lies somewhere in between her last 2 starts, but I'm optimistic we're going to see a better effort from her today. The 7 With the Angels, Andy, you had said earlier that she's kind of the ideal horse that you'd want to own, and I completely agree. She is incredibly consistent, and it shows in her figures. She's been running kind of the same types of races all throughout, and physically backs that up too. She's never really grown or changed or filled out too much, but she always goes out there and she always runs her race. I saw her 2-back in the Garland of Roses, where I thought towards the end of the year her coat had started to turn a little bit. I'd just seen her look better. She was able to get back to the winner's circle last time, and I like what I see from her today. She's kind of back to that With the Angels that we know. Now, beyond those 2, I always respect Sunday Girl, but My Little Punky is a new face coming in here. She did win on the dirt when sprinting at Keeneland back in 2024, being able to show a little bit of early pace that day. Her most recent efforts have been on synthetic, and in the pedigree, a lot of the family has been a little bit more effective on the synthetic as well. So I can understand why she has been running in those kinds of spots. She's not one of those horses that you look at her and you say that she's not built for dirt, that she's kind of more of a synthetic or turf kind of physical. I don't mind her on the main track at all. She's very fit. She got sharper once the tack was put on. Definitely a sprinter. I am a little bit curious to see how she will handle it in here today, but if anything, if maybe she has been a bit better on synthetic, the track is listed as good with some of the melting snow. There's a little bit of moisture in it. Might actually be something that this filly will appreciate, and she does have some natural speed too. I liked the warm-up I saw from her, and like I said, an interesting new face at a price, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 3-5. Wow, on With the Angels. People falling in love with that record.
She can win. I get it. She's reliable. She's like a Swiss watch. Having said that, in a 4-horse field, I believe that Lucille Ball is tremendous value. And it's almost like people don't seem to realize that she was completely eliminated at the break last time. And if you're somebody who thought she was a good bet at 14 cents to the dollar, I'm still never going to get used to that. Why are you not taking almost 2-to-1 on her in this 4-horse field? I respect With the Angels, but frankly, Just Catherine and Stonewall Star are horses that consistently run faster figures with the Angels. They went overboard because of her big win 2-back, and now they're dismissing her completely, the 4 Lucille Ball, in a race where she was completely and totally eliminated at the break. I'm not saying With the Angels might not still be able to beat her, but I just think from a gambling perspective, she is the epitome of value right now at 9-5.
Obviously, it should be a lot closer. Do you feel Lucille Ball should be the favorite?
I think 4 to 5 to 6, even money.
Welcome to those just joining us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling with you here in New York, set for this Sunday feature, The Correction with the Angels. Linda Rice, 6 for 8 lifetime, but facing Affiliate here, Lucille Ball, who 2 starts back, ran a lights-out performance. Believable it was so good, or was it aided a bit by the racetrack?
It was helped by the bias, there's no doubt. But bias or not, a 103 could be a 92. And that would be a faster fig, and this is pulling it out of the air. As faster than With the Angels. These are 2 horses that should be very close in odds. I don't believe there should be the separation. A clean break. Let's find out what Lucille Ball can do.
Rebel Stakes still to come on the road to the Kentucky Derby as well from Hot Springs. We'll get to our crew at Oaklawn momentarily. First, it is The Correction with the Angels. Looking for his 7th win in 9 starts. Steps in line. Here's Chris Griffin.
For The Correction. And they're off. And it was not a fast start for Lucille Ball. Is going to be the early trailer. Sunday Girl finds the front, and here at the rail, that's My Little Punky. Now puts a neck in front. My Little Punky's got the lead at the rail. Sunday Girl is a stalking second. With the Angels is right there in third. And going to have to do it from off the paces. Lucille Ball is in behind horses right now as they're tightly packed, and they've got 4 furlongs left to go in The Correction. My Little Punky, the longest shot in the field, has the lead. Sunday Girl in clear pursuit, 2 wide. With the Angels, center of the racetrack starts to move forward now for Jose Lezcano and Lucille Ball. Manny Franco right in behind the leading trio and starts to give her the cue as Sunday Girl has taken the lead. Sunday Girl is now in front. It's Sunday Girl with a 1/4 mile left to go. My Little Punky battles on. With the Angels, starts to roll down the center of the racetrack, and With the Angels now clearly sprints away. With the Angels opens up quickly on Sunday Girl, who's back to second. Lucille Ball is running on late, but it's With the Angels. The 16th left to go. Will be much the best and dominate in The Correction. With the Angels has won it. Sunday Girl second, then came Lucille Ball and My Little Punky in 1:10.97 seconds.
This has been a fun filly to watch. With the Angels now 7 for 9 lifetime.
She just shows up every single time and gets it done. Another nice performance by her, winning quite easily. And Lucille Ball can't even get out of the gate. She's obviously a horse, you know. When you see that kind of gap of 14 months, it has significant issues. And those issues are not enabling her to show what could be a lot of talent. But With the Angels has no issues. She just shows up every time, Greg.
Speed her game, though, and Lucille Ball does not get out of the gate again, and that was pretty much it from there.
And this was her fault. You know, the other one, she got bumped. That was not the case here. She just can't get out of the gate. She's obviously, unfortunately, she's one of these horses with talent, but she's got issues that kept her off the track and are keeping her from being as good as she could be. But man, With the Angels, I mean, you have to respect these horses like this that just go out and they do their business, right? She gets good trips because she's that horse. She has speed, she can rate, she can do whatever she needs to do to win races. Is she necessarily as fast at this point as the best in the division? No, she's not. But with her reliability, it's going to be able to help her going forward, because at some point, Linda's going to have to take a shot and run her against some better horses, and we'll see if she belongs.
1:10.4 final time. With the Angels just keeps on rolling. 4-6-7-6-4-2, excuse me, to win at 4-5. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice winning moves stable. Sean Oxley winning connections on the starter of Omaha Beach. Yes, 7 for 9 lifetime, never worse than second in her career.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the more you're at the racetrack, the more you appreciate horses like this. And while these may not be the very best in her division, they're not that far away from being. You know, they're a few lengths behind the very best horses, and every time she shows up, she puts in a very good effort.
Multiple stakes winner, but first stakes win against Open Company for With the Angels, the New York bred filly. For Linda Rice with Jose Lezcano takes the correction. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. What are we looking at?
The Oculus down in Fulton, down off the Fulton Street.
I got lost in there.
Really?
Well, it's hard to find anything. Really got to do a lot of walking.
Believe it or not, I've never been in there. I've only been down,
You've never been,
down there. You know, I worked down there for so long, but the Oculus came after I left working downtown.
With the Angels, just keeps on rolling. 7 wins from 9 starts. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, Winning Move Stable.
I mean, what can you say? You know, she shows up just every single time, and really neat horse. And there's Steve Siegler, of course, from Winning Move Stables, so looking at our TV, and she just gets herself in perfect trips.
And when Lucille Ball, the 4, did not break well, broke last, that
her day was over.
Made it a cinch almost in this 4 filly field for With the Angels. 4-year-old filly now 7 for 9 lifetime, as we mentioned. Just keeps on rolling. Let's go down to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Linda Rice is With the Angels. Linda, she's amazingly consistent. She just shows up with her effort every time, it seems.
Yeah, she really does. She's just got a great mind, and she gives you her all every time. You know, and she hasn't won every race this year, but she's putting together a nice series of races, and I'm looking forward to a nice 3-year-old campaign with her.
As you say, a nice 3-year-old campaign. Of course, she's a New York bred, winning against Open today. Do you have any sort of ideas of plans of races you'd like to see her compete?
Well, right now, this winter, I really wanted to get a few allowance races into her. You know, she hadn't raced in darn near a year, and it took us a long time to get her back to the races. My idea was to try and win an open race, the correction, and go to the Grade 3 distaff. So that's where we're pointed right now.
We look forward to seeing her there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
Well, wherever she shows up, we'll be excited to see her because she always brings her best. Now, is she up to the task against better? We don't know.
You know, sometimes these horses that are so consistent and competitive like they are, this is where people like me that are sort of, I'm not a, you know, I believe very strongly in the figures, and I do get this problem, these horses that run, she runs against horses that run faster races. Can she elevate her game? I'm not going to put anything past this horse. She always shows up.
On that note,
you know what's particularly exciting about my leaving? The next guy coming on, I don't know if you know this, he was on Netflix.
Star of Netflix, champion handicapper, and pretty knowledgeable about college basketball as well, at least one team. Jonathan Kinchin joining us right after this. Cassie Barn, looking to stay hot, has been on fire in Hot Springs, has contenders in both the Oaks and Derby preps to come from Oaklawn right after this.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Stellar Sunday afternoon in Hot Springs. Welcome, everyone. America's Day at the Races on FS2. Marching towards the teeth of this Rebel Stakes program. Rebel still ahead, the Honeybee still ahead. A really intriguing 8th race here, Richie, with these 3-year-old maidens. Remember, it was a race just like this on Rebel Day last year. We were introduced to Cornucopian, eventual odds-on Arkansas Derby favorite.
Yeah, and I think we've got a pretty stacked field, too. You've got a couple of horses that have run extremely well in their one start, and then you've got a first-time starter taking a lot of money, the 2, Munning's Challenge, and she's out of a mare that won her first 3 starts. She won her debut by better than 16 lengths, so you know there's precocity there.
Start of the late pick 5. And Machado, number 1, Eric Asmussen off. Really, really acting up just moments ago. There's Munning's Challenge, 2-1 second choice.
Yeah, first-time starter taking all the money for Brad Cox, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Machado, a handful there. He is easy. He's feeling it. First day on the job. This is expected from time to time.
I tell you, Eric did a really good job to sit him as long as he did. He really reared up, got high in the air, but Eric just went, well, all right, all right, all right.
Wooderson. Racing's Wooderson, Eric. That's a compliment. Munning's Challenge followed by Fancy Fairlane, the runner-up in his lone effort at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, and you get Johnny Velasquez. I thought he moved a bit boldly, a bit aggressively, and just got picked off late last time.
Hillbilly Daydream, another fresh face. Cold on the board, Orange Road. A cleaner break would help.
Yeah, I actually didn't run that bad on debut. I thought it was kind of a sneaky good effort after an awkward start.
Silver Syndicate, co-owned by Louis Sella, Oaklawn president, and Dave Portnoy, president of Barstool Sports.
A real good try on debut. Just got tired late after setting a very fast pace.
Big Tech, tough sledding thus far.
Is going to have to show more than what we've seen. Does add blinkers.
Market Runner, Jose Ortiz, Tom Amos, won the 6th race together.
And this is a horse I'm very interested in. I think Market Runner's got a big look.
And finally, Hidalgo, CJ Stable, first-time starter.
And you Keith Asmussen for his dad, Steve, a horse has been training well at Louisiana Downs, is a half to a filly, Magic Cross, who did win on debut, so the mare is capable of throwing horses that can win early.
Good maiden race, promising prospect, start of the late pick 5, over to Megan with Dave Portnoy.
Well, here with the face that many of you at home know in Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports, but also an avid horse owner now. Tell me, with Silver Syndicate, very impressive there on debut, but how did this partnership come to be with Oaklawn's Louis Sella?
So Ron Maquette. So I met Ron here 2 years ago. First time I met him, he gave me 3 winners. Bang, bang, bang. 1,000 straight losers after that. But then we became friends, and he saw Silver Syndicate. And he said, would you be interested? I have a partner with you as Louis, who I did meet, and we got along last time. So it's been a great partnership, but that's how it came about, Ron.
Your business and your life is rooted in sport. What brought you to this game?
My dad used to take me to Saratoga as a kid, fell in love with it. So I've loved it for a long, long time.
Avid at Saratoga, I see you over there, but what brought you to Oaklawn? How is the culture here, and what is the atmosphere in this town?
So I think it's pretty similar to Saratoga, like the downtown, the horses, everything revolving around the track. I love horses. I just wanted to see all the tracks I thought could be pretty cool. So we came for the Rebel, I believe, 2 years ago. It's just on the list of places I wanted to visit.
Rebel Day, do you have a selection?
I don't. I'm so focused on my horse, and it's like maybe if we win by the whole track, we'll go beat the Rebel horses in the Arkansas Derby.
Sounds like a plan. Definitely talented sort, Silver Syndicate, but enjoy your trip and get a slice of pizza while you're here.
DeLuca is the best, yeah.
It really is, but thank you for the time, Dave.
Of course, yeah.
Lafitte?
Revisiting Operation Cornucopia? We'll see. Needs to graduate first. Silver Syndicate, he loves the Grays, hence the name of the stable. Go Gray Stable for Dave Portnoy.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he's made a very nice impression looking at him warm up. Flavien Prat really framed up beautifully, bowed his head, looks very focused. But everybody knows the rules, right? One bite, is that with the pizza? Right?
What's that?
Dave Portnoy's pizza review. Right. Everybody knows the rules. One bite, and then he eats the whole slice.
Heading over to DeLuca's and the rider Flavien Prat aboard Silver Syndicate here. It's like an all-star game at Oaklawn Park this afternoon. A big money riders on hand. In fact, 4 of the top 5 money-earning jockeys from last year here at Oaklawn today.
You know, I think sometimes we take it a little bit for granted when we're covering races on a daily basis, let's say from Saratoga, because these guys are based there. But for the fans here at Oaklawn who are so enthusiastic and so into it, you get an opportunity to see 4 of the very best in the world compete. It's a pretty exciting thing.
And for Pratt, the one win thus far, as you just saw, well-armed in the races that matter most. A little bit later on, the Honeybee, and of course the Rebel Stakes with Litmus Test. And look, again, it's right. It does. They call Oaklawn the Saratoga of the South, and on this afternoon, perhaps feels much more like that in the jocks room.
Well, Luis Saez, who has been riding here but's riding in Florida today, he would have rounded out that top 5. Yep. And I had taken, I totaled up the earnings from last year of the top 5 riders, $163 million in purses. To put it in proper context, I rode for 29 years, less if you count all the time off for injuries, and I made $161 million my entire career.
Top 2 riders, Rod Ortiz, Flavien Prat, over $40 million apiece. Nearing post time for this 8th race, start of the late pick 5. Over to Maggie, horseback.
Lafitte, this feels like a pretty competitive maiden special weight, as we'll check in with the cowboy, that is Eric Asmussen, and his mount Machado. Maybe well named, because he is a bit of a machismo type of horse, as he's big, he's handsome, but he's also naughty, as he was quite obstreperous in the paddock. Obviously, we saw his antics in the post parade. He has just finally settled down. Now, is he going to put his best foot forward, especially from that inside post, given his behavior today? I'm not sure. there's talent in there. That is for certain, because you don't put a horse together this well and for them not to be a runner. But I just think he's got to get his mind on business a bit more. However, number 2, Munnings Challenge is a pro already. This horse has been so confident and well within himself throughout the entire proceedings here for his debut. And I know he's a horse that the barn has been high on since going back to last year. Obviously, some small setbacks have prohibited him from making it to the races until now. But the thing is he looks like an out-and-out sprinter. He's smaller, he's shorter coupled. He has the pedigree as well as the dam was a multiple stakes winning, multiple grade 1 placed dirt sprinter, including winning the Dixie Belle and American Beauty right here at Oaklawn. And this is a horse that has a bit of a win early pedigree too. So the money he's taking and every sign that he gives me in the preliminaries hints at him running well. I'm going to take experience over first-time starters though here today and go with number 3, Fancy Fairlane, who does come in here for trainer Greg Foley from the Fairgrounds. He debuted behind Golden Tempo, of course, who would win the Lecomte. We've seen that race be fairly productive. This horse, a bigger type that comes in here fit off a bit of a freshening, has made a good impression. Lafitte, the other horse making a good impression out here on the track is number 6, Silver Syndicate, and maybe a lucky pre-race interview for Dave Portnoy.
Getting crushed 8-5 now, Silver Syndicate. As we look at Fancy Fairlane, 2 over from the favorite Silver Syndicate will be Market Runner. Your top selection, Richie. Finishing has been the issue, but that's in 3 straight route races. His 4th career race, first ever sprint.
And I'm going purely on pedigree here. You know, Tom Amoss just had a real nice win earlier in the card with Carbone, first time in his barn. This horse is a half to Bourbon Bash, stakes winner sprinting. He's a half to Showcase, stakes winner sprinting. Now, he must have shown that, you know, he wanted to go longer in his morning trials. Maybe he wasn't that quick away from the gate in the mornings. He's got 3 starts, and I think he's getting back to what he really wanted to do all along, and that's be a closing sprinter.
Razorback winning jockey Jose Ortiz aboard, Market Runner. Flavian Pratt is on the favorites. Silver Syndicate, 8-5. Time for the late pick 5 on this Rebel Sunday at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman, standing by.
Big Tech walking up. Fancy Fairlane. Pose position number 3, Fancy Fairlane. Still working with Fancy Fairlane to come up to the gate. Fancy Fairlane goes in. Then comes Market Runner. Hillbilly Daydream. Post 4. Market Runner coming up to the gate. Post position number 8 for Tom Amoss. Jose Ortiz looking for a double, both of them together. And Hidalgo to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Hillbilly Daydream off away slowly. There goes Munnings Challenge right to the lead here. Fancy Fairlane taking second. Silver Syndicate on the far outside. The 3 favorites hook up on the lead, and they're just a neck apart down the backstretch run. They put 4 lengths on Big Tech, who's running in the 4th spot. Machado to the inside. Orange Road right behind him. Gap of 3. Hillbilly Daydream, Market Runner second to last, and Hidalgo at the back of the field as they go into the far turn run. Fancy Fairlane has been taken back to 3rd, while sent along just a little bit, gets a breather, tries to come back on again. Munnings Challenge the leader. Silver Syndicate on a hold, not asked for his best yet. He's on the throat latch of Munnings Challenge, rounding the turn, and Fancy Fairlane is coming on again. 3 wide, approaching the quarter pole. The 3 favorites still 1, 2, 3 as they come off the turn here. Munnings Challenge off the turn. Between horses, Silver Syndicate asks for more, and here's Fancy Fairlane motoring to the lead on the far outside. He's green, trying to lug in on the wrong lead here. Now he switches to the correct lead, straightens up, and draws off from his company. Silver Syndicate, Munnings Challenge second and third. Fancy Fairlane, a son of Mackenzie, looking strong in lifetime start number 2. Fancy Fairlane and Johnny V win by 4. Munnings Challenge outfinishes Silver Syndicate for the second spot, and Market Runner rallies on for 4th and gallops out big.
Not necessarily running straight, but fastest of all, Fancy Fairlane graduates in his 2nd career start, 2nd win in the afternoon. Johnny Velasquez of Trading a Paint. in the stretch here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he was a little bit green trying to get over to his right lead. When he was on his left lead, Johnny kind of pointed him in to step onto his right foreleg, and instead his body shifted in. So Johnny grabbed him, corrected him. He got on the proper lead, leveled off, and ran on very well. The key to the race was early on. Johnny Velasquez extricated himself from a very difficult position in between the 2 Munnings Challenge and the 6 Silver Syndicate. And once he was able to get to the outside of Emily in third, it was the absolute perfect trip, but kind of tricky to get yourself out of that spot. It was a Hall of Fame move by a Hall of Fame rider.
Engages the leaders, Richie, then what? As Fancy Fairlane strikes the front, but still, as you mentioned, really lugging in and fighting with Johnny V.
Yeah, and you can see even when he was clear, he wanted to take that step in. Johnny eventually got his riding crop to his left hand. Never did use it on him, but did show it to him. Very nice effort from him. There's still improvement. And that gray streak on the outside was Market Runner turning back for the first time. Should be better with the effort, though.
Solid effort. 3-2-6-8. Fancy Fairlane. Johnny Velasquez, the son of Mackenzie Fancy Fairlane, breaks through in his second start here at Oaklawn Park. Johnny V with Maggie.
Well, he's still a little green out here, Johnny. As you were just telling me, he's fast, but he's still definitely trying to figure this game out. We saw him wondering about the stretch a bit through that win.
Yeah, I mean, he actually was very quick out of the gate. And I know Fabian had a lot of speed, and he got on the outside of me, so I back up from him, and I went to the side of him. But, man, he didn't know which way to go. I went to pass him, and through 16 pole, he started logging in.
Do you find that with these young horses that are so fast, is sometimes all they know is to run, but not how to do it professionally?
If I would have let him do it, like the way he came out running, I think he probably would have done too much, head and head with those 2 horses. And when I came back, he got off the bridle, and then he got all over.
Johnny, we see you with the second win here today, lining up with class president later on. What are you thinking of your trip to Oaklawn so far?
Very nice. Hopefully we continue later on.
Hopefully with the Rebel win, Lafitte.
Legendary rider Johnny Velasquez, Maggie. Class president. Richie, what do you make of his chances in the Rebel?
Well, he's coming off a really good effort in the swell, and he has a pedigree that suggests he'll appreciate the 2 turns. The fact that Johnny Velasquez is coming in for his longtime collaborator in Todd Pletcher. He should be a little bit like Quentin Tarantino and, Leo DiCaprio, maybe?
One of the most lethal combinations in the history of this sport. Johnny V in a group here at Oaklawn Park. When we return, an emotional, sentimental moment at Aqueduct. Gary Sciacca calling it a career after 45 years of training thoroughbreds. His last runner, Boiling Point, next at Aqueduct.
Saratoga Dew still resisting the challenge of Versailles Treaty. Coxwold is third. Train Robbery is fourth. Turning for home, Herb McCauley asking everything he has of Saratoga Dew, and she is responding. Saratoga Dew leads by 3 with a furlong to run, leaving Versailles Treaty in her wake. At the 16th pole, Saratoga Dew is pouring it on. Absolutely impressive to win the Beldame wire to wire. It's a stroll home under the line. She won by 5.5.
Gary Sciacca's Saratoga Dew, 1992 Beldame winner, champion 3-year-old filly as a New York bred. And as you heard, going to break from Lafitte, Gary Sciacca, this will be the last runner he sends out in a career that has spanned over 40 years. Brooklyn native, over 1,000 career wins. Boiling Point coming up here in quite a career.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. The one thing I've never really had a chance to sit down and talk with Gary, but so many horse players, New York racing fans, friends of mine, love them some Gary Sciacca. And anytime someone has a long career that's coming to an end, it's something to celebrate. We all know how hard it is to find our way in life. And when you find your way and you have a long career, when it comes to an end, it's definitely worth celebrating.
What do you think about Boiling Point chances to go out on a winning note here?
Outside of like good juju, like, you know, I mean, of course it'd be poetic if his last runner won. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see what he says.
Let's go down to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be here with trainer Gary Sciacca, who I think I and many just associate with New York racing. Gary, your final runner here announcing your retirement. How are you feeling looking back on a truly wonderful career?
Good. I think it was great.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry right off the bat, but it really has been amazing. Thinking back to horses like Saratoga Dew and the success you've had, especially here in New York, some truly wonderful moments that you've given us throughout that career as well.
We won 2 Belmont meets, trained Eclipse Award winner, first New York bred winner to win Eclipse Awards, Saratoga Dew. So.
Boiling Point here for Eddie F's Racing. I mean, you think back to the success you've had with Eddie, horses like Lobsta and Chowda. That has to be special.
Eddie's great. You know, it was my last one here, and it was supposed to be last Sunday, and she was like second choice, first choice, and they canceled racing, and they brought it back, and a couple horses ended up coming in there late. So, but we'll see what happens. I mean, she likes a little wet, and I hope she runs big here.
Well, I have to say, Gary, it's just been such a joy, as always, having you around the track, but I'm sure we'll still see you even if you're not training.
All right, thank you. I'll be around.
Very good. Thank you so much, and best of luck. A very special and, as you can see, emotional moment here in the paddock, Greg.
He actually held it together remarkably well. Stand out his first winner, October 21st of 1981, as mentioned, Brooklyn native, and spanning all those years, over 1,000 victories now, some great horses, as you mentioned, that Acacia showed us, and we saw Saratoga Dew, and now this is it. We'll see if Boiling Point can poetically end things on a winning note.
If you know racing, you're watching, and you understand the emotion. Dealing with these horses every day, every morning when it's still dark outside, every day. There's no holidays. There's no vacations for horse trainers. At least they come very far and few between. And you could hear it from him. You could hear it in his voice. This is more than just a job. This is his life. This is what he's done every day. And to think that this is the last time he's saddling a horse, it makes sense that he had that kind of emotion. And it's actually shocking that he didn't go that next step further.
He was together incredibly well.
Right on the edge. So we're rooting like hell for him. At least I am. For your last hurrah to be a good one.
I think everybody is. 8-1 right now on the 10. Boiling Point, final starter in the career of trainer Gary Sciacca. We will see what happens. Obviously, you look at this board and looks like a tall challenge with even money on the 8 Island Charm.
With all of that said, I think the 5 is going to be tough. I'm not a huge fan of the 8. For Gary Sciacca and this 10 horse to win, he's got to beat the 5 and the 8. I think one of the winners comes from those two.
Chris Griffin with the call. Finale here on this Sunday card from Aqueduct.
All set. And Island Charm broke sharply with early speed, and there's Boiling Point up on the outside, now puts a nose in front. Boiling Point and Island Charm, they're going to be 1-2 as they get set to come out of the chute, and there's Saratoga Sunset right in between rivals now as a close-up third. At the rail comes Wayward Queen in fourth. Further back there comes Hip Hop Dancer, who's now a challenging fifth, just got passed by Ishkabibble. In between horses there comes Queen Sally. Further back in the field is Icy Legs. The two at the back, that's Grit and Glitter with Relly's Cruiser. A battle on up front, 23.72 for that opening quarter mile. Island Charm with a neck advantage. Boiling Point is right there. Is a close presence in second. Moving forward towards the outside, there comes Ishkabibble. At the rail, that's Wayward Queen. In between horses, running on is Saratoga Sunset. From the back, trying to run on here, comes Hip Hop Dancer with a rally. Also right there is Queen Sally. The two at the back, Icy Legs, Grit and Glitter. 47.40 for a half-mile time. Island Charm is moving right along. Boiling Point is now an all-in second, trying to run this leader down. Hip Hop Dancer is switched out wide. Queen Sally just split rivals. Island Charm turns it for home, and now Island Charm trying to open up on the field. Boiling Point battles on. Hip Hop Dancer at a huge number starts to roll down the center of the racetrack, and Queen Sally starts to chase as well. Queen Sally is now motoring down the center of the racetrack for Christopher Elliott. Hip Hop Dancer at a big number, but Queen Sally inside the final 16th is going to win it. It's Queen Sally to win the finale. Then came Hip Hop Dancer, Island Charm, Grit and Glitter, and Boiling Point in 1 minute 40.82 seconds.
Queen Sally to close out the card here in New York. Christopher Elliott with a multiple win afternoon for Ralph D'Alessandro.
Yeah, the horse made sense on paper, but my focus, if I'm being fair, is congratulations to an unbelievable career for Gary Sciacca.
No question. And for a moment, gave us a little bit of a thrill. Was in perfect position, Boiling Point, for much of this race before just flattening out a little bit.
Oh, at the quarter pole, I thought, or right outside the quarter pole, I thought this could be poetic. Unfortunately, the horse got a little tired and got passed by a few horses.
Queen Sally, career start number 4, dropping in for a tag for the first time at 7-2, who you told us was the one to beat in the field.
Yeah, I'm interested, and that horse I thought was great, and I'm excited about an opportunity here potentially to beat the 3-5 shot.
Road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, Grade 3 Honeybee, and the favorite and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Explora, for Bob Baffert, making her 3rd start of her 3-year-old campaign. Won the Santa Ynez, then beat as a very short price favorite in the Las Virgenes.
Yeah, that beat at a short price. The public is very good at this game. And when you have a horse who's odds on that gets beat, that horse disappointed. That's for sure.
Likely favorite here and in the Rebel. Explora up first on the Road to the Oaks. And then Litmus Test in the Rebel. We'll be back.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, as we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And Claiborne Farm, also the home of Sire Blame, who is the father of your current heavy favorite here in this Grade 3 Honeybee. It is Explora. She's number 9, and she is getting out of California, where she just participated in 2 4-horse races, so it's hard to quantify the competition that she's been facing, as she does take on several other foes here, actually 9 to be exact. And looking at her here, though, in the paddock, she is just a tank. She is a strong filly. She's got this enormous walk where she kind of really strides through herself. Always a good indication of a good mover. I've been watching her workouts on First TV, and she's always by herself. So, as I said earlier, that does usually indicate a horse who can be a bit aggressive. And Bob Baffert has been quoted as saying, "I expect a good effort if she doesn't go too fast early." That might be a little bit of her Achilles heel, is that she likes to run a bit too free. But I like how she's handling herself in this very tight and energetic Oaklawn paddock, because she has been well composed. She does have those cotton earplugs in to kind of muffle out some of the sound that will hopefully prohibit her from getting too wound up. But all things good for your heavy favorite. Next, we'll check in with number 2 in here, Sneaky Good, coming in from Florida, 4-trainer Brad Cox. Very into mischief looking. She's going to stretch out for the first time around 2 turns. I thought she ran well behind On Time Girl, who was just much the best that day. And she kind of just stayed on well behind the winner. Problem is, she's not really built for the stretch out. She's just a bit smaller, kind of built downhill. We'll see how she negotiates this mile and a 16th today. And then there's Kenny McPeek's Undefeated, taken by the wind. She got to set a glacial pace last time out when winning the Silver Bullet Day on a track. I think it was beneficial to have that kind of running style there at Fairgrounds. Kenny said, though, he thought she was only 80% ready for that effort, so she does look very tight coming in here. Great coat to her overall. And as a 2-year-old, when I first saw her last year, she was a horse that was really high energy and, had trouble maintaining her mental composure. It's a 180. This filly is so calm and classy acting here today. I interpret that as a good sign. Guys?
Taken by the wind. Maggie, trained by Kenny McPeek, as you mentioned, to be ridden by Brian Hernandez. The highs and lows in the life of a thoroughbred as a jockey. Richie, back in 2024, he sweeps the Kentucky Oaks and the Derby with Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan. About 16 months later, involved in a terrible spill at Churchill Downs, significant injuries, and missed an extended period of time.
Yeah, he was out over 8 weeks. 7 broken ribs, a lacerated liver. He had to go through a couple of different surgeries. But he came back, and he's riding in good form. And, you learn a lot more about riders through adversity and what they're able to overcome. Some guys don't have the constitution to take this, and obviously Brian has proven this time and time again that he is as tough as they come.
Back in the saddle, so to speak, Brian Hernandez live with Megan.
Well, Brian Hernandez Jr. in town in a very eerily familiar spot with a really nice colt and a really nice filly. The filly taken by the wind. You just let her roll on the front end. What do you find she took out of that effort?
It was just a really good effort. They let her kind of go as slow as she wanted early on in the race, and which we took advantage of because she hadn't run in so long. She was off since September. So when they let her go the 50 like she did, when those fillies came to her, and she knows how to win, and she held them off, and she ran a valiant race for being off so long.
Blackout Time, you familiar with from last year, getting back aboard. Have you been able to work this horse in the morning?
Yeah, he's been down in New Orleans with the string down there at the fairgrounds, and I've worked him every week since he's been back, and he seems to be doing well. He's been he's been working right along with Ghoul's Gold, and Ghoul's Gold came out and ran a big race yesterday. So we're looking for a big effort out of him today.
It's exciting. I mean, a Derby win, an Oaks winner, you're on that same path. What does it mean to you, especially with the setback last year, being able to get back into this pole position?
Yeah, this is what we get up every day for. You know, you're always looking for the next Derby winner and an Oaks winner as well. And once you do it once, it's a feeling you always want to get back again too. So it's what we get up every day for.
Absolutely, Brian. It's always a pleasure. Love it when you ship into Oaklawn.
Thanks, man. It's always fun to be here.
Brian Hernandez Jr., classy as ever, and he knows a thing or two about a classy filly.
Yeah, he does. Brian Hernandez, biggest challenge, Richie, jockey coming back from injury.
Convincing all of the people that you want to ride for that you're okay. You could be 100%. If you're not winning, the rumor mill starts.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the same.
Scared.
Physically, he's not the same, or he's scared.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Doesn't
he
wanna
lost
go
his
inside.
heart. Once a long time ago, Jacinto Vasquez asked me, "What's the first thing to go on riders? It's their legs, their eyes, their heart." And I thought legs, and he said, "No, they're customers." And he was right.
As good as your stock. And for Brian Hernandez, the Philly Hill ride taken by the wind, pictured there. This was her most recent, the Silver Bullet Day at Fairgrounds, in front, digging that long stretch, Richard, in the end, able to prevail by a neck.
And you can see she's trying to drift out a little bit. She didn't corner well. Brian's having to correct her each time. But what I did like, it looked like she was going to be swallowed. She could have been fourth at this point. And she kept finding. She was determined. She wasn't going to let anybody pass. And that's a quality you can't teach. You can't train one to be tough. She's already proven she's tough.
Just keeps clawing, won't be denied, taken by the wind, holds on. It's McPeak, it's Hernandez, and co-owned by a four-time Super Bowl champion quarterback, Terry Bradshaw, who's been around horses his entire life. He just recently got back into the game as an owner. Success at the highest level in the NFL, 4 Super Bowl victories, and now, maybe, just maybe, with some live runners and 3-year-olds that could be bound for the Oaks and Derby.
And 4 Super Bowls when quarterbacks were fair game, when guys like Lawrence Taylor were, bearing down on you with the intent to put you into the turf.
Quarterbacks weren't protected then like they are now.
No. So you think about the pounding, the physical toll and pounding, and Terry Bradshaw did it as well, if not better than anybody. And I love that he's into the horses. When he came on the set last year for the Belmont Stakes show, talking racing, talking horses with him, and I love that crossover. We have such a great game. We got to do a better job bringing these people into it.
Taken by the wind. There she is. To her inside will be Explora, odds-on favorite. Greg and JK, the question, bet the favorite, beat the favorite.
Now we have a 3-5 favorite in Explora, runner-up Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for Bob Baffert. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, look, every race she's ever won, she's been a huge favorite. Like, odds on. She's never won a race where she wasn't odds on. She was beating the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She was beating the Las Virgenes, and she wasn't that impressive. Maybe she shows up here. Bob Baffert ships his horses to Oaklawn always pretty well. I just don't trust her. I'm going to try to beat the favorite with the 10 to the outside, taken by the wind at 5-1. Drawn well outside of the favorite in the 9 Explora. And like I said, Explora might run off the screen, but when I look down and I'm trying to digest a 3-5 shot, they look more dominant than this one does in Explora. I'm going to try to beat the favorite with the 10 taken by the wind.
Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., of course, teamed up with Torpedo Anna, an undefeated filly to the outside of Explora's. JK tries to beat the favorite as we go back to Hot Springs.
For our viewers, if you want to follow that advice and try to beat the favorite, if you think Taken by the Wind has a shot and you want to play this Honeybee and the remainder of the races here at Oaklawn this afternoon, Rebel still upcoming. Get involved, sign up, NyraBets.com. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Nyra Bets. Sign up today, get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. For our viewers tuning in When you see that and the horses in the infield, you know something important is about to happen at Oaklawn.
Yeah, here at Oaklawn, for the bigger races, your graded stakes, they will saddle inside the saddling stalls in the indoor paddock, but then they bring them out for the riders to get up in the infield on the turf. It looks like they have a turf course here, but they don't. It's just a really nice infield.
Kentucky Oaks qualifier, 105 points available, 50 to the winner. 2 of the last 6 Honeybee winners have wound up in the Kentucky Oaks winner's circle. Secret Oath, She Dares the Devil. Who's next? Only time will tell. And this Honeybee with a $750,000 purse. Explora odds on 3 to 5. Do you find her trustworthy?
No, I'm also looking to beat her with the 10 taken by the wind. She's trained by Bob Baffert. She's ridden by Flavien Prat. I think right there she's going to be a shorter price than she should. What excuses did she have last time in Las Virgenes? I mean, yes, it was a fast pace, but Bob trains his horses to be fast and to carry that speed, and I thought it was a little bit of a subpar effort.
Post parade for the Honeybee. There's Take Charge Macy.
Yeah, Broker Maiden nicely stretching out. This is a lot tougher.
Be a big surprise. Then Sneaky Good, number 2, third in the grade 2 forward gal.
Well, she's got a pedigree that makes you feel like she's going to appreciate stretching out. And it's been progressive, right? 2 6 furlongs, a 7 furlong, and now a mile and a 16th. The dam is out of a Belmont Stakes winner.
High-profile connections. Then Grace is Free, upset Mockingbird winner.
She wants to show speed. Last time she didn't break particularly well. She was fighting the rider wide to nowhere. If she's going to be successful, she's got to be forward.
Nickel and Dime, runner-up in the Mockingbird.
Showed good speed in that Mockingbird, but, can she carry it out with other speeds in here?
Search Party, Martha Washington victress.
Well, she's 2 for 2 here at Oaklawn, very professional, and she projects to set up in a really good position.
Counting Stars, which version shows up?
Man, she's a tale of 2 fillies here. I mean, when she shows up, she's very good. When she doesn't, she's very bad.
Classic Glide overmatched the grade 2 Rachel Alexandra.
Yeah, it feels like she's going to have to find a race faster than we've seen previous from her.
The Tank, Explora, odds on 4 to 5.
Yeah, a lot of size to her. Everybody's talking. She's going to be forward as well. And you get Flavien Prat. I mean, high profile connections. Won't surprise me if she wins. Don't want her at 4 to 5.
Taken by the Wind and Brian Hernandez.
She's perfect so far. 3 for 3. Last time, I think she's better following something. There was no pace on, and I think she was a little bit lost on the lead, but you saw where she would not let anybody pass her. That's a characteristic you can't train into a horse. They either have that or they don't.
Lots on the line in this grade 3 Honeybee. $750,000 purse, the 105 Kentucky Oaks points. 7 minutes to post. We check in with Megan, standing by with trainer Mark Cassie with 2 in the Honeybee.
That's right, Lafitte. 2 in the Honeybee, 2 in the Rebel. But we'll start with Search Party, a beautifully bred daughter of Gun Runner. What does she continue to show you in her progression off that Martha Washington win?
I think she's grown up a little. I think, I wasn't sure I was going to run her back, but she trained really good this last week, and she's doing well. She's just kind of there. She gets her job done, and, just professional.
Counting Stars, you mentioned you were a bit perplexed about the last effort. How has she come out of that race, and how do you see her forming it out today?
She came out of the race fine. She came back and worked spectacular. She did that to us at Keeneland as well. So I just never know what we're going to get. So if we get the A team, if we get her A game, then they'll have to deal with her. If not, we'll go back to the drawing board.
We have the A team here at Oaklawn. Such an incredible streak. 8 stakes wins. Best of luck here, Mark.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
The enigma that is Counting Stars. You saw Francisco Arrieta. When you ride those types of inconsistent horses, does the jockey know, like pre-race, does the rider know which version of that horse is going to show up? Because she was about, her poor efforts here about the only thing that's gone wrong this winter at Oaklawn for Mark Cassie.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. Although Mark has cooled off considerably. He's only winning at 40% now here at Oaklawn.
Slumping.
But, there are horses, Lafitte, in the warm-up. You can kind of tell, and this horse is good today, especially horses that might have a little more muscle mass, a little more muscle bound, how they, warm up. But sometimes you just don't know until you're in the midst of the race.
So that Martha Washington was Search Party for Cassie. Back on the 6th of February, this effort, Richie, she and Nickel and Dime running 1-3. What did you make of the effort?
I thought it's a really nice effort. I love the way she sat in behind horses, right? She's taking the kick back. Now she's going to have to muscle out a little bit. See her, not a big filly, but put her shoulder on that outside filly and made a little room for herself. I like horses that have that grit, determination. And now when this horse laps up outside of her, she digs in and goes, oh, not so fast. I got another gear here. I thought this was a powerful performance. Now, the only thing that I'm a little concerned about, there was some talk that Mark might wait for the next one with her, which would be the Fantasy, right?
But as well as she trained, as he was explaining just moments ago to Megan, that she convinced him that she was good to go.
Yeah, but it's always a momentary pause for me when a trainer says, well, I was thinking about skipping it, but then the horse told me this. Because sometimes horses will fool you, right? And especially as hard as she had to run last time. I'm a fan. I like her. I'm picking the 10, but she's my second choice.
Evaluating the race as a whole, the Martha Washington, the blanket finish. 4 of them separated by, what, a length or so, a length and change. Does that bug you?
No, because she was the one kind of held up in traffic, then found room, took her a little while to find her best stride, but she was actually going away late.
Search party, Tracy Farmer's homebred. Christian Torres aboard for Mark Cassie. Honeybee coming up 3 minutes out, right behind her, Counting Stars. And then Explora. At 4 to 5, Flavian Pratt for Bob Baffert, a runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and a finalist, a runner-up in the voting for 2-year-old filly champion.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a terrific effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She was just second best to Super Correadora. But I don't know. I think there's some questions here. Her comeback in the Santa Ynez was good, going 7/8. I didn't feel the same about her, 1 mile try. And I wonder what the tactics are going to look for here. She seems like she's been very effective sitting just off of horses, but she also looked kind of keen last time.
Favorite in all 6 starts. Doesn't figure to change today. Explora revisiting the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She's obviously favored. Shoots her shot and just can't reel in, just can't catch Super Corredora.
No, and listen, it was a good effort from Super Corredora. She had her chances. And her 2-year-old form, if there was just any incremental improvement as a 3-year-old, you're going to see something special. But, look at the size of her here. She was a big 2-year-old. I don't know that she's grown. I think she's just always been big.
Explora. Maggie was referencing one of her issues has been going too fast early. So Flavian Pratt, what is his primary objective early on?
Got to get her to settle, get in a good rhythm. You don't want her pulling, running through the bridle, not using herself efficiently. I think you just got to break really quiet, like a whisper.
Odds on Explora to Maggie horseback.
Taking observations of the warm-ups here on the track for this Honeybee, guys. The biggest warm-up came from Arad Ortiz aboard number 2, Sneaky Good. And as we have touched on, she is the one stretching out in distance. With an inside post, you would have to think that they should be aggressive with her. Is that going to pose a problem for Explora, or is Explora just faster than she is? So an interesting dynamic in what we'll see from the gate, given the favorite and the possible speed from number 2. Number 7, Counting Stars, as Richie was just touching on, what are we going to get? She is an all or nothing type. I don't see anything wrong with her here on track, that's for sure. I mean, she's moving well. She is a bit of a lighter framed filly, so maybe, she's one that coming back this quickly, is it going to be detrimental to her? But other than that, I don't see any problems with her looking at her in these prelims. Now, a long shot that caught my eye is down on the rail, and you never know with these young horses, right? They could get better overnight. And Take Charge Macy here for Peter Miller. She's one that dominated, I thought, in her maiden breaking score when stretching out. She looks as though she wanted every bit of that 1 1/16, which is the same distance as today. She is a tall glass of water. She is very leggy. I love the way she's put together. Like I said, this is a tall order off the back of a maiden win, but I think this filly will continue to progress. Lafitte?
Take Charge Macy. Richie, a $10,000 purchase, and here she is running in this $750,000 Honeybee Stakes.
Well, it tells you a good horse can come from any place. And like Maggie said, these are young horses. They're changing. They're improving. She improved 10 buyer points from her first start in a sprint to her her win, her maiden breaking score going 1 1/16. Why can't she take another step forward? And I agree with Maggie. She does look like a leggy filly there. Imagine going to the sale, picking up for $10,000, and then being in a position like this. Yeah.
It happens. Take Charge Macy, drawn inside to the outside, taken by the wind. Your top selection for this Honeybee Stakes, and Brian Hernandez aboard.
Yeah, I actually think she's better with a target. Her first 2 starts, she lurked from just off the pace. And last time she was cast into the position of being the pace setter because there was just no pace on. They went a half and 50. They're going to go considerably faster than that today. And I just think she's going to sit a really good trip, 3-4 lengths off the lead, and be ready to move when Brian Hernandez wants to make that move. And Brian Hernandez, for years, Lafitte, he's been a jockey's jockey. Every rider in the room, any rider that's ever ridden with him, competed with him, knows how good he was. It took the public to see him win a high-profile race like the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks, to know his name. But all of us in the industry have known for a very long time how good he is.
Is that an accurate statement, then, that Brian Hernandez was the difference in that Kentucky Derby with Mystic Dan, that ride he administered?
He won the Kentucky Derby on the 3rd best horse that day. His daredevil maneuver, slipping through, brushing the rail, saving all that ground. And then, you know, the winner and the runner-up, Forever Young and Sarah Leone, they were playing
Leaning on
bumper
each other.
cars and, you know, slowing down their forward progress. And he was like, I mind my own business down here on the rail. But a tremendous effort by both horse rider and trainer that day.
Formidable duo, Hernandez, McPeak, Torpedo Anna, Mystic Dan here, taken by the wind as they step forward. Post time for the Honeybee. Quickly, what are you looking for right from the onset?
Who's going to fire out to the lead, and is Explorer going to be keen? Even if she's in front, doesn't mean she's not rating, but you don't want a horse pulling and running through the bridle and rider. You want to see them get into a rhythm and settle.
4 to 5 at post time. Explorer to the winner, 50 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. All set for the Honeybee, live from Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinneman.
The outside, taken by the wind. Taken by the wind. Goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off in the Honeybee. Sneaky Good broke sharply today. Nickel and Dime aggressively ridden to get out there to the lead. Has got the lead. Sneaky Good will take a hold in track. And Explorer placed in a good position. She runs in third, 3 deep as they go into the first turn. Search Party right behind them. 2 off the pace here. Taken by the wind outside of horses after breaking from the outside post. Stalking the pace today. Placed well and appears to be going comfortably. Then Counting Stars. Take Charge Macy facing winners for the first time. Is third last ahead of Grace's Free and Classic Glide. As they swing up the backstretch, Nickel and Dime, Rafael Bejarano paved the way in the Honeybee Stakes. Lead 3 parts of a length. Explorer running in second in the bridle, going well early. Sneaky Good on the rail in a pocket. She's third, then taken by the wind. Grace is Free is making an early move in about the 4 path. She's level third with both Sneaky Good and taken by the wind. Then comes Search Party, Counting Stars outside today, 6 or 7 behind, approaching the far turn run. She's 4 better than Take Charge Macy is dropped to the back with Classic Glide. Around the far turn they go here. Nickel and Dime the leader. Explorer going well on the outside, just a neck behind. Grace is Free under a ride third. Sneaky Good on the rail, still 2 lengths behind. Counting Stars getting into it now. She's 3 wide sent along, but she's moving up within 2 lengths of the lead. Coming to the top of this stretch, Explorer grabs the lead from Nickel and Dime, and Explorer kicks for home. Counting Stars outside second. Sneaky Good is asked for her best. 1 furlong to go. Explorer trying to give him the slip right now, leads by 2. Counting Stars trying to reel her in. Explorer 16th to go, but we've got a race on our hands here. Counting Stars outside, lunging after her. Explorer, a picture of consistency, and she wins the Honeybee under Flavian Pratt. Counting Stars game effort second, Sneaky Good third, and then Search Party.
Driving finish. Favorite delivers. Explorer turns back Counting Stars. The good Counting Stars showed up, but still not enough to reel in Explorer in the Honeybee.
Key to this was Flavian Pratt had Explorer running so beautifully into his hands. She was so balanced and comfortable down the backstretch. I was pointing out to you, Lafitte, off camera, just how quiet Flavian was sitting and how she was running up into his hands so beautifully. Counting Stars, this was the good Counting Stars. She just was second best to a very good Explorer.
What happened at the start? the outside with Taken by the Wind.
Yeah, Taken by the Wind. She broke out into that empty space. We talk about young horses. He had a corrector, and it was hard to kind of find position. I'm sure he didn't want to be hung out, 5 wide into that turn. Not a great draw, and then she compounded it by breaking out. And then when the 3-horse made it a very early brush, Grace is Free, kind of put her in a tough spot, and it looked like she handled the kickback negatively. But listen, Winner was very good, as was the runner-up. Nice effort here by Explorer.
Pratt, Baffert, Explorer, what, in your opinion, was the biggest difference for her today?
Settling. She was forward, but she wasn't ranked. She was, all horse. She was all underneath Flavien, but she was conserving her energy in the right way, not fighting the rider, doing it in an economical way. And so she had plenty left when Counting Stars came calling. If she had pulled and been ranked when Counting Stars came, to her, that gas tank might have been empty. So a really good job here by Bob Baffert and his team to get this filly to settle a little bit more, and obvious Flavien Prat, the pilot, getting her to settle more.
Just her 7th career start, and is that common when horses are far too aggressive early on in their career that they can simply grow out of that?
Well, they have to learn. There's a maturation period, and that's why they train them in the morning, trying to get them to do things properly.
A lot of that depends on the rider. For Flavien Prat, 2-time Eclipse Award-winning jockey, like an MVP for riders. Among the best in the business, a victory here in the Honeybee aboard Explorer and live with Maggie.
And the first time he teamed up with this filly, you seemed to fit her like a glove. It seemed as though in some of her other races, she was a bit headstrong and aggressive, and she settled beautifully for you on the outside of horses today, Flavien.
Yeah, she was a real pro today. She,
Sorry, honey. Come on, Mama. We'll see if she likes me. Yeah, we're going to switch sides real quick. Come here, Mama. It's better for my pony and Explorer. Thank you, Flavien. Hi, sweetie. So talk a little bit about getting her to settle and have something left in the tank.
Yeah, like I said, she was a real pro. We had a good draw. She jumped well, and I was able to get her right, off the pace. And very traveling well all the way around. And when I asked her, she gave me a good run.
I was going to say, she had to be asked, though, today, as Counting Stars came up to you. She dug in, though. Was that kind of showing her tenacity and her desire?
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, when she turned for home and I asked her, she gave me a good run. And at that point, I didn't thought anybody was going to make a run at her. And Counting Star came, and as soon as she felt her, she just regrouped and went on. So I thought it was a good sign.
It is. I like the way this filly's progressing. Talk a little bit about Bob's other horse coming up later in the Rebel Litmus Test. 2nd time you'll be aboard him. Won't be quite as heavy of a favorite as she is today. What's the game plan?
Well, we draw inside, so hopefully we get a clean break and a clean run to the first turn. And he's a very handy horse, and so hopefully from there we can get a clean trip.
Flavien, well done here. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Explorer showing her class today. As Meg, you are with winning owner Mike Pegram.
That's right, Maggie and Mike. What an extraordinary filly and a first win. How does it feel to give Bob his first win in this race as the entire partnership has made the trip right here to Oaklawn?
Well, we've been lucky at Oaklawn for a lot of years, and Bob's always came in here, and I think it's the first time we ever had one in the Honeybee, and I'm glad it didn't sting us. We stung him.
That's for sure. You've been a part of some pretty classy race mares histories. I kind of mentioned a little drink off camera that you might enjoy, but we've got to talk about Silver Bullet Day and the history. Does this kind of spring back those memories, getting a filly back on the Oaks Trail and all of that, her history kind of coming through?
Yeah, when you get a good filly, it's just so much fun. Everybody thinks about the Derby, but when you get a good filly, they're the ones that produce forever, and it means something as long as we've been in the game and get a good one that you can keep around.
It means more. What has Bob shared with you about the identity of Explorer and just how she's been able to come along?
From the day he seen her at the sales, he thought she was special, and then she keeps on showing it on the racetrack, and I think the further she goes, he's always said the better she's going to get, so I just hope he's right.
Go find that cowboy hat you were wearing earlier.
Okay. Find that Silver Bullet.
That's for sure. Nice to catch up with Mike Pegram.
Mike Pegram, so much success over the decades at this point with Bob Baffert. The Derby Preakness win with Real Quiet back in '98. They touched on Silver Bullet Day. And now a first win in the Honeybee for Pegram and Baffert in this Honeybee. As you look at the points, the scenario here, the breakdown with the points distributed in this Oaks Explorer, and for all intents and purposes, 50 that should be enough for her to secure a spot in the Oaks starting gate.
Yeah, I think she's certainly, guaranteed a berth into the Kentucky Oaks. And you know what I find interesting? She sold at the Fasig-Tipton 2-year-old in training sale at Timonium. Timonium is a 5/8 of a mile racetrack, what we term in the industry a bull ring. As big as she is, and I'm sure she was big even during the 2-year-old training sale, just the fact that she could get around those tight turns tells you that she was an athlete.
As Maggie described, a tank. And by the way, that was Bob Baffert's 100th career starter here at Oaklawn Park. 42nd winner, and yes, first victory in the Honeybee.
Oh, so he's in kind of the same percentage as Mark Cassie is for this
Williams
meet,
country,
but he's done it over a long period of time.
Explorer, just too much in the Honeybee. 50 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. Lots to smile about. Flavia and Pratt not done yet. A date with litmus test in the Rebel. Speaking of which, Christian Torres, 2-time Oaklawn riding champ, doing lots of damage on this road to the Derby from Hot Springs to Louisville. He rides silent tactics in the Rebel. His story's next.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Oaks prep in the books. Derby prep still to come. Bob Baffert wins with Explorer here in the Honeybee. He's got a big chance, likely the favorite to come in the Rebel with litmus test. Explorer with the victory. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's get digital. So yeah, back in the winner's circle, JK collects points to get to the Oaks, but more importantly, what did you see that made you a believer with her today?
Yeah, I thought she was outstanding. I mean, you know, she didn't have a tough trip, I don't think. She had an easy trip. Baffert's horses usually have those types of trips because that's the way they're trained. They're usually forward, they're fast, they're aggressive. The faster, the better for them. For a second and a half, it looked like she was in trouble in deep water. And right outside the 16th pole, if you watch a lot of races, you probably had the feeling she wasn't going to get past. While it looked like for a second the 7 with the West Point Silks was going to run at her, she just looked like she was never going to kind of spit the bit. She kept running around there, and when Bob Baffert ships into Oaklawn Park, remember that for a couple of minutes. When he ships into Oaklawn Park, he typically means business.
And since coming back as a 3-year-old, 7 furlongs, then a mile, now a mile and a 16th. Of course, the Oaks at a mile and an 1/8. And we'll see where she winds up if she stays here for the fantasy on her way to the Oaks. But she is likely right there as a leading contender in the division.
Yeah, I would imagine that Bob will keep her in that situation. Well, it depends, right? Bob usually has this situation. Let's not forget, he brought American Pharoah to Oaklawn Park. Instead of keeping him at home, he kept Dortmund at home that year. I think Bob makes that decision based a lot on how horses travel. If they handle the travel, then those become the ones that travel. The ones he's a little bit more kid gloves with, he keeps them at home, make it a little bit easier, less variable. So now that she's proven she can ship, I'd imagine she'll get back on an airplane.
4 wins from 7 starts, never worse than second in her career. Cross country, pick 5 follow along. Fairly formful to this point with the Angels. Odds-on winner, Explorer, even money. Queen Sally, one of the main contenders in that 8th at Aqueduct, and then 2 big ones still to come, including the Rebel, where Baffert will have litmus tests coming off that Los Al Futurity win and the 3-year-old debut ahead. But first things first, maiden special weight, mile and a 16th here at Oaklawn. 4 3-year-olds and Banksy's will try and stretch out after a runner-up finish in the debut at 6 furlongs for David Fox. More on this field from our crew in Hot Springs when we come back. Speaking of the Rebel, it's not just Baffert. Todd Pletcher showing up, class president, one first time out, second in the Swell at 7 furlongs, and now the first test beyond a mile coming up in the Rebel.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
$1,600,000 bid, $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 and a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
In the Rebel. Look at it, Lucky, coming back. One great surge at the end.
And they're off. Opportunity puts his head in front of Tappinger. Here's the line. Opportunity has won the Rebel. And it's all American Pharoah answering this test with flying colors. American Pharaoh will romp home in the Rebel.
And look at this. It is Accession and Nadal. Nadal, Accession, Nadal aces the Rebel. They're off. Concert Tour is now 4 lengths in front, and Concert Tour is running them off their feet in the Rebel. 8 Rebels for Baffert Concert Tour. Wow.
There's domination, and then there's that. Bob Baffert in the Rebel, 8 victories, a record, and looking to pad his stats this afternoon. It's 8 wins over 16 years, going back to looking at Lucky, an eventual Preakness winner. The Factor, a Rebel winner at 1 mile and a 16th, even though he was a much better sprinter. Same could be said for Secret Circle, eventual Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. Those Pegram colors, they're everywhere. Opportunity and a long career. Top-class racehorse, American Pharaoh. It all started in the Rebel for him as a 3-year-old before becoming the 12th Triple Crown winner of the Great Cupid. Nadal during the pandemic, and most recent Concert Tour in 2021. 8 Rebel wins. Seeking a 9th today is Baffert with Litmus Test. His latest, out west, Los Alamitos Futurity. Litmus Test, who is heavily favored. Richie, not flashy, just goes about his business.
Yeah, just puts his head down and goes to work. Kind of, you could say a lot like his sire, right? Nyquist, just showed up, wasn't like super flashy about anything, just did his job. And you got to like this. What I like is he ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and a lot of times they're just so honed for that race that they need some time after that. Now, he did have 6 weeks before the Los Al Futurity, but for him to come back and deliver this effort after the Breeders' Cup, I thought was special.
Terrific effort, as you mentioned, in the Breeders' Cup, and now the heavy lifting in the morning, preparing for this upcoming Rebel Stakes. On the outside, there he is, Litmus Test, a half mile, Richie, in 47-4. What are you seeing?
Just look at the posture of both riders. They're just both going easily. You're going to see Litmus Test being asked a little bit to finish. One thing that Bob Baffert likes in his workouts is for horses to get good gallop outs. So they're getting a little bit of momentum. You see, they're actually going faster now after the wire than they were before the wire, basically working out another furlong. But it was pretty much a pretty easy move. Both riders were fairly still until the finish and allowed the horses to run up into their hands.
Sire or father, a 2-year-old champion and Kentucky Derby winner, Nyquist, Litmus Test. Now, there isn't any breakaway, tearaway speed or a clear-cut front runner in this Rebel Stakes. A lot of tactical horses that like to be close. What do you think Pratt does from that inside post with Litmus Test?
Well, Flavien is a very smart rider, and he's not going to just come out waiting for horses to fold over. He's going to allow his horse to run away from there. And if somebody really wants it, then it creates separation. It gives you options. The worst thing a rider can do with a horse with tactical speed like that is break, saying, well, I'm going to be laying 3rd, because by the time you get to the first turn, you're laying 6th or 7th instead of 3rd. You've got to let yours come away from there, run to the first turn, and let them sort out a little bit. I
get the sense as we get closer and closer to the Rebel, and based on what you saw in the Southwest, you're becoming a bigger and bigger Silent Tactic fan.
I am a big Silent Tactic fan. I think we're seeing a horse develop right in front of our eyes. He ran twice on synthetic, both good races. Ran twice on dirt, both better races. And obviously, he got a little bit of pace in the Southwest to help set up his late run. But he's got to turn a foot. He's not a typical closer that he's just grinding. He actually has acceleration.
We check in with Megan.
Pleased to be joined by Justin Cassie, and not only is the brother of the conditioner Mark Cassie, but a brilliant bloodstock mind, a racing mind, and he purchased this horse as a 2-year-old. Pretty hefty price tag given the sire. What led you down this road?
Well, he is bred to get the classic distance, 1.25 miles, and his breeze at the Breeze Show on that particular day, there was 180 horses that breeze, and his time, his official time was slightly better than average, but what he did after that was exceptional. He really strode out and went the 3 furlongs after the wire in the quickest time of the day of all 180 horses that breezed that day. So of the 180 horses, he was a standout on track, but that was mainly based on not what he did in his official time, not a quick turn of foot, but more of a sustained rally or sustained stride, if you will.
Which is exactly what earned him, of course, his Southwest win. But talk to me about your relationship with Mr. Oxley, how that's grown over time and now led you to having a classic-type horse in this way.
Well, Mr. Oxley, he had Classic Empire with my brother, and I was able to help facilitate a deal to get this stallion rights for that horse done to Coolmore. And, you know, that conversation, once that led to a conversation about him having horses in Europe, and because he knew of my connections there, and we had horses in Europe. He's had some champions in Europe, and then it just rallied into these sales here in America. So, you know, he is game, and he is a great sportsman. I feel honored to have had the opportunity to work with him in my career. You know, he's been, you know, he's been a bit of a father figure to me, and his wife Debbie has been very supportive, and she's been a pillar as well. It's a real honor, and to do business with people who, they not only do they take winning well, but they take losing even better. You know, he's seen so much and been through so much, and he's experienced ups and downs, and you know, and he's been with me through ups and downs, and sometimes he has to pick me up off the floor when I might get disheartened. So he's been a great man.
Best of luck. Thanks for the time, Justin.
Thank you.
Looks like Silent Tactic, this is the last time he has to go a mile and a 16th, Lafitte, as he surely looks to relish the distance he'll continue to get on this Kentucky Derby trail.
Well, that was the case for Monarchos, Jack Oxley's Kentucky Derby winner back in 2001. One of the fastest Kentucky Derby wins ever. We're not saying Silent Tactic is Monarchos, but if he's going to have success, it's going to be in similar fashion.
Yeah, closing style.
That's all coming up. Oxley and with Cassie teaming up, two runners, two threats in the Rebel Stakes. And trainer Brad Cox, Derby winning trainer, took a while via DQ with Mandaloon. Today saddles Rancho Santa Fe, looking to turn things around in the 66th running of the $1 Million Rebel. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. A break in the stakes activity, giving you the opportunity, a moment. Sign up, get involved. NyraBets.com. Sign up today. Get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Moving the starting gate in place. Good maiden race. More 3-year-olds. You're trying to smoke out an upset here, Richie, with Just JoJo number 4, currently 13-1.
I am. I think this horse has had compromised trips. He stretched out last time, and he's still kind of learning. He just looks like a work in progress to me. I've been impressed with this rider, Serafin Carbone. He's won on some big long shots, but this horse has run consistently good races. Now it's his 4th start, and I just feel like he's learning as he goes. So if he has a forward movement in him, puts it together, I think he can be very competitive here at a big price.
See if he can develop that knockout punch at a price. Banksy's favorite at 2-1. We check in with Maggie Horseback.
And we'll take a look here at Gethsemane. Jeez, I knew I'd mess it up. Gethsemane. Jeez, what the heck? But Brad Cox sends this one out from Fairgrounds, and he's been one that lacks some focus, which I noticed in his last race. Still displaying that in the warm-up. I love what I'm seeing from Maximum Effort. He is a speed. He should be forward. Let's hope he's ready off that little bit of a break. And Banksy's, I know Dave Fox is here. I know he's high on Banksy's. This horse had a massive close and gallop out, indicating that he should appreciate this stretch out in distance. And he has the frame for it too, as they are just about loaded, and we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for your call.
Banksy's and Dragonis. Banksy's in, Dragonis to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Fleet got squeezed at the break, so did Rocky Raccoon. Those two had to take up at the start. Owie from the inside post going to the lead. Mr. Fancy Pants, aggressively ridden to claim second, does so. Maximum Effort is third as they go into the first turn. Gethsemane saving ground into that first turn in the wind. Star White running in 4th. Prime Suspect to the outside. Gap of 2. Just JoJo, Baby Vino. They're side by side. Dragonis well off the pace today. Must be 8 lengths behind with the back markers here. Rocky Raccoon, Banksy's, and Fleek. Those 4 across the track at the rear as they make their way up the back stretch. It's Owie and Christian Torres paving the way. Just a neck here. Mr. Fancy Pants placed well on the outside, pressing in second. Maximum Effort third. Prime Suspect to the outside. Gethsemane and a good gallop 4 lengths off the lead down on the fence. Then Just JoJo, Baby Vino. Dragonis joins that pair. Fleek is on the inside trying to get closer. Fleek, he's 5 from the top going into the 4th turn. Banksy's, Rocky Raccoon. They trail together as they go into the 4th turn. Owie lets it out a notch. Leads here by about a length here. In the 2nd spot, Mr. Fancy Pants. Gethsemane is third. Patiently ridden right now. Just 2 lengths off the lead here. Prime Suspect shown more rain. Then comes Fleek. He's getting underway on the outside. Dragonis in the meantime has dropped out of it. Banksy's needs to do a lot more. Baby Vino's trying to rally up the rail. Owie off the turn. Here's Gethsemane on the outside with a powerful move. And Gethsemane strides to the lead. Ran right by Owie. Fleek is trying to come up into the 2nd spot. Baby Vino coming up with a big effort today on the rail. Furlong to go. Gethsemane on the lead. Fleek's coming after him. And here comes Banksy's down the center. Gethsemane reaching for the wire. He's finding more. And Gethsemane wins it at 7-2. Banksy's second. Baby Vino third. Mr. Fancy Pants fourth.
All right, Ortiz, Brad Cox, Gethsemane holds on, breaks through, graduates in his 3rd career start.
What an absolutely picture-perfect trip and ride from Irad Ortiz. He sat in that pocket. He angled out. Keep an eye on him here when he hits the front. His ears get to wiggling back and forth. He completely shuts down here. He's like, oh, my job's over. I passed everybody. I'm the herd leader now. And then when he feels horses come, he kind of refocuses, puts his head back down, and gets to running. This is a horse that's got a lot of upside. He is just learning as he goes.
Late charge, Banksy's the favorite, having to settle for second, 2-10-9-6. Another look from the drone here. Gethsemane, that has to be can't be a lot of fun as a rider when You strike the front. Looks like you're going to win clear. And like you said, the horse thinks the job is done and stops giving you everything they have.
Yeah, that's when you got to get busy, right? You start kind of shaking the reins at them, put the bit up in their mouth, show them the crop. A lot of times you'll get to hollering and yelling to get their focus, their attention. But as soon as he felt the presence of another horse, he really reasserted himself. And margin of victory doesn't always tell the whole story, and I think that's the case here with Gethsemane.
Powerhouse Connections, Windstar Farm, China Horse Club, Gethsemane by Nick Sco, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Sierra Ortiz in the Windstar White, teaming up here with Brad Cox. Gethsemane in the 10th at Oaklawn Park. The Rebel is next. But first, we check in with Maggie live with a winning rider, Sierra Ortiz.
That's right, at Gethsemane here, Irad. Wow, you delivered a perfect ride. No joke, it's you. But a horse that kind of lacked some focus, I thought, in his last race, he really delivered today.
Yeah, last time I think it was a little too wild on the both turns. Today I have a beautiful post, he broke good. I was available to get a good position and buy my time, wait the time to go. I was available to hit clear at the 3A, which I did, and he did the rest. He was ready.
He was. He's a good-looking sort. Now teaming up with Brad Cox again in the next, in the Rebel with Rancho Santa Fe. I know you've never been on this horse before, but I think he's kind of a sneaky proposition in this race. What's the game plan for him coming up?
Well, he have a very good post today. I feel like we have a few horses with speed inside of us. Let's try to get a good position. Last time he was really good. I think he just got beat by 2-3 lengths. So I think with a good trip, we can get there.
Well, Irad, wishing you the best of luck. Let's go back to back.
Thank you.
Levite.
You think this is going to be a perfect fit, Richie? Why?
Because when I look at Rancho Santa Fe, I see a horse that needs a strong rider. Someone that, sometimes jockey's a passenger, and sometimes you have to be a pilot. Mm-hmm. And with Rancho Santa Fe, I see a horse that needs a pilot and a strong pilot. And the one thing that Irad is blessed with is incredible strength. He finishes on horses. He doesn't ask a horse. He demands from them.
Typically, they give him exactly what he wants. And in this case, you can see Ortiz going to work, Gethsemane responding, and breaking his maiden in his third career start here. With 10 races in the books, and the Rebel is next, and a key stepping stone towards the Arkansas Derby here at Oaklawn Park, and eventually the Kentucky Derby, 105 Kentucky Derby points on the line, 52 the winner. Part of the story, jockey Christian Torres, Southwest winning jockey, struck with silent tactic after getting replaced on the code. It's part of the job. He handled it well, and earlier this week sat down with the maiden.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Rebel Stakes to come on the road to the first Saturday in May, this year's Kentucky Derby. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Greg Wolf, John LeKinchen here in our studio in New York. And it is Rebel time next up here. Litmus test. We saw Bob Baffert win the Oaks Prep. Explorer was impressive. How impressive has Litmus test been in your eyes?
I mean, we talked about this a little bit off air, like more impressive than Explorer. And we saw what she just did. I'm not like against Litmus test, as him as an individual, but I do believe that there's some betting opportunities against him. I don't feel like he's as dominating as some of these should be. And looking at the Will Pays right now, he's going to be the favorite.
Looks like potentially a massive favorite. 4-5 right now at first look. As you take a look at Litmus Test with his 3-year-old debut coming up, and Bob Baffert a chance to win a 9th Rebel Stakes. Just incredible. Gethsemane for Brad Cox. And maybe a 3-year-old who will take a shot with chances running out at big Derby preps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have a good 3-year-old, you have to let them take you on a journey. And when they win like this, then they take you to more ambitious spots. And sometimes those ambitious spots work out, and sometimes they don't. You hit the reset button, and then you get back into the grind that is the year. I would imagine off a performance like this, it's definitely something to take into consideration. And you got to remember that the maiden races on prep days are the best of the group. The maiden races, right? You know, if you went on Florida Derby Day, you went on Rebel Day, you went on Gotham Day, like those are just a little bit elevated, I think, than some of the other maiden races.
A little over a second slower, I believe, than what Explorer ran in the Honeybee. $9.80. Gethsemane, the cross-country pick 5 follow along with the Grade 2 Rebel to close things out in this sequence. It's the ABR race of the week, and some big names have won this in the past. The great Curlin, American Pharaoh, on his way to a Triple Crown, ending that 37-year drought for Bob Baffert. One of his 8 wins in this race, and Litmus Test opens up here at even money.
Yeah, I mean, he's opened up at even money, and it makes a lot of sense. I would think right now, at first glance on the board, some of the value that I see, unexpected value, I think, on Blackout Time, the 4-horse, who's 7-1 right now, who was a very buzzy horse around Breeders' Cup as an alternative to Ted Nothy, who ended up being the 2-year-old champion and the winner of that race. Unfortunately, he scratched that week and wasn't able to run. The other horse in here is the 6 Strategic Risk, who I've been talking about, who I find to be very interesting at 16-1. So, I was wrong about trying to beat Explorer last time, but I'm going to try again to beat another Bob Baffert favorite. Sorry, Bob.
See how he feels about that. Litmus Test. It has been basically this race, the Bob Baffert Invitational. Looking for a 9th win at the Grade 2 Rebel. There is his chance, who is the even money favorite, Grade 2 Los Alamitos Futurity winner. Litmus Test, 3-year-old debut with Pratt aboard when we come back on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby.
We're ready to go. They're off in the 89th Arkansas Derby as they come to the top of the stretch here. Cole Battle, Sandman going at it. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second. And Sandman, he's run his A race and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky. And they're off in the Smarty Jones. Strategic Risk just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. It's Strategic Risk in the Smarty Jones. They're off in the 2026 Southwest. Here comes Silent Tactic. Silent Tactic flying down the outside, and he's going to get them all. Silent Tactic. Christian Torres drawing away to win the Southwest Stakes.
What a run. The last Kentucky Derby prep race at Oaklawn. Mark Cassey has not saddled the winner. It was last year's Rebel Stakes. From the Arkansas Derby to this year's Smarty Jones and Southwest, the Cassey barn on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, just doing everything right. I think Mark identified the horses he needed to bring here, and they are just hitting on all cylinders. And Mark looking to continue this crazy hot streak.
Unreal. And there's a live look. Silent Tactic to be ridden by Christian Torres. You know, it's funny sometimes how jockeys wind up on certain horses from time to time. Truth is, it's out of a rider's hands. So when one door is slammed shut, the rider has to keep his head up and try another. Earlier this week, Richie with Christian Torres.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Christian Torres right here in front of the starting gate at Oaklawn Park, a gate that you've broken out of quite a few times, over 300 career victories at Oaklawn Park. You are a true pros pro. You are, to me, the jockey the young riders should look up to as an example, because you really do conduct yourself with that professionalism.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, here we are. We've been over 300 wins here at Oaklawn, and I'm just grateful to be here in this awesome track. And I fell in love with the town the first time I came here, and here we are.
Well, you've really kind of gotten into a good spot with trainer Mark Cassey. Now, last year you were the regular rider for Sandman. I thought you rode him well in both the Southwest and the Rebel. We're taking off for Jose Ortiz. But the way you conducted yourself with Mark, you didn't get mad. A lot of young riders would have gotten upset. I know I would have when I was a younger rider, but your maturity and your professionalism really won out, because now not only are you back on Sandman, you've got Silent Tactic, who you won the Southwest with, $1 million race, and back into the Rebel. How could you keep your class and composure so well? Because we know a lot of riders wouldn't.
I won't lie, I was upset when it happened, but the business goes on, you know, races goes on. In this life, everything come back somehow. So here we are. I'm always grateful with Mark. That's why I just stay calm. He believed in me, and he's always trying to give me the opportunities on the big races.
Silent Tactic, Christian Torres drawing away to win the Southwest Stakes.
The way he finished, do you feel like there's even more upside for him the way he closes?
I think so. Man, during the race, he just get into his own rhythm, and I just got to let him do his own thing. And as soon as I tipped him out, he responded how I was expecting, and he's an awesome horse.
I believe that riders that have a really good support system make better decisions. You have a real strong support system, your wife, your family.
Yeah, my wife, she's always with me, and my daughter. They go with me everywhere I go. Since my daughter is homeschooled, they get to travel with me everywhere, and they always supported me. I'm just grateful to have that in my life.
What would it mean for you, obviously being based here at Oaklawn, to win the Arkansas Derby, but even more so to go on to the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, it's going to be a dream come true. You know, when I first got here to this track, I see all the big riders coming into town, winning the big races, and I always wanted to be there. And now being here and winning all these races, the only Derby prep that I haven't won here is the Arkansas Derby. I won the Smarty Jones with Catching Freedoms. I won the Rebel with Timberlake, the Southwest now with Silence. So I'm missing the Arkansas Derby. And if I get it done this year, you know, or any time, it'll be a blessing. And that's what we work for, to win these big races, and being in the big stages just like any other athlete. Sometimes we want to get there before it's our time, but everything has a reason, a purpose, and here I am living my dream.
These moments, these races, and that colt, Christian Torres, to ride Silent Tactic in this Rebel Stakes. We go back to the Southwest, and this breakout performance by Silent Tactics. Again, it was Torres who was supposed to ride Decode, as explained, replaced on Decode, wound up on Silent Tactic, and administered the perfect ride.
Oh, he did, and that's one thing that Christian is consistently good at, being patient, allowing horses to get in a rhythm and timing his runs so well. And this horse really finished down the middle of the racetrack. When he angled to the clear, he found another gear. Soldier and Diplomat was good, rated a little bit. I think he'll be more forward, but he was just second best to a horse that, to me, dominated this field.
Some wins mean a little bit more than others, and you could tell that pouring out of emotion, the jubilation, how much that Southwest win meant to Christian Torres on a personal level.
Well, no doubt. And again, the way he had to conduct himself and handle being replaced. You know, it's a funny thing about jockeys, Lafitte. We'll jump off of a horse to ride a horse we perceive as better, and that's okay. But if an owner or trainer takes you off to put a rider they think's a better fit, I won't even say a better rider, just a better fit, then you get mad. But he didn't do that. He handled himself the right way. And, you know, we have to say his agent, Cody Autry, has done a tremendous job for him. He just seemed to be hitting on all cylinders. And I like Christian. He's just an easy guy to like. When you talk to him, you come away with a warm, genuine feeling from him. And he's taken his riding to another level. He is riding absolutely fantastic right now.
Silent Tactic, there's a live look at the morning line favorite, Blackout Time, now 6-1 overlay for this Rebel Stakes. First start since last October. We check in with Megan.
Well, I am privileged to be joined by Lance Gazaway with the entire Gazaway clan looking on with his grandson Ford. And it wasn't the best of Breeders' Cup weekends. It seems like one blow after another. But now the road with Blackout Time has led you here.
Yeah, it's been a long time waiting since then. You know, we was out there and we had him and Mystic out there, and you know, to lose them both and not being able to run out there, it really hurt. But you know, it makes the anticipation here more special.
You've clearly had success on this Kentucky Derby trail. What does it mean to you to be able to kind of be in the same position with another talented 3-year-old now coming off of a layoff?
Yeah, it's you know, all the credit goes to Kenny McPeak. I mean, he picks these horses, and I'm just along for the ride and been blessed enough to, you know, have good horses. And him and his crew just does an unbelievable job.
He really does. But I have to ask, okay, I saw Blackout Time quite literally stopping and posing for your family. What does this mean to share this with your entire clan on a big day like this?
It's nothing like it. You know, we had the whole clan out in California for the Breeders' Cup, and then to get them all back together. And this time, hey, fingers crossed we do good.
Fingers crossed, Lance. And 40, Ford. I call him 40 because I want to name my own child 40 or Ford. But have a wonderful day. Congratulations, or excuse me, good luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
That's Team Mystic Dan, co-owned Lance Gazaway, Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez with Blackout Time. We are moving over to the Fox Sports app and NYRA YouTube page. Over to the Fox Sports app, NYRA YouTube. The Rebel is next from Oaklawn Park. Bird's eye view. The infield at Oaklawn Park. Main event is next. The Rebel Stakes in 11 minutes. Blackout Time pictured there. 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th, $1 million purse, 105 Kentucky Derby points available. And we check in with Maggie in the paddock.
That's right, Lafitte. He's actually right over my shoulder, Blackout Time, as he looks to come back off the bench and make his 3-year-old debut here in this Rebel, as he was that late scratch prior to the Breeders' Cup. Now, taking a look at him here in the infield, look, he's a big, good-looking sort. On the expensive end for Kenny McPeak by at $210,000, but the hot sire, not this time, speaks for himself. Now, the layoff does concern me a little bit for a horse that just seems as though he needs to come up a little bit. He needs to tuck up through his barrel, kind of come up and strengthen over that top line a bit. And it feels like he's only been in training down at the fairgrounds for a month or so, a little more than that. And maybe he'll just have to shake the ring rust off. No doubt there's talent, but maybe we won't see the best of Blackout Time here on this occasion. Now, your even money favorite is down on the rail with Litmus Test. He is a horse that is big and strapping for a son of Nyquist. Now, he does have that neuromuscular condition called string halt, which is really only evident, especially at a walk. Trot, maybe a little bit, and then when they're cantering, galloping, running really fast, it's nowhere to be seen. But you might notice it here as he walks around in his right hind. But he looks fantastic here. Now, he is also coming off a little bit of a break, too, off the back of that Los Al Futurity win. And look, he was running 96 and 95 buyers as a late 2-year-old. There's every reason to believe that he could run faster. Now, sometimes horses just plateau. They don't get any faster. You know, they were good 2-year-olds, and the rest of their competition catches up with them. I don't see that with Litmus Test because he is such an imposing sort. Now, a horse that I'm interested in, and Richie and I were just texting offline here because he said when Irad won the last race exactly what I wrote in my notes about him getting aboard Rancho Santa Fe. He's a horse that, you know, in his 3 starts so far, especially his last, just lacked continuity in his run. He was forward, then he was taking himself back, then he was running forward again. And you can see he is a little bit of a distracted type. He's kind of been that way throughout the preliminaries here. And I just think Irad's going to put that bit in his mouth and tell him what to do. You know, Irad is not, you know, a passenger. He is all pilot. And I do think that Rancho Santa Fe is going to benefit from a rider like him. Love what I'm seeing from him physically, Greg.
That is quite a specimen we're looking at, Rancho Santa Fe. As you look at the Rebel contenders and where they currently sit on that Kentucky Derby leaderboard, quite a few in here with a chance to make up some ground.
Absolutely. And like we talked about yesterday, or me and Acacia did, you already went home. You left us here by ourselves. You know, getting these points matters quite a bit. I wish it mattered a little bit more. I wish that, like, you know, if you had the leader in points, you got to pick your post position because there's no difference between 1 and 19. You just get in the gate, 1 and 20. But yeah, this is obviously an important part to when you have $1 million Derby preps, they're obviously very important.
And 50 points, which the winner gets here, just about automatically gets you in. Time to bet the favorite, beat the favorite. What are you going to do?
Well, it didn't work last time, but that's the thing. When you bet against the favorite, you don't have to be right every time. You just got to be right a couple of times, enough to pay for the times you were wrong. If I'm right this time, it will pay for my being wrong about Explorer. I'm going to try to beat Litmus Test here. I don't have a problem with him being favored. He makes sense to me. I'm going to try to beat him with the 6 Strategic Risk, a horse that, if you look at his last 3 races, it's very simple math. 1 of them was bad. 2 of them were very good. 2 is bigger than 1. I believe the 2 rather than the 1, and I'm looking for him to get back. And the best part about it is his last race when he ran poorly, there wasn't a huge reason why. So I'm just going to say he got up on the wrong side of the bed. He's going to run better here today. He's 16-1 on the board. I'm going to go with Strategic Risk in the same silks that Mark Cassidy had another pretty good 3-year-old, excuse me, in Classic Empire.
Of course, they'll have Silent Tactic as well. That one much more highly regarded right now on the board after that win in the Southwest. But yet, Strategic Risk really was going the right way, just didn't show up in that Southwest performance.
Right, and listen, a lot of times when you see adversity and you see that they couldn't overcome it, it can allow you to form an opinion, a negative opinion towards them. I didn't see anything that I could grab onto to explain why he ran so poorly. So when it happens like that, you know, it just could be you just wasn't feeling it that day.
If you look at just pure value on this board right now, is it hard to overlook Blackout Time, who the last time we saw him, he was second to the 2-year-old champion?
Yeah, you know, value is not always the higher price. Value is when a horse is a bigger number than he should be. Blackout Time should be a little shorter than 5-1.
Here's Litmus Test, 3-year-old debut for Bob Baffert.
He's been extremely impressive in his 2-year-old races. If he grows up a little bit, which they typically do from 2 to 3, he could be very tough from this inside draw.
Class president next door, it's Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez for Windstar Farm.
Yes, is stretching out, but has gone the mile prior. Todd Pletcher knows how to get these 3-year-olds in the Kentucky Derby.
Here's the aforementioned Blackout Time 3-year-old debut for Ken McPeak.
So a very buzzy horse, you know, hanging around Breeders' Cup week. I kept hearing people talk about this horse until, unfortunately, he wasn't able to run. He's definitely live in here.
Honey's to blame, 52-1. He's won 2 in a row, both here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Kenny's got one horse that can probably win, and he's got one that probably can't.
First to two for Mark Casse, Strategic Risk. He won the Smarty Jones here back in January.
Yeah, this where I'm going to land. He was wide all the way around there last time, didn't run well. His 2 and 3 races prior were very good.
Stablemate just beat him and won the Southwest.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he won the Southwest. You got to consider him a likely type here, but at 5 to 2, he's too short.
There's that striking-looking son of Tappet Maggie just touched on Rancho Santa Fe.
Yeah, Brad Cox won a 3-year-old race earlier. He won with Commandment yesterday down in Florida. He's got some good ones.
Steve Asmussen with Time for Music, son Keith aboard.
That's not true. He's not 99 to 1. He's actually 107 to 1. It's hard to do.
Then Soldier and Diplomat from the Asmussen barn as well was just second in the Southwest.
I love the Triple Crown Trail, right? You get to see all the same silks, same trainers. We saw those silks, St. Elias winning yesterday up here in the Gotham. They won with Iron Honor. They've got Soldier and Diplomat here. He ran extremely well last time against Silent Tactic. Another one, extremely live in this spot.
4 minutes to post in the Grade 2 Rebel Litmus Test, the 6 to 5 favorite.
11 years ago, this is where it started. His first test at the age of 3.
American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance.
Of course, everyone knows how that story ended.
American Pharaoh is finally the one! American Pharaoh has won the Triple Crown!
Fast forward to today, and here we are again. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That same race. The one American Pharaoh's trainer dominates. Bob Baffert. 8 wins so far, and seeking a 9th this afternoon.
Litmus Test has defeated Blacksmith by just over a length.
Standing in his way, another Hall of Famer, Mark Casse, winning everything at Oaklawn, including the Derby Preps.
It's Strategic Risk and the Smarty Jones. He won for fun. Silent Tactic, Christian Torres drawing away to win the Southwest Stakes.
And Kenny McPeak, 2024 Kentucky Derby winning trainer, struck with Mystic Dan. Can McPeak do it again?
But check out Blackout Time. It's a happy hour for Brian Hernandez Jr. 3 in a row, and it's back-to-back for Kenny McPeak.
105 Kentucky Derby points available. The $1 million Rebel Stakes is next. Nearing post time, the Rebel. Hard-hitting trainers promising 3-year-olds in this next stop en route to the Kentucky Derby in 9 weeks on the first Saturday in May. 3 minutes to post, 66 running of the $1 million Rebel. Blackout Time. Surprise package. We know he's talented. We know he's conceding recency. What'll he do in his 3-year-old debut as we check in with Megan?
Joined by Tom Ryan, managing partner and racing manager for SF Bloodstock, a familiar place on the Kentucky Derby Trail. Tom, you mentioned in your social media post that this horse was kind of intended for March. You scratched out of the Southwest and progressing towards the start.
Yeah, look, I think he was a horse that was doing well all winter long. And Bob, there was other spots he could have picked, but he stuck with his original plan of 2 runs into the Derby. And he always sends a nice horse down here. So we're excited today. You know, we've got some of our partners here. We've got Jack Wolf, and we've got the team. We've got Barbara Banky, and it's exciting to be able to bring Starlight and all of these people together on a big day like this.
This horse was actually scheduled, per Bob, to run in California next week. What did you guys see out of that last work that precipitated this change?
That's state secret.
State secrets, but Tom, you've managed horses for years. You've seen a lot of really talented 3-year-olds, especially on the route to the Kentucky Derby. What has he shown you from the development of 2 to 3 and the hierarchy of what you've been able to see?
Look, we've always felt we held him in high regard from the time he broke his maiden. He broke his maiden going 5.5, which is a tricky trip for a big horse like him. He won quite convincingly. We came back. We gave him a couple of runs in Grade 1s. We shipped him out of town. He's always running good company. He's always showed up. He's always shown us that there's more to come. Always felt like he was a progressive horse that could be a better 3-year-old, and here we are.
Here you are. He looks fantastic. Best of luck to you and all the partners.
Thank you.
Greg?
11 years ago, this is where it started. His first test at the age of 3. 11 years ago, this is where it started. His first test at the age of 3.
American Pharaoh, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance.
Of course, everyone knows how that story ended.
American Pharoah is finally the one! American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown!
Fast forward to today, and here we are again. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That same race. The one American Pharoah's trainer dominates. Bob Baffert. 8 wins so far, and seeking a 9th this afternoon.
Litmus Test has defeated Blacksmith by just over a length.
Standing in his way, another Hall of Famer, Mark Casse, winning everything at Oaklawn, including the Derby Preps.
It's Strategic Risk and the Smarty Jones. He won for fun. Silent Tactic. Christian Torres drawing away to win the Southwest Stakes.
And Kenny McPeak, 2024 Kentucky Derby winning trainer, struck with Mystic Dan. Can McPeak do it again?
But check out Blackout Time. It's a happy hour for Brian Hernandez Jr. 3 in a row, and it's back-to-back for Kenny McPeak.
105 Kentucky Derby points available. The $1 million Rebel Stakes is next. Welcome back to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. Just in time, literally. America's Day at the Races. It is post time for the Rebel Stakes alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Litmus Test is favored at 6-5, Richie, where Derby dreams continue or are dashed in races like this as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by.
And Lafitte, we are heading to the gate for this year's Grade 2 $1 million Rebel. We do see Litmus Test holding strong as your 6-5 favorite. All systems go for him. But to his outside, there is a horse trained by another Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, sending out Class President, as I thought he ran a respectable race, actually cutting back from the mile distance that he won at first out in the Swale. John Velasquez looking for his 3rd winner on the card. I have to admit, I wish I was a little bit more impressed with him physically. I just think he's a horse that's a frame that probably needs to develop a little bit more. However, I do like him getting out two turns for the first time, and I always feel like you have to respect anything for Todd. Now, Mark Casse sending out 2 in here. Both look fantastic on the racetrack, but maybe the edge going to Strategic Risk of the duo. He warmed up so nicely for Javier Castellano, as he will be one of the first horses in the gate here. I'm willing to dismiss that effort last time out in the Southwest, and hopefully he can get back to his Smarty Jones performance. Lafitte?
Strategic Risk for Maggie, Silent Tactic for you, Richie.
Yeah, it made me a believer. I thought his Smarty Jones was good. I thought his Rebel was better, and I think he's a horse that's developing and progressing at the right time.
It's post time, 66th running of the $1 million Rebel. Final check of the tote board, reading 6-5. Litmus Test. The favorite, Matt Dinnerman with the call, the Rebel from Oaklawn, live on Fox Sports 2.
Honey's to blame, 1 back, Soldier and Diplomat. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Rebel. Strategic Risk, aggressively ridden in the first 16th of a mile. He's close. Litmus Test, Class President easing off of him. So is Blackout Time in 3rd. Honey's to blame 4 wide. Strategic Risk 5 wide. Look at Rancho Santa Fe. He's 6 wide. And Soldier and Diplomat was parked 7 deep, but is now trying to tuck over here as they're really bunched up in this first 3/4 of a mile here. We come back in the field to Silent Tactic, Time for Music, and now Soldier and Diplomat got shuffled to the back after being floated wide on the first turn. He's trying to get over to the rail right now. Onto the backstretch. Litmus Test steps on the gas, accelerates to a 1.5 lead. Now it's 2 on Class President right behind him in 2nd. In 3rd is Blackout Time there on the outside. Gap of 2. Honey's to blame, the long shot. Rancho Santa Fe in the pink, followed by Silent Tactic, the Southwest winner. He's 5 lengths off the lead, approaching the half-mile pole. Strategic Risk getting shuffled to the back of the field with Soldier and Diplomat, and the big price horse at 112-1. Time for Music as they go into the far turn. Litmus Test into the turn. Half length in front. Class President a lot closer. Blackout Time 3 wide as they round the far turn. Javier Castellano getting busy on Strategic Risk, and his stablemate Silent Tactic has horse. Silent Tactic looking for a spot to go. He's got some run here. He's getting outside as they come to the top of the lane. Class President has the head in front. Litmus Test under heavy pressure. Silent Tactic on the outside continues to grind. Class President has hit the lead. Silent Tactic trying to run by him, and he's got a head in front. Class President inside, game for the fight though. Class president, Silent Tactic, in a spine-tingling stretch drive, head and head, nose and nose, coming to the line. Here it is, class president on the inside. Class president repels the challenge of Silent Tactic to win the Rebel. Litmus Test third, and Blackout Time was fourth.
As good as it gets. A slugfest to the wire in the Rebel Stakes. Class president, Silent Tactic hitting the wire together.
And it looked like Class President was so game and battled back, and I believe he got his nose down on the wire in front late, a desperately close finish, but John Velasquez for Todd Pletcher, so integral on both of their Hall of Fame careers for each other. And Class President, his third start, showed an ultra game performance. I thought that Silent Tactic got a good trip. First turn was a mad scramble. There were 7 across the track. Thought he might have jumped in a little bit early around the far turn, but he had his chance. And Class President just battled.
Looked like Silent Tactic poked his nose in front, and Class President just said no. Slammed the door on his face. John Velasquez, Class President, the heart, guts, determination here with 50 Kentucky Derby points on the line, and to the winner as we pick up the action at the top of the stretch here, Richie. Far outside, Silent Tactic, Winstar White, Johnny V, and Class President.
Well, look like right here, Silent Tactic's just going to roll on home, but Class President, like you said, had other ideas. No, not so fast. I am not going quietly into that good night. I got the Hall of Famer, Johnny Velasquez, the timeless, ageless wonder, Johnny Velasquez. Look at how he finishes on horses at an age when most riders' legs start to go. Not Johnny Velasquez's.
3 wins on the afternoon and a Rebel victory with Class President. Johnny V with Maggie.
We were talking about they didn't know who got it, and I could tell on both of Johnny Velasquez's faces and Christian Torres as they were galloping out, they didn't want to admit, but you got it, Johnny.
I thought I got it, but then he said congratulations. Now he just jinxing me.
Johnny, this horse was so game. He was so handy for you from the start, especially with the stretch out and distance. Looks as though he really responded to the extra ground.
Man, he was very nicely. Flavien came out of there chirping on his horse, and my horse got a little aggressive until I got into the first turn. Let the loose range, and he relaxed for me. It was perfect from then on. He was on hands where I wanted to be.
Johnny, Class President, he is a story, and he's a really nice 3-year-old, but I feel like you're the story. Obviously, it's your 3rd win of this day. You do not age. You found the fountain of youth.
Horses.
Your passion for them is undeniable.
Horses keep you young and competitive, so this is what we live for.
Johnny, your enthusiasm is infectious. Congratulations, you earned this victory.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte, that was one heck of a stretch battle in the Rebel.
Absolute thriller. And for Johnny Velasquez, not many races under the sun he has not won. This was one of them, a first ever win in the Rebel Stakes, and does so by millimeters with Class President in a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking defeat for Silent Tactic. From the drone here, Richie, Silent Tactic to the outside, going to find his best stride late, while Johnny Velasquez, Class President, right there, puts his head in front.
Yeah, and here comes Silent Tactic with all the momentum. So right here, you're a closer with momentum, getting to a leader. Now watch Johnny. He's going to shift out a little bit to make his horse meet the challenge. Right there, Silent Tactic's a neck in front. And here comes Class President. Johnny goes left-handed right in here. Get a little bit extra, get a little bit of a surprise. Come out, make his horse feel that presence, right? And then he just out-fought him in his 3rd career start. Now, Class President's by Uncle Mo. Todd Pletcher trained Uncle Mo. Johnny Velasquez rode Uncle Mo. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to compete in the Kentucky Derby. He had some issues, but what a nice horse, what an incredible sire he became. And the fact that they have familiarity with the sire. Look at Johnny Velasquez. This is what I'm talking about, though. At his age, he's as tight and fit as he ever was as a young rider. Still rides with his stirrups very, very short. I really think that like he's just a marvel. On most riders, you see a difference. I see no difference than the Johnny Velasquez from 20 years ago.
Fired up. First Rebel victory. Johnny Velasquez, two-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey when Uncle Mo defected. Johnny V wound up on Animal Kingdom. That was his first Derby win. Later did team up with Todd Pletcher for a Kentucky Derby victory. Always dreaming back in 2017. Ageless, one of the best. Johnny Velasquez, class president in the Rebel in a thriller at Oaklawn Park.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you. She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Sightmares, the Breeders' Cup winner. Van Tornado and Gerard Ortiz have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Get ready for the biggest races from the Sunshine State. Join Naira Bet's handicapper Matthew DeSantis and Naira analyst Acacia Clement for Snowbirds. Pick some valuable insight for upcoming warm weather stakes races. That and more on the Naira Bet's YouTube channel. Back on America's Day at the Races, will class president be on hand for the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the last Belmont Stakes to take place at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Tickets on sale now. Be part of history. BelmontStakes.com/tickets, June 3rd through 7th.
Here's what I do know. I don't know if he'll run in the Belmont Stakes, but because he's trained by Todd Pletcher, I do believe that he will be at the Belmont Stakes. He just might be in his barn. Well, he could be in the race, but he'll be there.
We'll find out. He was impressive today. Showed some grit. Showed he can fight. And now he has 50 points to get into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby with this Grade 2 Rebel victory from this performance alone. Johnny V, Todd Pletcher, so many huge wins over the last couple of decades. Teaming up together again.
Well, one of the things I like to look at is when you have horses that were close to the pace and you see one of them go on to win, where did the other one end up, right? Litmus Test was the favorite and finished significantly farther back than Class President. Class President put him away and was able to hold on by an inch to Silent Tactic. It was an impressive win. We'll see what the figure comes back. That's the question I will say. I'm sure it sounds like a broken record, but it's real. And we can look at these performances, but that's the only way I can know how good they really are.
Seeing this neck-and-neck duel down to the wire and how far back it was the third, is there a chance these two are pretty good?
Yeah, there's a chance they're pretty good. But that's what we can say about a lot of them. Commandment yesterday, there's a chance he's pretty good. There's a chance that Iron Honor, the winner of our Gotham yesterday, is pretty good. There's a chance Paladin is pretty good. No one has really jumped out and said, I'm a dominant animal and I'm better than everyone in this group. There's a bunch of horses that are hinting at being pretty good.
Slightly faster than what we saw Explora do in the Honeybee.
Yeah, I mean, she's a horse that was running 80-ish, by our speed figures. So you'd imagine Class President will be a little bit quicker than that. So he'll be right in that little 90-ish area, I would imagine, or maybe mid-90s. But it's going to take a triple-digit buyer to win the Kentucky Derby. So every horse basically has to kind of keep stepping forward.
Well, Class President takes that step today. Strategic Risk right there as well. Up next on this Hot Springs road to that first Saturday in May, the 100-point race to the winner in the big one, March 28th, the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, I mean, the Oaklawn really did made a pretty big statement with increasing their purses for these races, making a race like the Rebel be $1 million. The Arkansas Derby obviously went up. You know, and look, the Arkansas Derby has been productive for a very long time. Bodemeister ran there and ran extremely well in the Derby. Obviously, American Pharoah winning the Kentucky Derby out of there. It's a productive place to get started on your road to the Kentucky Derby.
It's Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, and it is WinStar Farm. Let's go to Megan for more.
Well, joined by Team WinStar, it's a family affair here with, of course, Preston Trout on my right, but Elliott Walden on my left. And Elliott, another Derby trail awaits. We know the story of Justify, but you're right back there. What does this mean to you as you kind of build into a next chapter, not only in your business, but here with WinStar?
Well, it's just really exciting. You know, Kenny and Preston and the whole family have been so good to racing over the years, and we've got a new group coming with Preston and with First Go, and it's just really exciting. It's a homebred too, so everybody at the farm is very appreciative, and Todd did a great job. Johnny did a great job. Looked litmus test in the eye, turning for home, and then went on. So this horse is really improving. Super excited.
This is a game performance. One, going into a race like the Kentucky Derby, being able to handle himself around 2 turns was the test. He's a homebred. What have you seen from him in his progression from the start?
Well, just, you know, last time we ran 7/8 because the mile race didn't go. I thought he ran very credibly to Solitude Dude, who finished 3rd yesterday in the Fountain of Youth, and he was coming on at the end. So we always wanted to get him to 2 turns. Uncle Mo out of a quality road mare. Super excited today, and the future looks bright, and, you know, we've got Derby fever again. So Preston's not going to sleep for 2 months.
Thank you, Elliott.
Thank you.
Speaking of the future is bright, standing with Preston Trout, who is the next gen here at WinStar Farm. What does this mean to you, being able to kind of now assume a new role in the business and have a quality horse like this on the Kentucky Derby Trail?
Yeah, I mean, we're just thankful. You know, what my parents, Kenny and Lisa Trout, and the whole WinStar team have built is honestly unbelievable. And so to be able to step into that and just add value where I can, I'm incredibly thankful to do it.
What have you learned from your parents and Elliott through this journey and now up to this point?
Man, where to start with that? I think they stay on mission. You know, no matter what, they stay on mission, and they have built an unbelievable team. What my dad and parents have set, the example that they've set, they treat everyone the same, top down, and everyone wants to go as hard as they can for that. And so to be able to watch that, watch Elliott, watch the entire WinStar team here today, it's such an awesome moment. And I may be standing up here, but this is the entire WinStar team.
Could have been more classy, but this horse, Class President, as classy as ever. Soak this one up, Preston.
It's unbelievable to have a horse in the Derby. He'll probably have another race in him, but to see him step up like he did today, it's unbelievable.
What an effort by Class President.
These are the moments you live for in this game. Having a horse win a race like this and put you in the conversation to be in that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby.
I mean, I got to tell you, you know, listen, I'm a big fan of Saratoga, and winning races at Saratoga is always exciting. I think it's a lot of people's bucket list. But when you can win a race that is a Kentucky Derby prep, you are checking a box that basically every owner that gets into this game has in the back of their mind when they buy a horse for the first time. I'm sure there's some people that don't think every horse they buy is going to be a Derby winner. WinStar does. But when you have a horse that wins a race like the Rebel, a 3-year-old race for $1 million, I mean, you're dreaming. You're going to be laying in bed tonight You know, the ideas are going to be fluttering. The next morning, you're going to wake up a little bit excited and anxious. It's a lot of fun
You
to
may
win
not
these
get a
types
lot
of
of
races.
sleep tonight, yeah.
Yeah, or you'll sleep like a baby. You never know. Go either way.
Class president on to bigger and better things, but this is a big one, no doubt. $1 million Grade 2 Rebel victory, 50 points to get into that starting gate for this year's Kentucky Derby, and squarely in the mix is a major player for Saturday in May. Going to close out the card in Hot Springs with a 6-furlong sprint. Arkansas bred runners trying to get that first win of their career in a maiden special weight, and no question in this race, Like a Diamond is the one to beat off that last out effort.
Yeah, I mean, I could paint a picture for every other horse in here to win. Paint a picture. It's going to be a very ugly picture. 7 makes the most sense.
No question. Headlines on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Iron Honor here in New York handles that mile test in the Gotham. Absolutely. Now 2 for 2 for Chad Brown. Commandment wins 3rd straight in the Fountain of Youth for Brad Cox. Canaletto makes stakes debut in Saturday's Tampa Bay Derby. Coming up, Brant will make the 2026 debut for Bob Baffert in Saturday's San Felipe.
Heating up. Heating up. It's getting exciting. I can tell you that much. Canaletto and Brant, with big performances, could thrust themselves very high into the conversation.
Well, this horse sort of unexpectedly had a huge debut, Iron Honor, because a horse that Chad Brown felt would be better going longer, and the stretch out to a mile proved he was at least just as good.
When horses do something they're not supposed to do, it says a lot about them from a talent standpoint. I think Iron Honor winning at 6.5 on debut, you heard it from Chad Brown yesterday in the interview that we had. This horse has never shown speed, never been a speedy type. Felt like a horse that wanted to go longer. Won first time out going shorter. Finally gets a chance yesterday to go longer. I think he'll improve with more distance. Just a horse that's quality, horse that you would love to own in March of his 3-year-old year. Let's see what happens.
Wins the Gotham. Look, just a 1-turn mile, so that progressive next step from 6.5 furlongs, but passes this test, and now we'll say I believe the plan for him is to stay in New York and run in the Wood Memorial.
Well, one of the things you got to think about with big operations like Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher is they have good horses. They're going to keep them separated. There's no reason to run them against each other. He can keep Iron Honor here. He can run a horse like Paladin, whether he decides to do Louisiana Derby. It seems like he's probably going to go bluegrass with that one. He can do that.
Meanwhile, in Florida, on Saturday, Fountain of Youth, Brad Cox and Commandment proving he can get 2 turns.
Yeah, Commandment was impressive. He came up the inside here. The 10 horse came off of the rail. The 4 came up the inside. But another one who makes sense to me as a horse that you want to keep an eye on moving forward is the 6 on the outside, Chief Wallaby, who was a horse that lightly raced horse, didn't necessarily need to run as well as he did, and he did run that well. You'd like to think he'll take another step forward wherever he shows up next time.
Rad Ortiz Jr. had the mount for Brad Cox. Wins is the favorite. And Brad Cox doing some more big things on today's card in Hot Springs. Potential Oaks major player, and another 3-year-old earlier on the card that looked impressive as well. Take a look at the updated Kentucky Derby leaderboard. And not just the leader up top there. We talked about Iron Honor, but Chad Brown with 2 big contenders, it looks like, but Paladin top of the list right now.
Yeah, Paladin, Iron Honor, and then like we showed in the headlines, Canaletto could also jump onto that leaderboard next weekend in the Tampa Bay Derby.
Well, so busy weekend on this road to the first Saturday in May. Who impressed you the most?
From a figure standpoint, I have to say Commandment. The way that he, came from off of it like that and came up the inside. He's got a foundation. That race came up fast. I would say that he probably gave me the closest. If you made me pick a horse that won this weekend to win the Derby, I would pick him. If I had to pick one that we saw. But I have learned in this whole Kentucky Derby thing, you cannot fall in love in March. It always backfires. And you don't have to, and everyone wants to be the guy that picked the Derby horse as early as they possibly can. I've learned that that's a fool's errand. I've got over that. I just gather information at this point. I wait till the next round where they all go 1 1/8, and then I start formulating decisions at that point, not now. It's dangerous now.
Gets a lot more serious in these next preps, as it should, and that's when we get to these
well, we had a mile prep here in New York, but mile and a 16th, most of them, that's when we stretch out to a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, because at this point, miles and mile and a 16th, a horse that doesn't want a mile and a quarter can still want a mile and a 16th. The mile and an eighth weeds those out a little bit more, and then there's still another weeding out period, but that's one that you're not going to know until they cross the wire the first Saturday in May.
Some of the contenders and pretenders getting separated after a busy weekend on the road to the Kentucky Derby. We're going to take a timeout. More from Hot Springs when we come back. Finale still ahead for Arkansas-bred maidens. 6-furlong sprint when we return on our America's Day at the Races coverage.
Cole Battle for the Lonnie Briley Barns running a big one. Here comes Cole Battle and Juan Vargas on the outside of Matticat Road, rolling towards the lead. It's Cole Battle narrowly ahead, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Matticat Road and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle does it in the Rebel.
That was a feel-good story of the 2025 Derby Trail through Hot Springs. Cole Battle, Smarty Jones winner, Rebel Stakes winner, trained by Lonnie Briley, Megan, and we get to see them both in a few weeks.
That's right, Lafitte. I, for one, just love not only the story of Cole Battle, but his conditioner, Lonnie. It couldn't have been a kinder man, and he's been really kind enough to share with me his progression, as his intended next start will be right here at Oaklawn, in that Oaklawn mile later on this meet. Now, he's been training very well, coming off of some breaks, and the winter storm did kind of affect his training regimen. Now, I will say this, every time I've been able to see him in the morning, I feel like he's really grown and matured from his 3-year-old year last year, where I think this mile distance there, as you see on March 28th, is just perfect for him. Even when he was on that Kentucky Derby Trail, a lot of critics would say maybe the distance was his limitation, and at the end of the day, it was. But I'm very excited to see him continue to develop as an older horse, going a distance, Lafitte, that I think is pretty perfect for him in the Oaklawn Mile.
A good horse and a great story. Easy to root for. Look forward to seeing Cole battle before long. Oaklawn Mile right here in Hot Springs. 12th and final on this Rebel Sunday. We close it out. What else? Arkansas bred maiden, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. You're looking at Artemis Sparkles here. Solid debut early February.
And was part of a very fast pace and hung in there gamely. Could be fitter this time.
Stevie Kicks, great name, great price if you like her.
Yeah, I kind of feel like she, had her chances. I would have liked to have seen a little more finish last time.
Blackwood, the debuting homebred, Shortleaf Stables, then She's My Call, currently 27-1 outsider.
Yeah, showed brief speed going a mile, now turns back and gets Lasix for the first time.
She's My Last Call, then Like a Diamond, 8-5 in the morning line, overlay, but still the lukewarm favorite.
Yeah, and she should be getting a good stalking trip right behind some of the faster or the speed horses, if you will.
See, no, Gia, it's been a struggle thus far.
Going to have to show more than what we've seen so far.
Whispering Charm, number 9, Contender.
Contender, another one, part of a fast pace last time and hung around gamely. Was only beaten a half a length.
Pasadama, the Asmussens.
This is who I like. Ran once in a restricted Texas Stallion Stakes and was a good second.
Breaker Wave. Israel Hernandez takes over.
Oh, real nice effort. Finished well. Fast pace, but they went the last 8th and 13-3, so maybe that dresses up that closing kick a little bit.
First time starter, Free Drop Nana, 16-1. Cute and Classy draws in.
Draws in, comes in off a snappy gate work and 47 and change for Randy Morse.
And Miss Pumpkins Green also draws in from the also eligible list.
Moving back up to the maiden allowance, Arkansas bred race after running for maiden claiming is going to have to improve.
And make the rider Francisco Arrieta. That's the field. Nice, easy handicapping endeavor to wrap up this Rebel Stakes day. It's always the Arkansas bred maidens to close out these big days, Richie, and then the challenging handicapping puzzle.
And well, it is challenging. And, Arkansas breds, it's who's getting good at the right time, who's improving. And we've seen chaos reign at times, but, we've got some horses that have run some pretty good races on debut, including the 10 who I like. That was a restricted stake for horses sired by horses that stand in the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But this horse is an Arkansas bred, so now she gets to come here and face Arkansas breds.
See how it all unfolds. Who's ready to graduate in the 12th and final in a couple of minutes. Megan is with us. Megan, it just happened in the last half hour or so, but your biggest takeaway from today's Rebel Stakes, this final prep before Oaklawn's marquee event, the Arkansas Derby.
Yes, Lafitte, I was actually able to catch up with trainer Mark Casse immediately after the Rebel in the heat of the moment, and kind of tell he was a bit emotional because Silent Tactic put forth an incredibly game performance just out there, angled out 4 wide. He was able to get quicker pace in today's Rebel than what he faced in the Southwest last time out. As we take a trip down memory lane just moments ago, battling 4 wide off the turn. Class president set a bit more of a pocket type trip closer to the tempo up front, and you can see Silent Tactics accelerating roar that we know very well just wasn't quite enough late. Now catching up with both Justin Casse and Mark Casse, he's going to relish the distance he gets as things get longer, as things gets tougher. And Mark had told me he really couldn't ask for more. He showed us that he was legit, he was real, and he is going to stay right here at Oaklawn Park, Lafitte.
Did everything but win, loses nothing in defeat, but still a tough pill to swallow.
But the shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing that's going to go on. As a trainer, I'm sure you're thinking, could have I done more with him? Should have I done less with him? Did I miss something? As a rider, you're going, well, did I let him get involved too soon? Or did I, there's always that question mark when you don't get it done. But I think the answer that the question that he answered well was that he's legit. He has not run a bad race yet, and I think this just backs up his Southwest effort. I like this horse a lot. I love his stride. I think he kind of got caught in a position where he had to kind of make a very long, sustained run. And maybe with just a little bit of a shorter run, it won't mitigate that energy the last 16th of a mile. And take nothing away from the winner. I mean, it was a very game effort by both the winner and the runner-up.
and how, for John Velasquez, for team class president, WinStar, Derby win, Super Saver, Triple Crown co-owner, Justify. You can't teach what he showed us in the stretch, that heart, guts, and determination. Like, you can't teach that.
And he was up on top of the pace. He was the one chasing Litmus Test, made the lead, and then here comes the fresh challenge from Silent Tactic, and he was like, no, wait a second. And Silent Tactic got a good, maybe almost a neck in front of him at one point, at least from I could ascertain on the drone shot.
What did you notice from Litmus Test, the favorite for Bob Baffert?
You know, it was a fast pace. He was freewheeling on the lead and using his stride. I wonder maybe he has some distance limitations, but it was also his first start off the layoff, so maybe he can come back and improve off of that.
66 Rebel in the books, one left on the program. Megan, which of these Arkansas breds is ready to graduate?
That's the magic question, Lafitte. Sometimes these races can surely give you some shockers in the final, usually the final race of the day, no matter what at Oaklawn. But the number 7, Like a Diamond, made a fantastic physical impression there on the racetrack. She's coming off of 2 back-to-back runner-up efforts, and I just thought she looked best in here. This filly, I really care. Framed up beautifully. Now you're getting 5-2 on her. I know oftentimes I like to go price hunting in these situations, but I will say the number 13, Cute and Classy, drawing in, comes off of very strong work and also looked the part. But I just wanted to kind of go with the more experienced type in the 7, Like a Diamond, who I believe ready to graduate, Lafitte.
See how this one unfolds, Megan. Post time for this 12th and final. In case we don't get a chance to address before we say goodbye, some exciting news. The chance to see the horse of the year, the Derby winner, the Belmont winner, the Travers Stakes winner, Sovereignty, right here in Hot Springs before long. Oaklawn Handicap.
You know, I love the gift that horses give us. And for me, Sovereignty coming here, it makes me feel excited like the kid that fell in love with racing. I'm a fan again, and that's the gift these horses can give us. They reduce us to the purity of it, that we just love them and love the game.
April 18th, Oaklawn Handicap. I'm just happy for the fans. They'll appreciate it. Like, you talk about a hot ticket.
Oh, absolutely. This place will be jamming, and, you know, big purses, great racing. You're going to get the good horses.
Reigning horse of the year, Oaklawn bound. Oaklawn Handicap, Sovereignty. 12th and final on this Rebel Stakes Sunday. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Like a Diamond, post position at number 7. C-Note Gia to post 8. And then to the outside, Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine to round out the field. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine coming up. We're ready to go in the finale on Rebel Day. And they're off. Blackwood away slowly from post 6. She's My Last Call, streaking to the early lead with Bossa Drama, who steps on the gas. Bossa Drama is going to take control. She's My Last Call down on the inside, Like a Diamond, right behind them in a good stalking spot, running in 3rd. Cute and Classy running in the 4th spot. Artemis Sparkles keen behind the pace wand, restraint early. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine is next with Stevie Kicks, a gap of 2 lengths back to Whispering Charm in midfield. She's been passed by Breaker Wave. Another 5 to Free Drop Nana. Blackwood is second to last, and C-Note Gia drops to the back as they round the far turn. She's My Last Call. Joe Belmer on the lead, clear by a length. Bossa Drama got a breather, tries to run on again, is back in the 2nd spot, a length behind. Like a Diamond is down on the rail. Then comes Stevie Kicks, pumped upon. Miss Pumpkin's Peregrine is next as they wheel for the judge in the finale. She's My Last Call, 49-1, trying to steal it here. Bossa Drama second. Like a Diamond right behind, and then Stevie Kicks, a furlong to go. Looking at a possible upset here. If She's My Last Call can finish this. She's My Last Call, 16th to go. A 2.5 length lead, and it doesn't look like there are any dangers in sight. A shocker to end the day. She's My Last Call all the way. Bossa Drama second. Stevie Kicks 3rd. Like a Diamond 4th.
You're saying something about chaos from time to time in these Arkansas-bred maiden affairs.
Absolutely. Well, She's My Last Call showed brief speed going a mile and stopped, and this time turns back in distance. The daughter of midshipman And 6 furlongs, Lasix for the first time. And Joey Belmire, but he had some tough luck last year, some injuries. Such a nice kid, good little rider. Nice to see him get into the winner's circle.
49-1 if you need her.
Well, that's we talk about it. There's sometimes some unlikely, but that's the beauty of Oaklawn Park too. If you can mine that nugget of gold, you're going to get paid.
This one was tough to find. Tough to find. Shocker in the nightcap. She's my last call, breaking through in her second career start. The photo, her second not yet available. No question about the winner here on what's been a terrific couple of days of racing. Older horses yesterday in the Razorback. Today, the 3-year-olds, Rebel Stakes, and an absolute thriller with Class President. What would you say, taking a big step back, what did we learn in terms of the Rebel, the outcome, and how it impacts this developing Kentucky Derby picture?
Well, I think that Silent Tactic, the runner-up, showed that he's consistent and he belongs in that conversation of the upper echelon of 3-year-olds. And Class President, well, he threw his hat in the ring in a big way. I mean, he followed up his Swale Stakes going 7 furlongs with a game and gutsy victory here in the Rebel, with a pedigree that says distance is what he really wants anyway.
You're worried about 3-year-olds digging that deep, fighting that hard, that can take some of the starch out of them, having to fight that hard in prep race.
With $1 million prep race, you understand why, they're important races in their own right.
Just saying, is that a conversation before the next one?
Absolutely, but he'll have plenty of time between now and his next start.
Instant classic in the Rebel Stakes. Thanks so much for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Look forward to seeing you next time as 3-year-olds took center stage this afternoon and did not disappoint. Explora, statement victory, 50 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. Bob Baffert, Flavien Prat, big win in the Honeybee. And the main event, Class President, edging Silent Tactic in an instant Rebel Classic. Look forward to seeing them hook up before long. A first ever Rebel win for Johnny Velasquez. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you next time.
The day is here when legends are made and anything is possible. The 2026 Arkansas Derby, where the prize is $1.5 million and a shot at glory at the Kentucky Derby.
Here's Sandman threatening to run a big one, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
Come witness history. Plan your stay today at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.